Chapter 1570. Little Xian, a 10% chance or a 100% chance is the same to this Taoist. Because no matter what the situation is, this Taoist will do his best. This is a matter of life and death, and this Taoist cares about the patient's life more than anyone else. Sun Simiao spoke to Li Zishuan, whose eyes were bloodshot, in a courtyard in Yinshan. Li Zishuan was startled when he heard this. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the person standing in front of him was the Medicine King, Sun Simiao. In the great Tang dynasty, if he didn't even trust Sun Simiao, who else could he trust? All right, Taoist Sun, we'll do as you say. If you need anything from this little one, just let me know. Time was of the essence, and Li Zishuan knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Thus, he decisively made a decision. All right, Sun Simiao nodded in satisfaction, and the two of them walked back into the room. Taoist Sun, the medicine on the table is for this old man, right? As soon as the two of them entered the room, Li Gang, who was lying on the bed, spoke. Li Zishuan looked over and saw that Li Gang had already sat up on the bed. His complexion was rosy, and he looked much better than before. However, Li Zishuan didn't feel happy because of this. Instead, his mood became even heavier because the better Li Gang's complexion was, the more vitality he was burning in his body, and the less time he could last. Sun Simiao said expressionlessly, "That's right. That was prepared for you. This Taoist actually called him over to serve you medicine. Let me do it." Li Zishuan stepped forward and said. With that, he picked up the steaming bowl of medicine on the table and walked to the bed. Li Gang smiled gently and said, "Yamacho, there's no need to trouble yourself. This old man feels much better now. I could do it myself." As he spoke, Li Gang stretched out his hands, wanting to take the bowl of medicine from Li Zishuan's hands. Li Zishuan's expression froze. Now that things had come to this, he hesitated. After a moment, he looked at Li Gang and asked, "Mr. Wenji, if there's a way to make your body completely better, but this method has risks, it might, haha." "Yamacho, you don't have to say it. This old man is willing to try." Before Li Zishuan could finish his words, Li Gang impatiently interrupted. "I know my own body well. Even if Dr. Sun's medical skills are superb and Yamacho's internal strength is profound, I can at most prolong my life for a few more days. However, the academy has just started to improve, and I don't want to die yet. If there is really a way for me to recover completely, I'm willing to give it a try no matter how big the risk is." Desire. From Li Gang's eyes, Li Zishuan could see the old man's desire for life. Reluctance. From the old man's eyes, Li Zishuan could also see his reluctance to part with this world, or rather, to part with Yinshan. At this moment, Li Zishuan's heart was filled with regret and bitterness. If he had not followed the Sky Rooster Brigade to the north to eliminate the locusts, even if Wuxia had infiltrated the Tang Empire, he would not have dared to rashly attack Yinshan. Even if Wuxia had infiltrated Yinshan, with him there, he would not have let Li Gang face Wuxia alone and be seriously injured. If none of this had happened, Li Gang naturally would not be lying in bed at this moment, facing the choice of life and death. "Xiaoxian, there's not much time left." Sun Simiao could not help but remind him. "Oh, okay." Li Zishuan came back to his senses and quickly sat by the bed. He said to Li Gang, "Come, Mr. Wenji, I'll feed you medicine." Li Gang nodded. Li Zishuan held the bowl of medicine and used a spoon to scoop up a spoonful of medicine. He gently blew on it and brought it to Li Gang's mouth. Li Gang opened his mouth, leaned forward slightly, and swallowed the medicine without hesitation. Although the medicine was bitter, Li Gang did not frown, because he knew that this medicine was life-saving. This was the first time Li Zishuan had fed medicine to someone in this life. He fed it very carefully for fear of spilling a single drop. But at the same time, his heart was also very heavy, because he did not know what would happen to this old man after drinking this bowl of medicine. Would he come back from the dead, or would he fall into a deep sleep? Thinking of this, he felt that the bowl of medicine in his hand had become incomparably heavy, so heavy that he could not lift it. "Thank you for your trouble, Yamacho." After a while, the medicine in the bowl was finished. Li Gang took the handkerchief from Sun Simiao and smiled gently. Not to mention anything else. Just being able to see Li Zishuan before his death was enough for Li Gang, and he had no regrets. Mr. Wenji, after taking the medicine, you must lie down as soon as possible, close your eyes, and calm your mind. Do not be agitated and harm your body. Seeing that Li Gang had finished taking the medicine, Sun Simiao quickly went forward and reminded him. Okay, Taoist son, do as you please. There is no need to hold back. Anyway, this old man is a dying man. If I can be saved, it will be my great luck. If I can't be saved, then it is my fate. Li Gang nodded and said with an indifferent expression. After that, he closed his eyes and lay flat on the bed. His breathing gradually became even. Xiaoxian, let's begin. Sun Simiao saw this and said in a low voice. Li Zishuan's face was serious as he nodded and replied, Okay. This guy agreed very straightforwardly, but Sun Simiao's next sentence made him dumbfounded. Then you will do the acupuncture. This poor Taoist will tell you which acupuncture points to use. Son, priest son, aren't you going to do the acupuncture? Hearing this, Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. Sun Simiao said helplessly, Mr. Wenji's heart pulse is weak. The person who performs the acupuncture must use qi to control the needle. In my current condition, I can't perform the acupuncture for a long time. Only you, Xiaoxian, can do it for me. Li Zishuan said with a bitter face, but, priest son, I am not good at acupuncture. Sun Simiao heard this and said with a shocked face, How is that possible? When Priest Spirit Void was alive, his acupuncture skills were unparalleled in the world. As his last disciple, how can you not be good at acupuncture? Xiaoxian, are you lying to this poor Taoist? Li Zishuan touched his nose and said embarrassedly, Priest son, last year when I was in the Zhongnan Mountains, I was accidentally beaten down a cliff by the mountain bandits. There are some things in the past that I can't remember clearly, including the acupuncture skills that my master taught me. This kind of strange thing happened. Sun Simiao said with some disbelief. Li Zishuan was embarrassed, but he couldn't tell Sun Simiao that he was an outsider and that his memory was not completely integrated when his soul crossed over, right? If he really said that, Sun Simiao probably wouldn't believe him. Priest son, how about this? Li Zishuan saw that the rise and fall of Li Gang's chest was gradually stabilizing. He guessed that Li Gang had fallen asleep. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Just at this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. He thought of an idea and said, Taoist son, I will pass my true qi to you. You can perform acupuncture. This way, you won't have to worry about your true qi drying up. Sun Simiao's eyes lit up, but then he frowned and said, Xiaoxian, this method is feasible, but for you, the consumption of your true qi will be very terrifying. It will be faster than you using your true qi to perform acupuncture. Have you thought about it? Li Zishuan gritted his teeth and said, I have thought about it. Don't worry, priest son, I can definitely hold on. In addition, my martial uncle is also rushing back to Cloud Mountain. With martial uncle around, teacher Wenji will definitely be fine. Sun Simiao thought about it and then nodded. That's good. Let's begin. After saying that, he took a wooden box from the table next to him and took out 2 golden needles from the wooden box. Then, Sun Simiao took a deep breath and suddenly moved his hands at the same time. 1 upward and 2 downward. He stabbed Li Gang's Feng Min and Juyan acupoints. Li Zishuan, who was standing at the side, saw Sun Simiao's amazing acupuncture technique and couldn't help but be immersed in it for a moment. Xiaoxian, quickly transfer your true qi to this poor priest. Just as Li Zishuan was immersed in Sun Simiao's extraordinary acupuncture technique, Sun Simiao's words woke him up from his contemplation. Oh, okay. Li Zishuan hurriedly responded. Then he put his palm on Sun Simiao's back and controlled his true qi to slowly enter Sun Simiao's body. He and Sun Simiao were both Taoists. Although they practiced different qi-nourishing skills, they were essentially of the same origin, and there was no mutual rejection of true qi. However, Sun Simiao was right about one thing. That was by transferring true qi to others and then letting others use qi to control the needles, the consumption of true qi would be even greater. Fortunately, Li Zixuan was now a martial arts master at the late stage of the Supreme Power Realm. The amount of true qi he had was not the same as before. According to Xianxia's words, Li Zixuan not only had true qi in his body, but also the true essence that only the masters of the Supreme Power Realm had. This was what Li Zixuan was relying on now. With the support of Li Zixuan's true qi, Sun Simiao's movements became faster. In just a few breaths, Li Gang's body was covered with 12 golden needles. When Sun Simiao was inserting the needles were quickly and smoothly pushed in at the right time. Li Zixuan was amazed by his Sun Simiao's performance. He thought to himself that Sun Simiao was indeed a miracle-working doctor. With just this acupuncture technique, he could dominate the world for hundreds of years. As time passed slowly, Sun Simiao's movements became faster and faster. Correspondingly, Li Zixuan felt that the consumption of true qi in his body was getting faster and faster. According to the consumption rate of true qi, Li Zixuan felt that the true qi in his body would be exhausted in 2 hours at most. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan could not help but frown. At this moment, he finally felt that it was tricky. Li Gang, who was lying on the bed, had more and more golden needles on his body. The pain caused by the needles piercing his skin did not keep Li Gang awake. Less than half a quarter of an hour after Sun Simiao inserted the needles, Li Gang had fallen asleep. The frequency of his chest rising and falling was slowly decreasing. Although the speed of decrease was very slow, Li Zixuan next to him noticed it. Oh no! Mr. Wenji's breathing rate has changed from 18 times per minute to 14 times per minute. It seems that the bowl of decoction is harming the original vitality in his body while consolidating his corporeity. It can't go on like this. Li Zixuan had been paying attention to Li Gang's breathing rate, so he could notice such a small change as the loss of 4 breaths per minute. A normal person's breathing rate was 16 to 18 times per minute. Now, Li Gang's breathing rate was only 14 times per minute. Li Zixuan thought that it was a bit serious. It meant that Li Gang was probably in a deep coma now, and the vitality in his body was rapidly decreasing. After hesitating for a while, Li Zixuan carefully mobilized the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body, which was the Jinqi that Xianxia mentioned. He did not dare to transfer all of this Jinqi to Sun Simiao. Although Sun Simiao had practiced some Taoist kung fu, he did not practice it for fighting. Therefore, the toughness of Sun Simiao's meridians was far weaker than the warriors in the same realm. For this reason, Li Zixuan separated a very small trace of the Jinqi in his body, pushed it out of his meridians, and then passed it to Sun Simiao through his palm. Sun Simiao's body suddenly trembled because he suddenly felt a very lively and vigorous qi enter his body. Then, this trace of qi was not under his control at all. It directly drifted out of his meridians, followed his palm, and then followed the golden needle in Li Gang's chest and drilled into Li Gang's heart meridian. Humph! Li Gang, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly groaned. His pale face quickly became rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Sun Simiao could not help but be overjoyed. He murmured, "It's done. The decoction is finally working. Wenji's body is gradually getting better. Little Xian, work harder. We must buy time for Wenji." Seeing that the trace of Jinqi did not cause any harm to Li Gang, Li Zixuan could not help but let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he heard Sun Simiao's excited shout. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, "Taoist son, just do your best. I can still hold on." Sun Simiao let out a light sigh and nodded. "Good. Then I'll continue with the acupuncture." With that, Sun Simiao took out 3 more golden needles from the wooden box and pierced them into Li Gang's Xunkei, Shimin, and Zhongzhu acupuncture points. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, good news, good news. Sweet Duhal." Li Er finished reading the memorials and was preparing to return to the harem to rest. Suddenly, Zhao Song walked in quickly from outside and said excitedly, "Your Majesty, Marquis Yong, and has returned to Cloud Mountain. He is now working with Dr. Sun to treat teacher Wenji. What? Li Zishuan is back? Li Er was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. He stood up and said, "This kid came back so quickly? I thought he would only reach Cloud Mountain after midnight." Zhao Song smiled and said, "The Shuo province is more than 600 miles away from Cloud Mountain. It is indeed a miracle that Marquis Yong and could come back so quickly. I didn't expect it either." Li Er walked 2 steps with his hand behind his back. Then he turned around and said to Zhao Song, "Send someone to inform Digu Xian that if there are any changes in teacher Wenji's condition, immediately send someone to inform me. The night guards of Chang, in city and the palace, are not to obstruct the messenger from Cloud Mountain." If it was not for the fact that it was already late at night, Li Er would have personally gone to Cloud Mountain. However, he was the emperor after all. If news of him not staying in the palace at night, but bringing his guards out of the palace or even out of the city were spread, wouldn't his subordinates be furious? Therefore, he could only rely on Digu Xian to send someone to deliver the message. "As you wish." Hearing this, Zhao Song was not surprised. He respectfully cupped his hands and promised. Then, he turned around and left the palace to deliver the decree. Chapter 1571. Clang, clang, clang. Translator, Nioibo, Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio in the Academy. Most of the students in Class 1 did not rush out of the classroom and return to the dormitory to rest as usual. Instead, they sat quietly in their seats and flipped through their books, as if they did not hear the gongs and drums. "Chinke, how do you think teacher Wenji is doing now?" Yuchi Baolin lay weakly on the table. After hesitating for a long time, he got up and walked to Li Tai, who was sitting next to him, and asked. Li Tai was still doing exercises. When he heard this, he immediately stopped writing. He thought seriously and said, "The situation should not be optimistic. In the evening, we want to see Dr. Sunday. If teacher Wenji's illness could be cured, Dr. Sun would definitely give us a definite answer on the spot and tell us not to worry anymore. But Dr. Sun did not do that. This means that teacher Wenji's illness is difficult to treat, even for Dr. Sun." When Yuchi Baolin heard Li Tai's words, he immediately panicked. Even Dr. Sun finds it difficult to treat? Then isn't teacher Wenji hopeless? Baolin, what are you talking about? It was unknown when Sun Zifan had also come over. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, "Teacher Wenji has a noble character. He is still teaching and educating people even when he is at the end of his life. If such a person of virtue and prestige can't live a long life, then God must be blind." Yes, Zifan is right. Someone as upright and noble as teacher Wenji must live to 100 years old. Qin Huayu suddenly came over and said with a firm expression, "Sai, no one wants anything to happen to teacher Wenji, but the reality is..." Li Tai sighed worriedly. Then his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "That's right. Yamacho set off from Jiangzhou this morning and rushed to Wang Yinshan's place. I don't know if Yamacho has reached Yinshan yet. With Yamacho around, teacher Wenji's illness has a great chance of getting better." Sun Zifan was stunned. Then he excitedly slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. Yamacho had not only cured General Qin's old injuries, but also solved the cholera in Chang. Their medical skills were not inferior to Dr. Sun's. With Yamacho here, Mr. Bunji's illness will definitely be cured." Yuchi Baolin whispered, "Chinke, why don't I secretly climb over the east wall and go to the side yard to see if the mountain elder has returned?" Hearing this, all of them widened their eyes and stared at Yuchi Baolin in shock. Sun Zifan opened his mouth and said in shock, "Baolin, you can't be serious, right? By the way, why are you so concerned about teacher Wenji's condition?" "Of course I'm telling the truth." Yuchi Baolin straightened his neck and said, "Teacher Wenji is a good teacher. I respect him and don't want anything to happen to him." This simple and honest young man had always been straightforward and didn't like to talk to others in a roundabout manner. Although his words were simple, they were the truest portrayal of his heart. If he did not respect Li Gang from the bottom of his heart, he would not have risked his life to protect Li Gang when Wuxia broke into the Cloud Mountain that night. Hearing this, Sun Zifan immediately stopped joking and his expression became serious. He thought for a moment, then looked Yuchi Baolin up and down and said, Baolin, I think that with your size, if you secretly climb over the wall, you will definitely be discovered by the Academy's guards. Do you think Teacher Kongue will hit your palms? Yuchi Baolin subconsciously hid his hands behind his back and argued, Ziffin, don't look down on me. I'm more skilled than you. I definitely won't be discovered by the Academy's guards. Hey, you're more skilled than me, but you're bigger than me, Sun Ziffin retorted. That's enough. You two don't need to argue. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said, Baolin, although we all want to know if Yamacho is back, we can't let you take the risk of climbing over the wall. How about this? I'll go to the Academy's gate and ask Imo Zhong and Imo Yin. If Yamacho is back, he will definitely pass by the Academy's gate. They will definitely know. That's right. How could I forget about this? Sun Ziffin's eyes lit up and said excitedly, Chinke, go ask them quickly. Yes. The Constitution strengthening powder has already taken effect in Wen Ji's body. Wen Ji's qi and blood are becoming more vigorous, but the medicine has activated his internal organs. He needs to consume more vitality to maintain his body's normal operation. Little Xian, we can't let our guard down at this time. Otherwise, the poison in the medicine will backfire on Wen Ji's heart meridians. In the Yinshan courtyard, Li Gang's treatment had reached the most critical stage. Although Sun Simiao had the support of Li Zishuan's true qi, he was the one who applied the needles. In addition, Li Zishuan's true qi was circulating through his body, which also brought a lot of burden to him. Therefore, at this time, Sun Simiao was already tired and sweating profusely. Taking advantage of the time when the golden needles were inserted into the acupuncture points, Sun Simiao wiped his sweat and said with a serious face, Li Zishuan, who was instilling vital energy into Sun Simiao, gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry, Taoist Sunday. I could still hold on for a long time. In fact, Sun Simiao's current situation was also very bad. Even though he was already a master at the late stage of the Supreme Power Realm, he had consumed more than 30% of his true qi in just half an hour. Especially later, when there were more and more golden needles on Li Gang's body, Sun Simiao had to consume more true qi to control the needles with his qi. At the rate of consumption, it was estimated that an ordinary martial artist at the Supreme Power Realm would have run out of true qi at this time. Half a month ago, there were 3 Zhongshu realm martial artists on Yinshan Mountain. It was reasonable to say that there was no shortage of people who could instill vital energy into Wen Ji's body. However, the problem was that the other 2 Zhongshu realm martial artists of the Academy were seriously injured by Wuxia that night. Duga Duxing and Duga Duxing were still injured. Li Zishuan naturally couldn't be so heartless as to call them over to help instill vital energy into Wen Ji's body. Good. Next, this poor Taoist will perform a series of needles to completely open up Wen Ji's heart and lungs. Xiaoxian, you have to be mentally prepared. The amount of vital energy required for the series of needles will be several times more than before. Sun Simiao nodded lightly. He took out 8 golden needles from Li Gang's abdomen and head while instructing Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, Taoist Sunday. This little one is ready. Good, Sun Simiao responded. Then he took out a golden needle and pierced it into the Huagai acupoint above the heart like lightning. Then his fingers moved slightly, and the golden needle stood on Li Gang's body and began to vibrate spontaneously. Then Sun Simiao didn't stop. He took out another golden needle and pierced it into the Yutong acupoint. A moment later, this golden needle also began to vibrate spontaneously. After that, Sun Simiao did the same thing and used the golden needles to pierce the Zhongting, Fanwei, Tonggu, Yumen, and Shunfeng acupoints. Li Gang's Yuxiong acupoint suddenly showed a situation of 7 needles. Moreover, these 7 golden needles were all trembling involuntarily under the effect of Sun Simiao's true qi. If one was close enough, they could even hear the trembling of the golden needles. Xiaoxian, speed up the infusion of vital energy. Only the most crucial step is left. Sun Simiao held the 8th golden needle and took a deep breath as he spoke to Li Zixuan. Okay. Li Zixuan gritted his teeth and replied. Then, he controlled more vital energy and channeled it into Sun Simiao's body through his palm. Oomph. Sun Simiao had only practiced some qi nurturing techniques. The toughness of his meridians was far from Li Zixuan's, and even worse than Yuqi Baolin's. Suddenly receiving such a powerful amount of vital energy, his face quickly began to redden. Suppressing the pain from his meridians, Sun Simiao held the 8th golden needle in his hand and quickly pierced it into Li Gang's Lingshu acupoint. Clang! Li Zixuan, who was in the middle of instilling vital energy into Sun Simiao, suddenly heard an extremely clear metallic sound. After the 8th golden needle pierced in, the remaining 7 golden needles on Li Gang's Yuxiong acupoint actually began to vibrate at the same frequency and amplitude as the last golden needle. Chapter 1572. Uncle Master. In the courtyard of Yinshan, Li Zixuan looked at the big hand that was grabbing his wrist and saw Xianxia standing behind him. Li Zixuan felt a lump in his throat and shouted excitedly, as if he had finally found someone to rely on. Xianxia's hair was still a little messy, and there were many wrinkles on his clothes. He must have ridden too fast on the horse, causing his clothes and hair to become messy. These were some insignificant details, but when it came to Xianxia, it was incredible. In Li Zixuan's impression, his Uncle Master not only paid attention to his appearance, but he was also a little bit of a neat freak. Whenever he saw him, he would be elegant and clean. If there was a word to describe Xianxia, it would be perfect. In terms of appearance, he perfectly fit the ancient definition of a gentleman. Uncle Master, you're back. After being stunned for a moment, Li Zixuan finally came back to his senses and turned around excitedly. According to his estimation, Xianxia would need at least an hour to come back. Now that Xianxia suddenly appeared, it was a complete surprise for Li Zixuan, because he finally didn't have to be in a dilemma, and Li Gang could finally be saved. Yes, Uncle Master is back. Xianxia patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and smiled faintly. His smile seemed to have some kind of magical power, which made people unable to help but calm down. Husband, just now someone rushed into the courtyard and directly. At this moment, Han Yushi came to the door and said to Li Zixuan inside. Just now, a black shadow had barged into the courtyard indiscriminately. What was even worse was that after the black shadow entered the courtyard, it didn't go anywhere but rushed straight to Li Gang's room. Han Yushi was worried, so she personally came over to check on the situation. Li Zixuan quickly walked over and said to Han Yushi, "Wife, that person is not anyone else. He's your husband's Uncle Master. Don't worry. Go back to the main hall to accompany Xiao, Onrin, and the others." So, it is Martial Uncle. Han Yushi heaved a sigh of relief. During the day, she had heard from Lier that not only was Li Zixuan coming back today, but Li Zixuan's martial uncle from Mount Longhu's Celestial Master Dao was also coming back. Then, husband, I won't disturb you anymore. After saying that, Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan reluctantly. Speaking of which, although Li Zixuan had returned to Yinshan for quite some time, this was the first time the couple had met. In addition, Li Zixuan had gone to the north for disaster relief for more than 10 days. How could Han Yushi not miss him? However, this was the critical moment to save people. Han Yushi also understood that Li Zixuan couldn't be delayed, so she decisively took the initiative to leave. After watching Han Yushi leave, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little heartache as he looked at her thin and beautiful back. However, he adjusted his mentality in the blink of an eye. He reached out to close the door and then turned to the bedside. He pointed at Xianxia and introduced him to Sun Simiao. Dao is son. This is my martial uncle. What do you think about my martial uncle starting the needle? Without waiting for Sun Simiao to speak, Xianxia said, Dao is son. Tell me how to start the needle. Although my medical skills are not as good as senior brothers, I think I should be able to start the needle. Sun Simiao nodded and said, I've heard that Daoist Xianxia cultivates both medicine and martial arts. With you starting the needle, I'm naturally relieved. Good. Let's start over there. Xianxia didn't hesitate at all. He directly stepped forward and came to the bedside. He took a deep breath and was ready to start the needle for Li Gang. Sun Simiao slowly opened his mouth and said, "Concentrate and calm your qi. Let the qi go to the dantian. Break the blue spirit and shao hai. Move a part of the genuine qi to the thumb. Start with the genuine qi, break the acupoints with the genuine qi, and then start the needle." Sun Simiao explained the method of starting the needle with the 8 wandering dragon needles. Xianxia carefully started the needle according to the method taught by Sun Simiao. As the golden needles were removed from the 8 acupoints on Li Gang's upper body one by one, Xianxia's expression didn't become relaxed. Instead, he frowned more tightly. At this moment, Li Zishuan was concentrating on observing Xianxia's method of removing the needles. He didn't notice the change in Xianxia's expression at all. When the last golden needle was removed, Xianxia's expression finally changed greatly. He couldn't help but say, "Oh no, Mr. Wenji's heart meridian is deteriorating rapidly. I'm still a step late. The genuine qi has hurt his heart meridian. What? How could this be?" Hearing this, Li Zishuan was shocked. He hurried forward to check on Li Gang's condition. Sun Simiao also came over. After checking, his expression changed greatly, and he said, "It's true that I'm a step late. What should we do?" In order to protect Li Gang's heart meridian, Sun Simiao used his trump card. But when he was about to succeed, he failed because he was a step late. Even Sun Simiao, who had excellent medical skills, didn't know what to do at this time. "Are there any unused golden needles here?" Just when everyone was in a panic, Xianxia asked. Li Zishuan was stunned, and then he nodded quickly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Uncle, please wait a moment. I'll get them now." After that, he turned around and walked directly to the door. Although there were many golden needles in the wooden box beside the bed, they were all used just now. In Xianxia's opinion, they were contaminated with foul qi and were not suitable to be used again. "Just take 13 golden needles," Xianxia added. "Yes, uncle," Li Zishuan replied and quickly walked out of the room without looking back. Merely less than 10 breaths of time passed before Li Zishuan returned to the room. He passed the wooden box in his hand to Xianxia and said, "Martial uncle for you. 13 gold needles." He went out to ask for them from Hu Meng just now. Xianxia took them and then turned around to the bed. He took out a golden needle from the wooden box, gathered qi on his fingertip, and pierced it into the Gui Gong acupoint on Li Gang's face like lightning. Li Gang, who was in a coma, couldn't help but groan after the golden needle pierced into his body. Obviously, this was not like Sun Simiao's acupuncture that was neither painful nor itchy. Sun Simiao couldn't help but frown because Xianxia's first needle pierced into Li Gang's Gui Gong acupoint. This was a little illogical. The Gui Gong acupoint was 3 inches below the nose, where the water protruded. Stimulating this acupoint could wake up the mind and clear away the heat and extinguish the wind. This seemed to have nothing to do with Li Gang's current illness. As for Li Zishuan, he had been completely immersed in Xianxia's acupuncture since the moment he used it. This was because Xianxia's acupuncture technique felt incomparably familiar to him. It was as if he had seen it in a dream before. Under the control of qi, the golden needle rotated 13 times in Li Gang's Gui Gong acupoint. Then Xianxia took out another golden needle and did the same thing, piercing it into Li Gang's Guixin acupoint. Then Guixin acupoint, Guixin acupoint, Guixin acupoint. In just a few breaths, Xianxia had already pierced 6 needles. In terms of the speed of acupuncture, he was faster and more decisive than Sun Simiao. Watching him perform acupuncture was like watching him kill enemies on the battlefield. One sword cut off a melon's head clean and neat. There are 13 acupoints for people who are suffering from 100 evils. For the body of needles, it starts from Gui Gong acupoint, then Guixin acupoint, Guixin acupoint, Guixin acupoint, Guixin acupoint, Guixin acupoint. 13 ghastly needles. The ghastly 13 needles. At this moment, Sun Simiao had already seen through Xianxia's acupuncture technique. He suddenly came back to his senses and exclaimed in disbelief. The Ghost Gate 13 Needles was created by BNK during the Warring States period. The corresponding 13 acupuncture points were Ghost Seal, Ghost Palace, Ghost Cave, Ghost Fortress, Ghost Road, Ghost City, Ghost Hall, Ghost Pillow, Ghost Heart, Ghost Leg, Ghost Faith, Ghost Camp, Ghost Song, and Ghost Minister. Those with weak heart meridians and insufficient vitality would never relapse after being cured by the ghastly 13 needles. It could be said to be a medical miracle. Other than protecting the heart and replenishing vitality, the Ghost 13 needles could also be used to treat insomnia, depression, and rage. It was said to be able to drive away all kinds of evil. It was a special treatment method of acupuncture and was also the most magical part of acupuncture and moxibustion. The first needle stops in the Ghost Palace. The left needle goes down and the right needle goes out. Under the big fingernail of the second hand, the famous Ghost Xianxia stabbed 3 centimeters deep. The 3 needles under the big fingernails were called Ghost Piling 2 Fun. 4 needles were inserted into the Daling acupoint behind the palm. 5 needles were inserted into the Ghost's heart. 5 needles of the Shanmai meridian is the Ghost Path. The fire needle is 3 times and 7 times shiny. The 6th needle goes down the spine, 1 inch into the hair, and is called Ghost Pillow. The 7th needle goes down 5 centimeters and is called Ghost Bed Needle, needs to be warm. The 8 needles are called Ghost City. From the left to the right, you must remember, while Sun Simiao was shocked, Li Zishuan's eyes blurred and he muttered to himself, Is this the acupuncture technique of the Ghost Gate 13 needles? Sun Simiao's heart was in turmoil. He stared at Li Zishuan as if he had seen a ghost. Because just half an hour ago, Li Zishuan told him that he didn't know how to use acupuncture. But now, how could he explain these words that came out of Li Zishuan's mouth? Was he pretending to be stupid before? Or did he have an epiphany at this moment? Sun Simiao was puzzled, but he was more inclined to the latter guess. Li Zishuan had an epiphany at this moment. That's right, Li Zishuan did have an epiphany at this moment. To be precise, he finally found the memory of the previous owner of his body using acupuncture to save people. In his memory, spiritual master Lingshu's best acupuncture technique was the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Under his influence, the previous owner of this body had already memorized the acupuncture technique of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. He also had a lot of acupuncture experience. But for some reason, when Li Zishuan transmigrated, he was unable to integrate the memories of the previous owner of this body. Maybe it was because his realm was not high enough, or maybe it was because he didn't have enough opportunities. At this moment, his realm was high enough, and his opportunities were high enough, so he remembered everything. Not bad. It seems that you haven't forgotten the Ghost Gate 13 needles that eldest senior brother taught you. Come and give Marshal Uncle a hand. At this moment, after piercing the 8th needle, Xianxia raised his head and looked at Li Zishuan with a gratified smile. The reason why he could come back so quickly was that when he was still 30 miles away from Cloud Mountain, he abandoned his horse and used Qinggong to hurry back. Even though Xianxia was a top expert of half a step to the great Grandmaster realm, he couldn't bear such a huge consumption of energy. At this moment, after piercing the 8th needle, the vital qi in his dantian was almost empty. Coincidentally, he saw that Li Zishuan still remembered the Ghost Gate 13 needles clearly, so he said this. Chapter 1573. Yamacho is back? That's great. At Yanwang College, Li Tai personally went to the entrance of the college to ask Mo Zhong and Mo Huai. After that, he hurriedly returned to the dormitory to inform Yuchi Baolin, Sun Zifan, and the others of the good news. After hearing the news, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but shout excitedly. This idiot's voice was loud to begin with. With this shout, all the students in the classroom who hadn't returned to their dormitory could hear him. Baolin, what did you say? Yamacho is back. Where is he? What? Yamacho is back? How is that possible? As soon as Yuchi Baolin finished speaking, 6 or 7 students immediately surrounded him and asked all at once. Li Tai rolled his eyes at Yuchi Baolin. Yuchi Baolin scratched his head awkwardly and then explained to the surrounding students. Xianxia just went to the entrance of the college to ask Brother Imo Zhong. I heard that Yamacho has returned to Yunshan and is currently treating teacher Wenji's illness at the side courtyard. After receiving confirmation from Yuchi Baolin, Class 1's dormitory instantly boiled over with excitement. Yamacho is really back. Doesn't that mean that teacher Wenji can be saved? I remember that Yamacho's medical skills are very good. Yamacho also knows medical skills? Why wouldn't they? Duki's old injury was cured by Yamacho. If you don't believe me, you can ask Huai Yu. Also, the cholera in Chang and was solved by Yamacho. In that case, Yamacho can really cure teacher Wenji. That's great. There's finally hope for teacher Wenji's recovery. Many students hugged each other excitedly. Although no one in the college had purposely announced the severity of Li Gang's illness, Li Gang had not appeared in the college for several days. This was very telling, especially this evening, when they were led by Li Tai to visit Li Gang at the side courtyard of Yunshan. However, they were stopped by Sun Simiao. At that moment, all of them understood that Li Gang was critically ill. Now that they suddenly learned that Li Zixuan had returned to Yunshan, they finally saw hope. They saw hope for Li Gang's recovery. All right, it's getting late. Go back to the dormitory. There's an exam tomorrow morning. Don't forget what Wenji told you. Li Tai couldn't help but say, "Oh, there's still an exam tomorrow. Go back and sleep. Even if it's for teacher Wenji, we must do well in the exam tomorrow." Yes, that's right. Sister Yushi, why hasn't grandfather come out yet? Is grandfather's illness very difficult to treat and Brother Xiaoxian can't treat it? In the side courtyard of Yunshan, little Anren's eyes were fixed on the door inside. He wanted to know how his grandfather was lying inside, but he didn't dare to go forward and see for himself because he was afraid that his peeping would affect Li Gang's treatment. After waiting for a long time, Li Anren finally couldn't help but look up at Han Yushi and ask, "Anren, don't bother your sister Yushi." Li Lian's wife hurriedly pulled Li Anren to her side and reprimanded him. Then, she looked at Han Yushi apologetically. Han Yushi shook her head and said softly, "It's okay." Anren is also worried about his grandfather's health. He's so filial at such a young age. I can't wait to like him. How can I be tired of him? After saying that, Han Yushi walked to Li Anren, bent down, and touched Li Anren's little face with her hand. She said softly, "Anren, the ones treating your grandfather's illness now are the 3 best doctors in the world. Your grandfather will definitely be fine." Well, in Han Yushi's heart, her husband was omnipotent. There was nothing wrong with giving him the title of one of the best doctors in the world. 3? How can there be 3? Brother Xiaoxian and Dr. Sun should only be 2, right? Li Anren counted with his fingers and analyzed with a serious face. Han Yushi couldn't help rubbing Li Anren's little head and said, "There was another person who entered that room just now. Did Anren forget? That person is your brother Xiaoxuan's martial uncle. His medical skills are also very good." "Oh, then my grandfather will definitely be fine." Li Anren thought for a while and nodded heavily. Creak! As soon as Li Anren's voice fell, the door of the inner room was pushed open from the inside. Li Lian and his wife, Han Yushi, and Li Anren, for people, 8 eyes suddenly looked at the door in unison. They saw Li Zixuan walking out first with a relieved smile on his face. Behind him was the arrogant and cold Xianxia, as well as the kind-looking Sun Simiao. "Brother Xiaoxian, how is my grandfather?" Li Anren was the first to react. Then he strode his little legs and ran quickly towards Li Zixuan. "Ha, little Anren, your grandfather is fine." Having just pulled Li Gang back from the gates of hell, Li Zixuan was in a good mood. When he saw Li Anren running towards him, he quickly bent down, lifted Li Anren up, and laughed loudly. "Really? Brother Xiaoxian, is grandfather really fine? Can I go in and see grandfather?" Li Anren's eyes widened, and his little face was full of surprise. Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. "Of course you can." After that, he put Li Anren on the ground again and said, "But Anren, don't stay in there for too long. Your grandfather has just recovered from serious illness and needs to rest more. Do you understand?" It was said that filial children were more likable. Li Anren was the kind of other people's child who was cute, filial, and had good grades. Li Zixuan also liked this little guy very much. He had thought more than once in his heart that it would be great if he could have such a sensible son in the future. Yes, yes. Honor will just watch for a while and leave in a while. Li Anren nodded solemnly and then quickly ran into the inner room. Li Lian and his wife already knew that their father-in-law, had been saved. Both of them were excited and went forward to bow to Li Zixuan. My father is seriously ill and bedridden. Fortunately, Dr. Sun, Priest Xianxia, and Marquis Yong and tried their best to save him. Li Yan will remember your kindness in saving my father. If the three of you have any requests in the future, even if it means going through fire and water, I, Li Lian, will do my best to repay you. After that, the couple bowed to Li Zixuan, Sun Simiao, and Xianxia solemnly. Brother Lian, sister-in-law, please get up. When Li Zixuan saw this, he quickly went forward to help Li Lian up and used his eyes to signal Han Yushi to help Li Lian's wife, Lu Shi, up. Chapter 1574. With Yamacho's words, the guards of the Mo family can die without regrets. In front of the gate of Yinhuang College, Mo Huai's eyes were red as he solemnly bowed to Li Zixuan. Can they really die with no regrets? Li Zixuan raised his head with a heavy heart and looked at the dark sky in the distance. He sighed softly and said, "Who would want to die if they could live? Even ants drag out their lives, let alone humans. We are not them, so how can we know that they can die without regrets? They all died because of Yinhuang College and because of me. I can't absolve myself from the blame." Li Zixuan was not a sentimental and weak young master who could not bear to see blood. Since he inexplicably transmigrated to the Tang Empire last March, he had personally beheaded many villains in the past year. It was reasonable to say that he was indifferent to the life and death of others, but that was only for the lives of outsiders. The guards of Yinhuang College had accompanied Li Zixuan for a long time. Now that they had suddenly left, Li Zixuan could not help but fall into deep self-blame. He felt that these people had died because of him. If he had not tricked Mo Huai would not have gathered all the remaining disciples of the Mo family to Yinhuang College. Naturally, those disciples of the Mo family would not have been killed by Wuxia, who had sneaked into Yinshan. This was the cause of the past, and today's karma was planted. Yamacho, seeing Li Zixuan's dejected face, Mo Huai took a step forward and wanted to comfort him. But as soon as he spoke, he was interrupted by Li Zixuan. "Mr. Mo, you don't have to comfort me. I'm fine." After saying that, Li Zixuan forced himself to calm down. Then he looked at the teachers of the academy and said in a deep voice, "From tomorrow on, Yinhuang College will set up a Hall of Heroes. The memorial tablets of all the guards who died in the attack on the academy will be displayed in the Hall of Heroes of the academy. They will be respected by the teachers and students of the academy forever. The academy will take care of the families of these heroes. I, Li Zixuan, swear to God that as long as I am alive, I will never let the families of these heroes suffer any grievances. If I violate this oath, I shall be punished by heaven and earth." Yamacho, no. As soon as Li Zixuan's voice fell, everyone's expression changed. One had to know that the ancients revered the heavens and earth and attached great importance to oaths. Under normal circumstances, no one would make such a heavy oath like Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan shook his head. He did not care about these things. Anyway, he would definitely do what he said. Naturally, he did not have to worry about breaking his oath and being punished by the heavens. Enough. It was getting late. The academy has an exam tomorrow. Gentlemen, please go back and rest. After a short pause, Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said to the crowd, "Yamacho, you should also rest early." The teachers of the academy all cupped their hands and said to Li Zixuan. After that, they turned around and left. After all, Li Zixuan was right. The academy had a final exam tomorrow. Not only did the students need to rest well, but the teachers also needed to rest. Otherwise, it would definitely affect the invigilation of the exam. Yamacho, you don't blame yourself too much. The dead are gone. You have done enough. Yin Silu followed behind them and hesitated for a while. In the end, he still walked in front of Li Zishuan and said in a serious tone, "Yes." Li Zishuan faintly nodded his head. As for whether or not he took it to heart, only the heavens knew. Yin Silu sighed and turned around to leave. At this time, the bearded man also walked over and said his first sentence of the night. "Yamacho, you have become stronger again." In fact, Li Zishuan had already learned to restrain his aura, but he still didn't expect the bearded man to see through his realm. He was slightly surprised at first, but then he smiled bitterly and said, "So what if I become stronger? I still can't save the Academy's guards." The bearded man frowned. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to be depressed at this point because of a few guards. After thinking about it, the bearded man advised in a deep voice, "Yamacho, life and death are predestined. It's a pity that the Academy's guards were sacrificed, but this is their fate. Even if they don't stay in Yinhuang College, even if Wuxia doesn't attack at night, they are likely to encounter other dangers. In addition, if Yinhuang College wants to stand tall in the world, it will certainly encounter a lot of troubles and accidents in the future. Yamacho, you're a person who does great things. Don't be depressed because of a few lives." "Yes, I got it." Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and replied. The bearded man knew that Li Zishuan wasn't someone who could be persuaded with just a few words. Thus, he gave up and said indifferently, "2 days later, after my injuries have healed, I will be going out to sea. This time, I will really leave. Yamacho, take care." Li Zishuan was stunned and said with slight surprise, "So soon?" The bearded man replied, "It's already the middle of July. If I don't leave now, I won't be able to leave. I won't say anymore. I won't say anymore. I will go back to rest. Yamacho, you should also rest early." Chapter 1575. Husband, it's time to get up. Oh, wife, it's not dawn yet. Sleep a little longer. Husband, you have to attend the morning court today. Get up quickly. Oh, I'm not getting up. There are so many civil and military officials in the court. It doesn't make a difference whether I'm there or not. If I don't go, His Majesty may not find out. Wife, don't be noisy. Let me sleep a little longer. Husband, are you getting up or not? I'm not getting up. Husband, are you getting up or not? Uft. Ha ha. I'll get up, okay? Wife, stop scratching me. After a tough struggle, Li Zishuan finally got up from the bed reluctantly. It turned out that even martial arts master at the late stage of the Grandmaster realm was afraid of being scratched. In addition, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. His wife seemed to have been led astray. Before Han Yushi got married, due to her family background, not only did she have to take care of her father, but she also had to take care of her younger brother. She could be considered half of the Han family's pillar. Therefore, at that time, she had to be hardworking and strong to support half of the family. In fact, she also had the lively nature of those girls her age, however, due to various reasons. She suppressed these natures. Now that she was married and did not have to work for the family's livelihood, those suppressed natures were gradually released. After all, she was only 15 years old. In modern times, by the way, wife, did you feed Whitey last night? It's all thanks to Whitey that I was able to come back so quickly from Xianxia this time. In fact, before Han Yushi woke Li Zishuan up, she had already prepared breakfast, Xianxia noodles. Li Zishuan asked in a muffled voice as he slurped the noodles in his bowl. Compared with him, Han Yushi's table manners were more elegant. Hearing Li Zishuan's question, Han Yushi gently bit off the noodles in her mouth. After swallowing, she said, "As soon as you came back last night, I asked General Liu to feed Whitey with the best grass. Husband, don't worry about him." "Oh, my wife is so thoughtful." Li Zishuan was slightly relieved. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He thought for a moment, then stared and asked, "All right, wife, after I go to the morning court, prepare some breakfast for Junior Martial Uncle. When your husband returns from the morning court, we'll go back to Lantian County together in the afternoon. Junior Martial Uncle is the closest person to me on Mount Longhu other than Master. I must bring him to see father and mother." "Husband, Junior Martial Uncle. He woke up long ago." Han Yushi hesitated for a moment before she spoke. Little martial uncle is already up? Where is it? Li Zishuan was stunned. He quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked around. Han Yushi was speechless. Husband, don't look for him. Little Uncle Master went out early in the morning to practice his swordplay. He said that Cloud Mountain was beautiful and full of spiritual energy. It was a treasure land for cultivation, and it was a pity not to practice his swordplay early in the morning. Then he went out with his sword. He even said that we don't have to wait for him to eat. Oh, Junior Martial Uncle is really diligent. Li Zishuan murmured with emotion when he heard that. This guy didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, he continued to shamelessly pick up his bowl and slurp it down. This was because his ambition had never been to cultivate martial arts. The reason why he was able to reach his current realm was basically all due to luck and luck. It was just that his inadvertent cultivation had reached a martial arts realm that ordinary martial artists would never be able to reach in their lifetime. If this were to spread out, it was estimated that a bunch of envious and jealous people would come knocking on his door and chop him to death. Oh, I'm done eating. Wife, your culinary skills are really getting better and better. A bowl of Xianxia noodles is even better than delicacies from the mountains and seas. After a moment, Li Zishuan put down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and rubbed his stomach as he spoke with satisfaction. Although it wasn't appropriate to eat too much for breakfast, Han Yushi's Xianxia noodles were really too delicious. Li Zishuan couldn't help but finish a big bowl. Husband, you're talking nonsense again. Han Yushi rolled her eyes and said angrily. However, although she said this, her heart was quite sweet. Before she got married, she was already very good at cooking. However, after marrying into the Li family, she realized that there was always someone better than her. Li Zishuan's culinary skills were completely incomparable to hers. However, she didn't retreat because of this. Instead, she began to study cooking diligently. In just a short year, Han Yushi's culinary skills were already unparalleled in the Li family. Logically speaking, as the wife of Marquis, she didn't need to cook personally. However, she really enjoyed the satisfied expression on Li Zishuan's face when he ate the food she cooked, just like just now. Hey, your husband isn't talking nonsense, Li Zishuan said with a smile. Fortunately, I married you back. Otherwise, with your culinary skills, if you open a restaurant, then our family's drunken immortal restaurant would completely have no customers. All right, husband, quickly change into your court attire. It's getting late. Don't be late. Han Yushi got up and grabbed Li Zishuan's arm and urged him. All right, then I'll have to trouble you, my wife. Since he couldn't avoid the morning court, Li Zishuan simply accepted his fate. Under Han Yushi's service, Li Zishuan quickly changed into his court attire. My wife, then I'll leave. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said goodbye to Han Yushi. He was ready to go out. Xianxia, Martial Uncle will go with you. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared at the door. It was a handsome and cold man in white. It was Xianxia. What? Little Martial Uncle, you want to enter the palace with me? Li Zishuan was stunned. Although Xianxia had already told him about the celestial master Taoism's intention to enter the secular world at Longmen Pass, now that Li Er hadn't summoned him, Xianxia directly wanted to enter the palace to meet the emperor. Was he so impatient? Yes. In the face of Li Zishuan's shock, Xianxia didn't have much of a reaction. He just faintly said yes and didn't want to explain more about it. Little Martial Uncle, His Majesty hasn't summoned you yet, so you can't enter the palace. I know that you want the celestial master Taoism to appear as soon as possible, but now is not a good time for you to enter the palace to meet the emperor. After hesitating for a moment, Li Zishuan said to Xianxia. Xianxia frowned and said, Xiaoxian, aren't you the founding marquis? Is there no way for His Majesty to summon you? He just wanted to complete the task given by Feng Lingzi as soon as possible and then return to Mount Longhu to cultivate. In his eyes, there was only the sword. In his opinion, Li Zishuan was now favored by the emperor, so there must be a way for Li Er to summon him. Martial Uncle, do you really want to see His Majesty today? Li Zishuan's face became serious, and he asked seriously. Yes, sooner rather than later. Xianxia also nodded seriously. That's good. Martial uncle, come with me to Chang'an. You can wait outside the palace for a moment. After I enter the palace, I'll find a chance to ask His Majesty to summon you. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and decided. Okay, wait for a moment. I'll go and get something. Xianxia nodded, and then his face became a little unnatural. After he finished speaking, he walked to the guest room on the first floor where he slept last night. The 4 people and 4 horses, plus the guards Lu Feng and Lu Yun, went down the Cloud Mountain before dawn. Then, they followed the cement road and rushed toward Chang'an City. After more than half an hour, the 4 of them finally arrived at the imperial city. Li Zixuan dismounted and handed Whitey to Lu Feng. He turned to Xianxia and said, Little martial uncle, wait here for a moment. After I enter the palace, I'll find a chance to ask His Majesty to summon you. Okay, go. Xianxia waved his hand indifferently and said. Li Zixuan then entered the palace. In front of the Taiji Palace, there were already many ministers waiting for the morning assembly. When they saw Li Zixuan, many of them could not help but be shocked. Little Xian, you're back? Where did you come back? Niu Jinda, Li Jing, Duan Jixuan, and the other generals were the first to welcome him. Old Niu asked in surprise. Uncle Niu, I returned to the Cloud Mountain last night, and then received His Majesty's imperial order to attend today's assembly. Didn't I rush over? Li Zixuan cupped his hands and explained. Chapter 1576. Greetings, Your Majesty. Rise, all my beloved subjects. In Taiji Palace, after a round of greetings, the morning court session officially began. Before the morning court session, I have a piece of good news for all my beloved subjects. Li Er seemed to be in a good mood today. Before the officials went forward to report to the court, he spoke first. Hearing this, all the officials in the palace perked up and listened carefully to what Li Er was about to say. Li Er paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Last night, with the help of Dr. Sun, Taoist Xianxia, and the Marquis of Yong, and Teacher Wenji is out of danger. He only needs to rest for a few days to fully recover. What? Wenji's illness is cured? Hearing this, the palace was instantly filled with the whispers of the officials. Li Gang was an old official of 4 dynasties. Not only did he have a good reputation among the scholars, but he was also familiar with many of the officials under Li Er's rule. Xiao Yu was one of them. Previously, when they heard that Li Gang was seriously ill, Xiao Yu and the other old officials had even formed a group to visit Yinshan, but they were all stopped by Sun Simiao. Now that they heard that Li Gang's illness was cured, Xiao Yu and the other old officials who had dealings with Li Gang were all overjoyed. Teacher Wenji has been through 4 dynasties. He is upright and outspoken, serving the country and the people. It can be said that he is loyal to the core. Fortunately, the Marquis of Yong and Dr. Sun and Taoist Xianxia have saved Teacher Wenji's life and saved our Tang Empire from losing a good official. This is a joyous matter. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The first person to stand up was not Xiao Yu. There was someone who was even more enthusiastic than him, and that was Wei Zhong. This time, the old flame didn't scold anyone. Instead, he stood up to congratulate Li Er. This made old Li wonder if the sun had risen from the west. Congratulations, Your Majesty. All of the civil and military officials, regardless of whether they were familiar with Li Gang or not, all of them clasped their hands towards Li Er with joy. This was the reputation of an old official of 4 dynasties. Li Er was in a good mood. He laughed heartily and said, Haha, good. Actually, the Marquis of Yong played a huge part in Wenji's recovery. I'm sure all of you know that before yesterday, the Marquis of Yong was still at Longmen Pass, which is 600 kilometers away. After receiving the news of Wenji's critical condition, the Marquis of Yong rode a fast horse and rushed back to Yinshan within a day. According to what I know, if the Marquis of Yong had arrived a moment later, Wenji would have been in danger. When the ministers heard this, they all looked at Li Zixuan with respect. Li Zixuan had transmigrated here. Although his skin had become thicker, he still couldn't handle so many hot gazes. Hence, he quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, you flatter me. This official only did what he should have done. What he said was the truth. Li Gang was a teacher from Yanwang College. This time, he was injured because of Yanwang College. Treating Li Gang was his duty. He had never thought of this as a merit. On the contrary, treating Li Gang was equivalent to redeeming himself for Li Zishuan. Seeing Li Zishuan being so humble, Wei Zheng couldn't help but secretly nod. Ever since the water wheel was used to solve the drought problem, Wei Zheng found Li Zishuan more and more pleasing to the eye. However, Li Zishuan didn't let Wei Zheng have his way. According to Wei Zheng, Li Zishuan was a talented person and should have taken the path of a civil official. However, not only did he take on the position of Black Armored Army Adjutant, he even fought a battle with the Turkic army at Longmen Pass. He was deviating further and further from the path of a civil official. Haha, you don't have to ask for a reward, but we can't not reward you. However, this is not the only merit you have earned this time. Later, I will reward you for all your merits. Li Er smiled and waved his hand as he spoke. In fact, the reason why old Li was so concerned about Li Gang's matter and specially brought this matter to the morning court was inseparable from Li Er's appreciation of Mr. Li Gang's personality and charm. According to the official history, Li Er invited Li Gang to be Li Gang's teacher the second year after he ascended the throne. One had to know that Li Gang had been Li Chengqian's and Yang Yang's teacher before. Yet, old Li was willing to let such a sensitive person be his beloved son's teacher. This was enough to show how much Li Er admired and acknowledged Li Gang's knowledge. In addition, in the official history, every time Li Er attended court, he would always have Li Gang, Fang Xianling, and Wang Gui accompany him. Later on, when Li Gang fell ill, Li Er not only sent Fang Xianling to his home to express his condolences, he even went there personally. This kind of treatment was probably only possible for Li Er's most trusted officials. Although Li Zishuan's transmigration to Great Tang caused a small deviation in history, Li Gang didn't become Li Chengqian's teacher, but came to Yanhuang College as a teacher. Old Li's respect for Li Gang had never changed. Reward him for his merits. Hearing Li Er say these 4 words, the civil and military officials in the hall all looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated and surprised expression. One had to know that Li Zishuan was only 15 years old this year, but he was already a marquis of Great Tang. If he was rewarded again, then it would be too frightening. Niu Jinda, Li Jing, and the other generals who were close to Li Zishuan didn't show any surprise on their faces. They were only happy for Li Zishuan's achievements. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, said, "Half a month ago, a locust plague broke out in the Guangzhou region. The people were in a constant state of panic. At the same time, under the influence of some people with ulterior motives, rumors spread among the people. At this time, the Marquis of Yong and led a sky pheasant brigade made up of more than 100,000 chickens and set off from Lantian County. In just half a month, the sky pheasant brigade destroyed the locust plague in more than 70 counties, benefiting millions of villagers. Not only did it stabilize the people's livelihood, it also stabilized the people's hearts. Since ancient times, every time there was a locust plague, there would be countless people who would leave their homes and become homeless. The tragedies of selling children and children would be endless. But now, our Great Tang is facing a locust plague. The scale and severity of the locust plague far exceeded the past, but with the help of the Marquis of Yong and Sky Pheasant Brigade, not only did Great Tang not have a large number of refugees, the locust plague was also stabilized and controlled in the shortest time possible. The Marquis of Yong, and has contributed greatly to all of this. It had been nearly half a month since the locust plague began, and the Sky Pheasant Brigade's disaster relief work was nearing its end. In the Great Tang, more than 100 provinces and counties had been affected by the locust plague. In this half a month, the Sky Pheasant Brigade had saved more than 70 provinces and counties. There was no time to save the remaining 20 to 30 provinces and counties. This was because half a month was enough for the locust plague to finish eating all the crops. The people of these provinces and counties could only rely on the imperial court to provide relief food. But speaking of which, It was much easier for the imperial court to provide food for 30-some provinces and counties than for 100-some provinces and counties. Given the Great Tang's current grain reserves, there was no problem in providing relief food to 30-some provinces and counties at the same time. Thus, Li Zishuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade had done Li'er a great favor this time. Otherwise, the Great Tang would have suffered a great loss. At the very least, once the disaster relief was over, the imperial court would not have the energy to organize an army to attack the steppe. Li Zishuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade had greatly reduced the losses caused by the locust plague. It was precisely because of this that Old Li had the confidence to issue a war mobilization order to the officials of the 6 bureaus. Within 3 months, the officials of the imperial court would organize an army of 300,000 and set out for the steppe. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and first built the water wheel to alleviate the drought and feed the people. Now he is using the Sky Pheasant Brigade to eradicate locusts and stabilize the people. This old subject believes that the Marquis of Yong and has rendered great service to the country and should be rewarded. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, Wei Zheng stepped forward and said, although Wei Zheng was unwilling to see Li Zishuan promoted too quickly, Old Wei was wholeheartedly convinced by Li Zishuan's great contribution in eliminating the locust plague. In the words of the modern people, Li Zishuan did not deserve to be slandered this time. Fang Xianling frowned and wanted to object. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it would be unreasonable if he did not reward the Marquis of Yong An's great contribution. This was a contribution that would make people wholeheartedly convinced and unable to have any thoughts of objecting. Thus, he stepped forward and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and has put an end to the locust plague and prevented the Great Tang from starving. He has rendered great service to the country and the people. He should be rewarded. Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes flashed and stepped forward. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Fang is right. This old official agrees. The old cunning fox's thoughts were actually quite complicated. Li Zishuan became the Marquis of the Great Tang Empire at such a young age. To be honest, even he was shocked by the speed of his promotion. Now that Li Zishuan had made another great contribution, Zhang Sun Wuji was no longer as fearless as his name suggested. To be honest, he was starting to feel some fear towards Li Zishuan. He was afraid that in a few years, Li Zishuan would directly replace the positions of these old fellows. As for these old fellows, they could only retire early. However, even though he had fear in his heart, Zhang Sun Wuji could not directly object at this moment. This was because Li Zishuan was also a staunch official of the Crown Prince's faction. If he were to object at this moment, wouldn't he be leading an internal strife? The influence would be very bad. Your Majesty agrees. Fang Xianling and Zhang Sun Wuji expressed their opinions one after another. Very quickly, the position of the civil officials appeared to be one-sided. Your Majesty agrees. The military camp led by Niu Jinda and Li Jing also bowed and seconded at this moment. This was Li Zishuan. If it was someone else, they might not be able to get the support of both the civil and military camps at the same time. As the person involved, Li Zishuan could be said to be extremely conflicted at this moment. Firstly, he really did not want to be promoted. This was definitely not a lie. He really did not want to be promoted. His current official position was enough for him to live a carefree life for the rest of his life. The higher the official position, the greater the responsibility. If Old Li were to arrange another important position for him, wouldn't he be busy to death every day? But on the other hand, if he were to reject the reward under such circumstances, wouldn't he hurt the hearts of people like Niu Jinda and Li Jing who were sincerely thinking for him? Would he be labeled as someone who did not know what was good for him? After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Li Zishuan gritted his teeth and finally took a step forward. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, the matter of the Sky Pheasant Brigade going up north to exterminate the locusts was not done by me alone. That was done by His Highness King of Shu, Chung Chumo, and hundreds of children from the Han family village and Plum village who worked tirelessly for thousands of miles. Until today, they are still exterminating the locusts in the north. Compared to them, This little bit of merit that I have is not worth mentioning. If your majesty wants to reward me, I implore your majesty to reward me along with these children. If not, I will not be able to accept this reward. Chapter 1577. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Actually, Li Zixuan didn't have any other intentions when he wanted to help Li Zixuan keep the Academy's confidential files. It wasn't because he coveted Li Zixuan's knowledge and wanted to take it for himself. The scrolls themselves were of no use to him, as only the people of the Yanhuang Academy could understand them. The reason why Li Er wanted to personally take over the safekeeping of the Academy scrolls was mainly to prevent the scrolls from being stolen by people from other countries. Overall, it was a form of protection for the Academy. But no matter what, those confidential files were the core secrets of the Academy and the crystallization of the wisdom of all the Academy's teachers and students. Once Li Er touched those files, Li Zixuan would inevitably have a knot in his heart. That was why he came up with such a method of raising the first and then suppressing the second, but Li Zixuan rejected it. It had to be said that old Li truly valued Li Zixuan. Otherwise, he would not have been so cautious and overcautious. In any era, capable people would not only be respected, they would also receive preferential treatment. In the entire Great Tang, the only people who could receive such treatment from Li Zixuan were probably Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Qin Xiong, and the other founding ministers who had accompanied Li Er in his campaigns. Xiaoxian, you. Hearing Li Zixuan reject Li Zixuan's reward again, Niu Jinda couldn't help but feel anxious. He wanted to persuade him, but Li Jing stopped him. Jinda, don't be rash. Xiaoxian should have his own considerations. Li Jing's eyes flashed with wisdom as he spoke softly to Niu Jinda. But, Sai, forget it. This old man won't meddle in other people's business. Niu Jinda still wanted to say something, but when he saw Li Jing shake his head slightly, he sighed softly and said. Sitting at the head of the table, Li Er was silent for a moment. Finally, he looked at Li Zixuan and said, Since you insist on not receiving a reward for this matter, then I will not force you. However, you must be rewarded for curing civil and order and eliminating the plague of locusts. Marquis Yong, and if you have any reward you want, feel free to tell me. Li Er was slightly disappointed that his wishful thinking had failed. However, he did not blame Li Zixuan because he did not want to create a rift between him and Li Zixuan. After all, the files in the Academy only recorded part of Li Zixuan's knowledge. Compared to those inanimate objects, Li Zixuan's value was undoubtedly greater. There was no need to make Li Zixuan feel uncomfortable because of some inanimate objects. Capable people all had pride. Li Er understood this very well. He could also tolerate such people. That was why Wei Zheng could often point at his nose and scold him in court. If Li Er could tolerate Wei Zheng, then naturally he could tolerate Li Zixuan. Standing below, Li Zixuan was slightly stunned. He thought to himself that Li Er had given him a blank check to fill in. But could he really fill in whatever he wanted to fill in as he pleased? Obviously not. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would understand that he could not be too arrogant at this time. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, Thunder and rain are all thanks to your majesty's kindness. From a commoner to today's marquis of the Tang Empire, it is all thanks to your majesty's support. I'm already very grateful and dare not ask for more. Li Zixuan felt that Li Zixuan was a little strange today. As for what was strange, he could not pinpoint it at the moment. If he really had a pinpoint, it would probably be that he was too attentive. There were some rewards that Li Zixuan did not want, but Li Er insisted on giving them to him. This made Li Zixuan feel that something was wrong, so he might as well reject all the rewards that Li Er gave him. After all, some of the rewards were hot, and he did not lack money or status now. Why should he take the risk? Huh, you brat. Although Li Er did not understand what Li Zixuan was thinking, he was still angered by Li Zixuan's slippery personality. He pointed at Li Zixuan and said, You do not dare to ask for extravagant things, but I want to reward you. After saying that, he looked at the officials in the hall and said loudly, Marquis Yong, and has performed meritorious service by treating the civil officials and eliminating the locusts. I wish to promote him to the Crown Prince's junior tutor and bestow Weinan County as his fief. I will also reward him with 100,000 yuan and 1,000 pieces of silk. The children of the Han and Mei villages who participated in the disaster relief will each be rewarded with 10 pieces of silk. Do any of my beloved officials have any objections? This time, Li Er only promoted Li Zixuan by 1 rank, from the original junior tutor of the Crown Prince to the current junior tutor of the Crown Prince. He still did not promote Li Zixuan's title, because above the Marquis was the Duke. A 15-year-old Duke was too shocking to hear. Unless Li Zixuan had made a great contribution by destroying a country, Li Er would not allow Li Zixuan to be promoted to the position of Duke in such a short period of time. However, among these rewards, the most important one for Li Zixuan was his fief. Li Er directly bestowed the entire Weinan County to him as his fief. This was not a small amount. One had to know that Weinan County was under the jurisdiction of Chang, unlike Lantian County. Every inch of land in the capital was worth an inch of gold. This was not only the case in modern times, but also in ancient times. Usually, the counties near Chang and were not directly bestowed to officials. However, Li Zixuan was different. His fief actually covered 2 counties near Chang'an. No one in the current imperial court could compare to this kind of favor. Right now, there was not a single marquis or duke who could surpass Li Zixuan in both quantity and quality of fief. At this moment, the officials in the imperial court couldn't help but look at each other after hearing Li Er's reward for Li Zixuan. This reward was indeed not excessive based on Li Zixuan's contribution in eliminating the locust plague. However, Li Zixuan already had Lantian County as his fief. Wasn't giving him Weinan County a little too much for a marquis? Your Majesty, Marquis Yong and Sky Rooster Brigade has saved countless lives. This subject has no objections to this reward. Xiaoyu stepped forward and cupped his hands. Li Zixuan cured Li Gang. This made Xiaoyu have a good impression of Li Zixuan. Furthermore, Li Zixuan's contribution in eliminating the locust plague was completely worthy of Li Er's reward. What reason did Xiaoyu have to not support this? This subject also has no objections. Wei Zheng also stepped forward. This subject has no objections. Finally, all the civil and military officials expressed their support. Li Er smiled and said, "Good. Then the reward for Marquis Yong and is decided." Since both the emperor and his subjects had agreed to this reward, what reason did Li Zixuan have to object? He could only bow and say, "This subject, Li Zixuan, thanks your majesty for the reward." Li Er nodded and then looked at the officials and said, "Everyone, if you have something to report, please report. If not, the court is dismissed." This meant that today's morning court had officially begun. After a moment of silence, Wei Zheng stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this subject has a report." Seeing that it was Wei Zheng, Li Er couldn't help but rub his eyebrows and said, "Dear subject Wei, please speak." Wei Zheng didn't hesitate and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, this time, Yanhuang College's secret files were stolen. Although Marquis Yong, and eventually took them back from Wuxia, everyone knows how dangerous it was. If this happened again, who can guarantee that those secret files would be recovered? And if those files that recorded the key technologies of Yanhuang College fell into the hands of outsiders, it would be a huge threat to our great Tang. Thus, this old subject pleads your majesty to allow the imperial court to safeguard these secret files for Yanhuang College." The moment the old troll said this, the officials immediately broke out into discussion. This was because they had also thought of this problem before. Li Er raised his eyebrows. Although he had this idea from the beginning, he definitely did not collude with Wei Zheng beforehand. Wei Zheng, who had always opposed him in the past, was secretly helping him today for the first time. This made Li Er feel a little uncomfortable for a moment. "Your Majesty, Left Minister Wei's words are reasonable." Unexpectedly, the one who stood out to support Wei Zheng wasn't from the civil officials' camp, but from a military camp, Qiu Xingong. Under Niu Jinda's furious gaze, Qiu Xingong clasped his fist and said, Your Majesty, Marquis Yong's engineering has indeed created many advanced tools and weapons, which have greatly improved our Great Tang's civil and military affairs. But if these things fall into the hands of outsiders, they will become sharp weapons for them to attack Great Tang. We have to guard against them. Thus, this subject agrees with Left Minister Wei's words. Qiu Xingong, Niu Jinda, couldn't hold it in anymore and was about to step forward to reprimand Qiu Xingong. Fortunately, Li Jing's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough to pull him back. At this moment, a few more officials in the Taiji Palace bowed in agreement. Chapter 1578. In historical records, people in the Central Plains often fought with people in the Northern Steppe. Wars between countries were always at the crucial juncture of each dynasty. The once powerful Han dynasty was able to establish a great dynasty through war. As for those countries that were slightly weaker, such as the 5 dynasties, the 10 kingdoms, and the Song dynasty, they could only choose to be annihilated under the powerful attacks. However, the Tang dynasty recorded in history books was different. It did not go through a difficult struggle, nor did it pay a bloody price. Instead, it easily defeated the other side. Was it because the Turks were too weak? Obviously not. According to historical records, the Turkic Empire was very powerful. As early as the period of the 16 kingdoms of the 5 barbarians, the Turkic Empire had interfered with the political power of the Central Plains many times and destroyed several powerful countries. North D has never been so prosperous, looking down on Yin Mountain and belittling Xia. The Turkic Empire at the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty was not weaker than the Xiongnu before the Han dynasty. In fact, it was much stronger. The Tang dynasty's victory over the Eastern Turks was attributed to Li Er's great talent and the Tang dynasty's military strength. That was why it was so easy to defeat the Eastern Turks. Moreover, the Tang dynasty's military genius, Li Jing, was even deified. It was said that he only had 3,000 men to defeat the Eastern Turks. It was possible that Li Jing was able to defeat the Eastern Turks with 3,000 men. However, it was not because of Li Jing's military talent or the Tang dynasty's military strength. Think about it. There were not many records of this unprecedented war in the history books, and there were no records of any large-scale battles between the two sides. The Eastern Turks seemed to have surrendered easily without a fight. This phenomenon was very abnormal. Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty had spent a lot of manpower and money to attack the Xiongnu. The Turks were very likely to be stronger than the Xiongnu. No matter how strong the Tang dynasty was, it could not have defeated the Turks so quickly. But why was the Turks destroyed by the Tang dynasty, which was slightly weaker, other than the Tang dynasty's commander Li Jing's outstanding military talent? The more important thing was that the Tang dynasty was blessed by the heavens. Heaven's protection sounded very mysterious, but it really did exist. Firstly, the Sui dynasty, with the help of Zhongsun Sheng, had split the Turks into 2 parts, the Eastern Turks and the Western Turks. Although the Turkic Empire's strength was still there, its internal divisions had already taken shape and were very difficult to resolve. In this context, although the Tang Empire had been beaten into a sorry state by the Turkic Empire in the early days of its founding, the Turkic Empire had not been truly unified. The two sides had either engaged in internal friction or were unable to focus on attacking the Tang dynasty. In addition, in history, when the Tang Empire was preparing to go to war with the Turks suddenly suffered from ice and snow disasters for 2 consecutive years. The history books recorded that in the first year of Xingguan, heavy snow fell in the country, several feet of flat land, sheep and horses died, people starved. In the second year of Xingguan, snow fell in midsummer in the country of Jieli. How serious was this disaster? In truth, this was not a disaster limited to the Mongolian grasslands, but a disaster that affected the entire northern hemisphere. The Tang dynasty was also affected. In the second year of Xingguan, the Yellow River region of China, especially the Hebei region, also suffered from a snow disaster. Even if the Turkic Khaganate went deep into the Tang dynasty to plunder, they would not gain anything. The temperature in the northern hemisphere plummeted, and the severe snow and frost caused a large number of livestock to freeze to death, causing an unprecedented famine. In order to maintain his military strength, Shili Khan had no choice but to forcefully collect military supplies from the various tribes of the grasslands. However, this action caused the resistance of many tribes in the Turkic Empire. After all, the Turkic Empire was no longer united. Thus, it was under this background that Li-Er had launched a war against the Turks. The Turkic Empire had long since lost its indomitable fighting power, so this massive war between countries had been fought so quickly and easily. After the destruction of the Eastern Turks, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty issued an edict. Since last year, the tribute has been reduced one after another. There is no need to trouble the generals of Wei and Hua. No need to wait for Jia and Chao. The Chanyu bows his head and passes his arm across the street. From this edict, one could see that after the Tang dynasty sent out its soldiers, it encountered almost no resistance. Many Turkic tribes, in order to survive, surrendered one after another. Li-Er could only sigh. There was no need for generals to work, no need for stratagems, and the Eastern Turks had been destroyed. But now, Li-Er was planning to start the country war with the Turks 1 year ahead of schedule, making it very difficult to determine the outcome. This was because the Turks at this time were still extremely powerful. At the very least, no one dared to disobey Shelley's orders on the steppe. Thus, Li Zishuan was resolutely opposed to sending troops to attack the Turks in 3 months. Your Majesty, this subject believes that attacking the Turks at this time is extremely inappropriate. Within Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan struggled internally for a moment before clasping his hands and solemnly speaking. These words caused an uproar among the officials. All the officials knew that Li Zishuan was a warmonger. Back when the prime minister of the Jianri dynasty had come to the Great Tang to propose marriage, Li Zishuan had directly rebuked him, and Li Zishuan had even threatened to fight. And when the diplomatic mission had visited the Great Tang, not only had Li Zishuan been on guard at every turn, he had even targeted them at every turn. It was clear that he was not afraid of stirring up trouble. This sort of warmonger who was tough on foreign affairs, upon hearing that the Great Tang was about to attack the Turks, his first reaction was not to raise both hands in approval, but to oppose. All the officials felt that the sun had risen from the west today. Seated at the head of the table, Li-Er frowned and sternly asked, "What's inappropriate about it?" Shelley disregarded the Great Tang, disregarded us, and dared to send soldiers to Yanmen Pass. As the ruler of the Great Tang, why can't we return the favor? Those familiar with Li-Er knew that Li-Er was somewhat angry at this time. This was because Li Zishuan had always been a junior that Li-Er valued greatly. But today, Li Zishuan's stance on the war between the Great Tang and the Turks had greatly disappointed Li-Er. To think that the talent that he had painstakingly nurtured was a cowardly scoundrel. How could Li-Er not be angry? How could he not be pained? Your Majesty, since the Sui dynasty, when the Turks were divided into the Eastern and Western Turks, the Turks had already been in chaos internally. In addition, there was a snowstorm last year, causing the Turks to lose a lot of food. These are all signs that the Turks' national strength is gradually declining. Meeting Li-Er's disappointed gaze, Li Zishuan calmly cupped his hands and said. Li-Er indifferently said, "Since that is the case, shouldn't we send troops to destroy Shelley now?" Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, "That is not the case. Your Majesty, although the Turks have encountered internal strife and natural disasters, Shelley's strength has been preserved well, and the national strength is still stronger than our Great Tang. In this official's opinion, since the Eastern Turks' national strength is already declining, why shouldn't our Great Tang wait a little longer?" "Huh, wait? Then how long do you think we should wait?" Li-Er coldly laughed and said in an unfriendly tone. At this moment, the officials in the hall also looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan almost cursed in his heart. Wait until when? Of course, wait until next year. But once he said that, Li-Er would definitely get to the bottom of it and ask him why he should wait until next year. Then, would he have to tell old Li that at the end of this month, there would be seasonal abnormalities on the grasslands and snow in midsummer? No one would believe him even if he said that. Your Majesty, This official thinks that it would be best to wait until next year. Under the pressure of everyone's eyes, Li Zishuan finally opened his mouth and replied. At the same time, Li Zishuan's mind was spinning, and he began to think about how to answer Li Er's next question. Next year? Why wait until next year? As expected, after hearing Li Zishuan's answer, Li Er directly asked. Li Zishuan straightened his clothes and cupped his hands with a solemn expression. Your Majesty, the Turks met with a snowstorm last winter, and many cows and sheep froze to death. If another snowstorm occurs on the grasslands this year, the Turks will definitely suffer another heavy blow. At that time, if Xieli wants to maintain his current military strength, he will have to ask for food from the other tribes of the grasslands. This will increase the dissatisfaction of the tribes of the grasslands towards Xieli, and the internal friction of the Eastern Turks will definitely worsen. At that time, when your Majesty sends troops to attack the grasslands, you will easily defeat Xieli. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, the officials all opened their mouths in shock. They did not expect that Li Zishuan's reason to persuade Li Er to stop fighting would be so childish. Yes, childish. Below the hall, Qiu Xingong coldly laughed and said, "Humph, Marquis Yong, and the premise of all your assumptions is that there will be another snowstorm in the grasslands this year. But who can guarantee that it will snow this year? War is not a game. How can you make the emperor postpone the country war plan based on your guess? What a joke." Qiu Xingong did not take Li Zishuan's words seriously, but Li Er, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Feng Xuanling's expressions all changed at this moment. Others might not know, but they knew that Li Zishuan had predicted a locust plague last year, and in the 6th month of this year, the locust plague came as scheduled, completely proving how accurate Li Zishuan's prediction was. Now that Li Zishuan said if another snowstorm occurs on the grasslands this year, it instantly alarmed the sensitive nerves of Li Er, Feng Xianling, and Zhang Sun Wuji. Was this a casual remark, or a prediction of the situation of the grasslands this winter? Li Er, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Feng Xianling all had this question in their hearts at the same time. After Qiu Xingong finished speaking, he thought that Li Er would quickly praise his point of view, but he stood there and waited for a long time and did not hear Li Er's voice, which made his heart sink gradually. The civil and military officials in the imperial court also felt that the atmosphere in the hall was not right, so they all lowered their heads and did not say a word. After keeping silent for a long time, Li Er finally opened his mouth and said, "This matter can be discussed later. I'm not feeling well and am a little tired. Today's morning court will end for now." Court dismissed. Li Zishuan, stay behind. After saying that, Li Er did not give the officials a chance to greet him, and directly stood up and walked towards the back of the hall. "Xiao Xian, you must be careful. In front of His Majesty, you must think thrice before you speak." Seeing that Li Er had left, the officials all left the court. Before Li Jing left, he looked at Li Zishuan and reminded him softly, "Yes, Uncle Li." Feeling Li Jing's goodwill, Li Zishuan nodded slightly and responded. Then he walked towards the direction of the Suite du Hall alone. Chapter 1579. Your Majesty, it is an indisputable fact that the Turks are at their peak. There is no need for the Great Tang to choose to knock against the hard rock that is the Turks. Only by preserving its strength and eliminating the Turks with minimal losses can the Great Tang become truly invincible. In Ganlu Palace, Li Er was frowning in thought. Li Zishuan had been waiting for a long time, but seeing no response from Li Er, he finally couldn't help but break the silence. Li Er finally raised his head, his unfocused eyes focused. He stared at Li Zishuan and slowly said, "We understand the strength of the Turks better than anyone else. Ever since we ascended the throne, the spies we sent into the steppe have never stopped. We admit that the current strength of the Turkic army is truly 30% greater than that of my Great Tang. But yesterday, we issued a decree for the 6 bureaus of the imperial court to prepare for war. 3 months later, an army of 300,000 soldiers will be dispatched from Chang into the steppe. We are the sovereign of a country, so how can we go back on our word? You said that at the end of the 7th month, the Turks would have a frost in midsummer. Although this matter is absurd, we believe you, but even so, what can we do? Since ancient times, a sovereign has never joked. Do you want us to go back on our word and lose all our prestige? When that time comes, the Great Tang will definitely fall into chaos. Li Zixuan frowned and fell silent. Li Er's words were completely sincere. The problem now was not that Li Zixuan didn't believe him, but that the imperial decree to mobilize the Turks had already been issued. No matter how reasonable Li Zixuan's words were, Li Er couldn't possibly change his mind, right? If all the officials in the court believed that the Turks would have a frost in the 7th month, then things would be much easier. At that time, even if Li Er wasn't willing to withdraw the imperial decree, the officials would still force him to do so. But the problem was that the officials couldn't just rely on Li Zixuan's one-sided words to believe in something as absurd as midsummer frost. Thus, Li Er was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Your Majesty, this subject believes that the lives of the great Tang sons are the most important. If we can delay the attack on the Turks for a year, not only will our chances of victory be greater, our casualties will also be much lower. In comparison, this subject believes that the sovereign's words can also be taken lightly. After a long while, Li Zixuan once more spoke. At this stage, do you still think that we are a tyrannical and fatuous sovereign who would rather push countless great Tang into the abyss of death for the sake of face? Li Zixuan understood the hidden meaning in Li Zixuan's words. He slammed the table and stood up, his face full of anger. There is no turning back for an arrow that has been shot. The sacred decree of war has already been issued, and the 6 branches of the imperial court are making intensive preparations for this war. If we were to suddenly issue a decree at this time ordering the officials to stop preparing for war, the officials of the imperial court would definitely think that we are afraid of the Turks. There is no wall in this world that does not have a crack. If the officials were to spread this news to the common people of the world would definitely panic. Even if the Turks were to encounter a great snowstorm this year, even if Xieli's strength would be greatly damaged as a result, would the Great Tang at that time be able to organize another attack against the Turks? As the saying goes, the first drum builds the spirit, the second will weaken, and the third will be exhausted. Rather than the morale of the army falling apart in the future, it would be better to gather the army now and attack the steppe in one go. Although the Turks are strong, our Great Tang does not necessarily have no chance of victory. We have wise and resourceful civil officials, valiant and brave generals, as well as the celestial lamp, telegraph, telescope, gunpowder, peerless divine weapons, and invincible armor. Why can't we fight the Turks fair and square? Only by defeating the Turks when they are at their strongest will the Great Tang have the capital to be unrivaled in the world, and only then will the surrounding small countries not dare to provoke the Great Tang. Back then, you were still full of mettle, declaring that you would make the Great Tang unrivaled in the world. Now that you have gone to the north, why have you become so fearful? Could it be that your backbone and courage have been beaten up by the Turk state preceptor? Li Er's voice was like thunder, and his words were like a storm, hitting Li Zixuan's face. The entire sweet Du hall reverberated with his angry roar. Zhao Song, who was standing in the corner of the hall, could not help but feel anxious. This was the first time he had seen Li Er so furious in front of an official. Although Li Er had often been angered by his officials in the past, old Li would not directly vent his anger in front of his officials. He would only smash his cup after the officials had left. Thus, Zhao Song was somewhat worried about Li Zixuan's current situation. This official did not. Li Zixuan was not frightened by Li Er's thunderous anger. He looked straight at Li Er, his eyes red, and his voice hoarse as he retorted, "This official does not fear the Turks. This official's blood is still hot, and my heart is still red. This official loves the land beneath my feet, and even more so, I love the simple and brave people of the Great Tang. If the Great Tang were to send troops to the Turks now, this official would be willing to immediately join the army and be the vanguard, charging and breaking through enemy lines, killing the enemy, and serving the country. But this subject does not wish to see countless good men of the Great Tang die under the iron hooves of the Turks. This subject does not wish to experience the pain of separation between life and death, where one could be talking and laughing with his fellow soldiers one moment and then be buried in the ground the next. Each of them represented a warm family behind them. They could be sons, husbands, or even fathers. When they were buried on the battlefield, their parents would lose their sons, their wives would lose their husbands, and their children would lose their fathers. Their warm family would instantly be shattered. In the Battle of Yonghe Pass, our great Tang lost tens of thousands of soldiers. This means that tens of thousands of families were shattered because of this battle. This official was the one who brought them out of Bing province. But this official did not bring them back. This official has let down their families. Their bones are already on the dry sand, and their families are still in cold clothes. Based on Jun Mo's words, a general success is built on the bones of 10,000. This official does not wish to stand on these piles of bones to make a great contribution. Such a contribution is stained with blood, and this official will feel uneasy. If there is a battle, this official is willing to fight. However, this official does not wish to see more meaningless sacrifices. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Li Zishuan's eyes couldn't help but turn moist. He thought back to Su Tingde and the other Bing province soldiers who had accompanied him out of Bing province. Just how high-spirited had they been when they had first left Bing province. They had believed that they could seize the advantage by anticipating the enemy's moves. But who could have expected the Turks to invest so much capital, dispatching 50,000 elite wolf cavalry? The defense lines at Yinmen Pass, Yonghe Pass, and Medu Pass had all been destroyed. Meanwhile, of the 30,000 soldiers that Li Zishuan had brought out of Bing province, only several thousand were left. Every time Li Zishuan thought about this gruesome battle, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Based on Jun Mo's words, a general success is built on the bones of 10,000. From the late Tang poet Chao Song's 6 Years of Life, Li Zishuan was taken aback by this poem. After a few moments of silence, he stood up, a complicated expression on his face, and walked up to Li Zishuan. Patting him on the shoulder, he sternly said, "Brat, since ancient times, people have died in war. If not for those soldiers who risked their lives on the battlefield, how could my great Tang have enjoyed its current peace? When we first stepped onto the battlefield, we were just like you. We also experienced the heart-wrenching pain of seeing one of our fellow soldiers leave us one by one. But we will not run away, nor will we be unable to recover from this setback. This is because we know that only by bringing peace to this country can we prevent even more people from bleeding on the battlefield. However, we can think of a way to reduce the number of deaths." Li Zishuan earnestly said, "Think of a way? The way you speak of is to have us order the officials of the 6 bureaus to stop preparing for the expedition? Is it to have the people of the Great Tang know that their sovereign is a cowardly sovereign who fears the Turks? Or is it that you have a way to have the people of the Great Tang believe that the Turks will suffer another snowstorm this year?" Li Er coldly snorted and continued, "At this point, the best method is to make ample preparations for the expedition in the next 3 months. The soldiers of the Great Tang are not any weaker than the Turks. Moreover, the imperial treasury is abundant, and your workshop has advanced technology. It can provide the soldiers with even more provisions and even better weapons and armor. This way, we can reduce the number of casualties. Brat, you were high-spirited and fearless back then. Don't tell me that you don't even have the confidence to defeat the Turks now?" Li Zishuan was rendered speechless by Li Er's lecture. Old Li's words were reasonable, and he had no way to refute them. Given the current situation of the Great Tang, changing the imperial edict would be too risky and costly. It was better to properly prepare for the expedition. More importantly, although the Turks were stronger in this period, the Great Tang was also stronger than it had been in history. Its treasury was abundant, and its national strength was flourishing. The Great Tang's current industrial level was also more advanced than it had been in history. It could produce sharper weapons and sturdier armor, and it also had auxiliary tools like radio transmissions, celestial lanterns, and telescopes. In this situation, It was not impossible for the great Tang to repeat that glorious victory in history. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan's heart was once again filled with confidence. Since there was no way to change the matter of the expedition to the steppe, he had to think of a way to increase the great Tang's chances of victory. Although 3 months was a short period of time, he could still do many things. Your Majesty's lecture is right. This subject was momentarily blinded. In the next 3 months, this subject will do his best to help the imperial court prepare for the Turks. Li Zixuan bowed deeply to Li Er's hen and said with a firm expression. Seeing this, Li Er's face finally revealed a smile of relief. He nodded and said heroically, "Good. This is the high-spirited, immortal son. So what if the Turks are strong? As long as we work together, the destruction of the Turks is just around the corner." Your Majesty's words are very true. Li Zixuan agreed with a smile. After saying that, he suddenly remembered that he came to the imperial court today with a mission. So he hurriedly cupped his hands towards Li Er and said, "Your Majesty, this subject's martial uncle from Mount Longhu wishes to have an audience with Your Majesty. He is currently waiting outside the palace, Your Majesty." Hearing this, Li Er's eyes lit up. He said in surprise, "Oh, you mean Daoist Xianxia is also in Chang'an? Quick, men, quickly invite Daoist Xianxia over." Then Li Er impatiently shouted to the eunuchs outside the hall. "Yes." One of the eunuchs bowed and replied, then turned and left quickly. In the Ganlu hall, Li Er looked at Li Zixuan and asked thoughtfully, "Tell me honestly, why did Daoist Xianxia come to the palace to see me this time?" Longhu Mountain had always been a secluded sect and had never been enthusiastic about the secular imperial power. Therefore, when Daoist Xianxia took the initiative to come to the palace, Li Er immediately felt that something was wrong after the initial excitement. Therefore, he asked Li Zixuan. In addition, this time when Li Zixuan was seriously injured at Longmen Pass and his life was hanging by a thread, Daoist Xianxia, who had been cultivating in Longhu Mountain, actually arrived in time. This kind of coincidence that shouldn't have happened. Old Li had been suspicious for a long time. Hearing this, Li Zixuan thought for a moment and replied, "Your Majesty, Martial Uncle came down the mountain this time to carry out a mission given by sect leader. Unexpectedly, when he passed by Lantian County, he found out that I was already at Longmen Pass. So he rushed to Longmen County on a horse and happened to see Longmen Pass being besieged by the Turkic army. Your Majesty should have heard about what happened after that." Li Er nodded and then asked, "You just said that Daoist Xianxia came down the mountain on the orders of sect leader Feng Lingzi. Can you tell me what the mission is?" After the heart-to-heart conversation just now, the emperor and his minister were much closer to each other, so Li Zixuan didn't have much scruples about what he said. When Li Zixuan answered, he also didn't deliberately hide it. "Your Majesty, to be honest, sect leader Feng Lingzi wants the disciples of Celestial Master Taoism to enter the secular world to cultivate. Most of those disciples are proficient in medicine. Sect leader also heard that I have set up a medical school in Yinshan and set up many joint medical centers all over the Tang Empire. Therefore, he wants those disciples of Celestial Master Taoism with excellent medical skills to enter the medical centers and take the pulse of the people. For the people of Taoism, saving the dying and healing the injured and curing the diseases of the people is also a kind of cultivation." "I see." Li Er's eyes lit up. After a pause, he nodded and said, "Good, good, good. With the help of the people of Celestial Master Taoism, this joint medical center of the Tang Empire will definitely become bigger and bigger. The people of the Tang Empire will definitely have less illness and more happiness. This is a great thing." The Tang Empire respected Laozi as their ancestor and regarded Taoism as their national religion. They took measures to promote Taoism and raise the status of Taoist priests. Emperor Gaozu of the Tang Empire, Li Yuan, stipulated that Taoism is great and Buddha is small, age first, and then release later. After Li Er ascended the throne, he immediately reiterated that my origin is from the pillar and collected the hidden and secret Taoist books of the Jin and Wei dynasties to spread the Taoism. As Taoism was beneficial to the orthodoxy and sanctity of the imperial power of the Tang Empire, Lier had a very good impression of Taoism. When he heard Li Zixuan say that the people of Celestial Master Taoism of Longhu Mountain were planning to enter the secular world to cultivate, old Li was naturally overjoyed. "Your Majesty, Taoist Master Xianxia is outside the hall." At this moment, a little eunuch ran in and bowed. Quickly invite Taoist Master Xianxia in." Lier was shocked and said excitedly, Your Majesty, but Taoist Master Xianxia is unwilling to remove the sword case." The eunuch had a difficult expression. Li Zixuan quickly went forward and explained, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. Little martial uncle is obsessed with swordsmanship and views swords as his life. He has never left his sword. Please forgive him, Your Majesty. I am willing to guarantee with my life that little martial uncle definitely has no ill intentions towards Your Majesty." Lier smiled indifferently and said, It's fine. I believe you." Then he looked at the eunuch and said, "What are you waiting for? Quickly invite Taoist Master Xianxia in." "Yes, sir." Chapter 1580. Lier had followed Li Yuan to rebel against the Sui dynasty when he was young. He had been fighting on the battlefield for nearly 10 years. Old Li was used to seeing life and death and those martial arts masters. Although Xianxia's strength was very high, Lier was not afraid that he would suddenly attack in the Sweet Dew Hall. Firstly, his own martial arts were quite good. Secondly, Zhao Song and Li Zixuan were in the hall. Thirdly, he did not believe that Xianxia would suddenly attack and assassinate him in the Sweet Dew Hall. Since ancient times, only tyrants would be easily assassinated. Lier had always been kind to the people ever since he ascended the throne. He had never done any evil deeds that angered the heavens and the people. As a member of Dao, there was no reason for Xianxia to assassinate him. Thus, Lier did not mind that Xianxia carried the sword case in. Back then, he often met some generals who wore armor and carried weapons here. Why would he care about Xianxia bringing weapons into the hall? Lier still had this little bit of tolerance. "I am Xianxia. Greetings, Your Majesty." After a while, Xianxia came to the hall. After standing still, he bowed to Lier and said. Lier said politely, "You don't have to be so polite. Come, give him seat." No matter what, Xianxia entered the palace this time representing the Celestial Master Taoism of Longhu Mountain. Lier should give him the corresponding respect. Not long after, a chamberlain brought over a chair. It was an old-fashioned wooden armchair. With one look, one could tell that it was a pirated version that old Li ordered people to copy from Li Zixuan. Xianxia had seen this kind of chair in Li Zixuan's house last night, so he didn't show much surprise. He cupped his hands towards Lier and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then he sat down leisurely. Li Zixuan secretly curled his lips. He was also from the Celestial Master Taoism of Longhu Mountain. Why did he never enjoy this kind of treatment in the Sweet Dew Hall? Old Li was trying to discriminate between the two. After Xianxia sat down, Lier smiled and said, "The Celestial Master Taoism has been the leader of Taoism in the world for hundreds of years. I have always wanted to go to Mount Longhu to visit the leader of your sect, Taoist Fenglingzi, and discuss the great Tao of heaven and earth together. I did not expect Taoist Xianxia to come a Chang'an. I am very happy." Under Li Zixuan's persuasion, Old Li had given up the fantasy and pursuit of immortals. However, it was hard for Lier not to pay attention to the arrival of such an important figure of Taoism like Xianxia. Besides, it was inevitable that Lier had some improper thoughts in his heart. After all, the Celestial Master Taoism was the oldest Taoist sect in the Central Plains. It could also be regarded as the sect closest to immortals. Its founder, Zhang Daoling, was respectfully called Celestial Master Zhang by the world. In the history books, Zhang Daoling was a real immortal who had achieved immortality. This also covered the Celestial Master Taoism with a layer of mystery. Lier was still somewhat in awe of the Celestial Master Taoism. In the face of Lier's enthusiasm, Xianxia was unmoved. He sat on the armchair, cold and arrogant, and said, Your Majesty is too kind. Since your Majesty ascended the throne, the world has been peaceful and the people have been prosperous. The Tang dynasty has been thriving in your Majesty's hands. The head of the sect has admired your Majesty for a long time and has always wanted to come to Chang and to pay respects to your Majesty in person. However, due to the busy affairs in the sect, he could only send me to Chang and to pay respects to your Majesty. Although Xianxia's face was cold and arrogant, the meaning expressed in his words was the goodwill of the celestial master Taoism to Lier. There was no other way. This was the task given to him by Lingzi. Even if he was unwilling, he had to complete it. Hearing this, Lier was really happy. He said with a smile, "Haha, as the 14th celestial master of the celestial master Taoism, Lingzi's Taoism is profound. I have always admired him in my heart." According to the historical records, the first 4 heads of the celestial master Taoism in Longhu Mountain, including Zhang Daoling, had all received the Taoism of the Taishang Laojun and became immortals. The current head of the celestial master Taoism, Lingzi, whose real name was Zhang Xijing, was the 14th successor of Zhang Daoling. He could be considered to be from a famous family. Seeing that the pleasantries were almost finished, Xianxia went straight to the point and said, "Your Majesty regards Taoism as the religion of the Tang dynasty. All the disciples of the Taoist sect in the world are grateful to your Majesty. As the leader of the Taoist sects in the world, the Celestial Master Taoism wants to lead the disciples of the Taoist sects in the world to help your Majesty stabilize the country. This time, I came down the mountain under the instructions of the head of the sect. I want to ask your Majesty for an order to let the Celestial Master Taoism enter the world to save the common people. In addition, the head of the sect also asked me to bring something for your Majesty. I hope your Majesty will kindly accept it." After that, Xianxia took out a book with a blue cover from his sleeve. Li Zixuan, who was standing at the side, curiously stuck his head out to see what the book in Xianxia's hand was. However, Xianxia seemed to notice his action. He directly put the book into his sleeve and turned around, saying, "Xiaoxian, I have something important to discuss with your Majesty. You go out and wait for a while. After the discussion is finished, I will leave the palace with you." "Yes, uncle." It was obvious that Xianxia had something to hide deliberately. This made Li Zixuan very confused. He secretly wondered what the mysterious content of the book was. Why did he have to hide it from him? In his impression, youngest uncle had never hidden anything from him. Li Zixuan, who was puzzled and a little uncomfortable in his heart, responded and cupped his hands to Lier, saying, "Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." Although Lier did not understand why Xianxia had to do this, he was more curious than Li Zixuan about the content of the book in Xianxia's hand. Hearing this, he couldn't wait to wave his hand and said, "Yes." Then Marquis Yoin, you can leave first. Damn it. Old Li is a classic example of getting rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. How unkind. Li Zixuan scolded Lier for being unkind in his heart. However, he said, "I will take my leave." With a complicated feeling of curiosity, doubt, and disappointment, Li Zixuan reluctantly left the sweet dew hall. Actually, if he looked carefully, he would be able to see the deeply hidden awkwardness on Xianxia's face. Outside the hall, Li Zixuan, who was angry, wanted to leave the imperial palace and return to Yun Mountain. However, he remembered that this was Xianxia's first time in the imperial palace. If there was no one to lead the way, it would be easy for him to get lost. Li Zixuan could only wait patiently outside Tai Chi Palace. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. Li Zixuan thought to himself, "The academy should be having their final exam right now, right? I hope that group of children can do their best and live up to old teacher Wen Ji's expectations." After returning to Yun Mountain, Li Zixuan knew more and more about the attack on the academy that night. This included Li Gang's passionate and righteous words when he faced Wuxia. This old man was originally a scholar. "I know the 4 books and 5 classics. I am familiar with the records of the Grand Historian and the Book of Han. I only have a few plain clothes and no money. I only have a few hundred students. This old man's greatest asset. This old man respects the heavens and the earth, respects morality, and fears the people. You're just a barbarian. How can I be threatened by you? This old man knows that your martial arts are strong and invincible, but I want to see what you can do to me today. Thinking about these words now, Li Zishuan could not restrain his entire body from trembling, his blood vessels pulsing. His chest was filled with literary knowledge. His mind was as deep as a valley. His belly was filled with poetic and scholarly spirit. Li Gang's heart was filled with awe-inspiring righteousness. Therefore, he was not afraid of ghosts and serpents, much less the Tujue's imperial preceptor, who was highly skilled in martial arts. Li Zishuan admired Li Gang even more for his courage and magnanimity. Fortunately, Li Zishuan successfully pulled Li Gang back from the gates of hell. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would still be in deep self-reproach. Little Xian, let's go. Back to Lantian. At some point in time, Xianxia walked out from the Taiji Palace and stood behind Li Zishuan. Little martial uncle. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked in surprise, Junior martial uncle, you finished your discussion with His Majesty so quickly? Yes. Xianxia faintly replied with a and did not say anything more. Li Zishuan didn't want to let go of Xianxia. He asked, Little martial uncle, the book you gave His Majesty, what's the content in it? Xianxia paused and didn't say anything. Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, could it be that the book recorded the martial arts secret of the Celestial Master Sect? Little martial uncle, did you give His Majesty the secret of Taishan Sutra? Facing Li Zishuan's wild guess, Xianxia's face turned red. He finally couldn't help but say angrily, it's not a secret martial arts secret, and it's not Taishan Sutra. Little Xian, stop guessing. Go back to Lantian County quickly. Little martial uncle has something to discuss with priest's son. Oh, seeing that Xianxia was unwilling to tell him the content of the small book, Li Zishuan gave up and had to agree. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, Little martial uncle, how was your discussion with His Majesty just now? Did His Majesty agree to the request of our sect? Hearing this, Xianxia's face immediately returned to normal. He nodded and said, His Majesty agrees that the Celestial Master Sect and your medical school will jointly set up joint medical centers in all the counties of the Tang Empire. The cost will be borne by the imperial court. That's great. Hearing this, Li Zishuan immediately forgot some of the previous unpleasantness and said happily, with the help of our sect, the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire could be set up in all the counties of the Tang Empire in the shortest time. By then, the people will have no disease that is difficult to treat. The biggest obstacle to the implementation of the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire was not the problem of money, but the lack of talent. The Tang Empire had a vast territory with a total of more than 360 counties. If the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire wanted to cover the whole Tang Empire, how many medical talents would they need? Now, that Oli had specially allowed the people of the Celestial Master Sect of Longhu Mountain to join the joint medical centers, this was undoubtedly good news. Because the people of the Celestial Master Sect had taken the lead to set an example. In the future, there would be more and more Taoist priests from other Taoist sects who wanted to join the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire. This was a snowball effect. Taoism had developed for nearly 1,000 years, and there were more than tens of thousands of disciples. Most of the people in Taoism were good at medical skills. If more than 30% of these people could join the joint medical centers, the problem of the medical centers being short of people in the early stage would be solved easily. Chapter 1581. Brother Crown Prince, are you saying that Brother Xiaoxian has returned from the north? Chang'an City, West City. A gorgeous carriage slowly moved forward with the flow of people. In the carriage, a young lady with bright eyes and white teeth raised her head to look at the young man in embroidered clothes. There was no need to guess. This young lady and young man were Chang'e and Li Chengxian. After the morning court session, Chang'e sent someone to invite Li Chengxian. Yesterday, the two siblings had agreed to leave the palace together today. Yes, That's right. Xiaoxian even attended the morning court session today. I heard that he returned to Cloud Mountain last night. Li Changxian lightly nodded as he replied. Brother Crown Prince, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known earlier, I would have waited for Brother Xiaoxian in the palace to come out together. Changle wrinkled her nose and said regretfully. Li Changxian's eyes flashed as he asked with deep meaning. Changle, father kept Xiaoxian alone after the morning court session. Could it be that you want to continue waiting in the palace? Of course not. We left the palace today for Mother to go to the Drunken Immortal Inn to make a meteoric rise. In any case, Brother Xiaoxian is already back. If we want to see him, we can see him at any time. Don't you think so, Brother Crown Prince? Changle hesitated for a moment before hurriedly changing her words. After saying that, she couldn't help but pat her collar and heave a sigh of relief. She secretly praised herself for being quick-witted. Otherwise, she would have fallen into Li Changxian's trap. Li Changxian helplessly shook his head. Just now, he indeed wanted to test Changle's reaction, but now it seemed that there was no need to test anymore. His younger sister's thoughts were so complicated. Venerable One, it's that carriage. Under a tea shed 100 feet in front of the carriage, a large man whispered to a bamboo hat man sitting beside him. Are you sure that the one sitting inside is the current crown prince? Soon, a middle-aged man's voice sounded from under the bamboo hat. I'm sure. I saw this carriage coming out of the palace. Moreover, I recognized the soldiers behind the carriage. They all came from the Eastern Palace. The one sitting inside the carriage is undoubtedly the crown prince. The gray-robed man hurriedly whispered. Good. The middle-aged man wearing the bamboo hat nodded and then whispered excitedly. Tiske, Tiske? What a pleasant surprise. Initially, he had already completed the Dragonhead mission and was about to return. However, he didn't expect to encounter such a heaven-sent opportunity. If this poor monk can capture the Great Tang's crown prince and bring him back, Li Shimin will definitely be wary. Venerable One, are you really going to fight here? The burly man's face tightened slightly, and then he moved closer to the bamboo hat man and asked anxiously, What happened here? The more people there are, the safer we will be. In a while, follow the plan this poor monk gave you. The bamboo hat man said coldly. Yes, the burly man responded, then turned around and left. On the street, the carriage that Li Changxian and Changle were in was still moving forward slowly. The pedestrians outside the carriage were bustling with activity, talking and laughing. It was very lively in contrast to the peddlers' shouts. This was the busiest market in this era. Bang, bang, bang. Help! Get out of my way! Get out of my way! Suddenly, a series of loud bangs came from the depths of the Western Market. Soon after, the crowd fell into chaos. A large black yak was madly charging through the streets, knocking away the pedestrians who couldn't get out of the way in time. Some of the pedestrians who were caught by the yak's horns had their bodies pierced, splattering blood on the spot. However, the black yak did not slow down in the slightest. Screams and howls merged together, and in a short while, the main street of the Western Market was in chaos. Even worse was that the black yak was like a fugitive, not slowing down in the slightest as it charged toward Li Changxian's carriage. Protect the Crown Prince. As the Crown Prince of the Great Tang, Li Changxian could not leave the palace alone. The Eastern Palace guards following Li Changxian out of the palace quickly noticed the commotion in the Western Market. Seeing that the black yak was about to reach them, the leader of the guards, Wu San, hurriedly pulled out his saber and shouted, Yes, sir. 10 some Eastern Palace guards answered in unison, and then they rushed to the carriage and stood in a row with the most sabers in their hands. Big Brother Crown Prince, what's going on outside? As the carriage came to a sudden stop, screams and howls came from outside. Changle's face paled in fright as she grabbed Li Changxian's arm and asked, Assassination. There was a high chance that this was an assassination. Li Changxian's face was as cold as water. As someone who had lived in the depths of the palace for many years, he instantly sensed that something was amiss. He patted Changle's small hand and sternly said, Changle, you stay here. This solitude will go out and take a look. Even though Li Changxian already had a bad premonition, he had to step out at this time. If there really was an assassin, the assassin was probably coming for him. If he stayed in the carriage, he would only drag Changle down with him. As her elder brother, Li Changxian felt that he had the responsibility to protect his little sister. Wu San, what's going on? Jumping out of the carriage, Li Changxian frowned and sternly called out, Your Highness, quickly enter the carriage. There's a mad yak coming from the front. Li Changxian's carriage was a thick steel carriage specially made by the Odd Interest Pavilion. Ordinary arrows would not be able to penetrate it. At this critical moment, Wu San placed his hopes on this heavy carriage. He then loudly shouted, Stop it! With that, Wu San wielded his Mo saber and led the charge towards the Black Yak. At this time, the Black Yak was only 4 to 5 zhang away from the carriage. The rest of the soldiers hurriedly controlled the carriage to stop at the side, while the rest charged with Wu San. The distance between them and the Black Yak was getting closer and closer. Wu San was able to become an Eastern Palace Guard, and his martial arts were also quite good. When he was about to reach the Black Yak, he directly soared into the air and flew above the Black Yak. Then, he raised his Mo saber and viciously chopped at the yak's neck. Clearly, Wu San also understood that if he directly used the Mo saber to chop at the yak's head, he would not be able to cut through it. Therefore, he chose to chop at the Black Yak's relatively weak spot. Pooh! This was the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. The middle of the Mo saber in Wu San's hand had almost completely sunk into the Black Yak's neck. Although the saber had cut through, it did not cut through the Black Yak's neck. In fact, to be able to cut through the Black Yak's thick neck in such a situation, one would have to be at least at the peak of the Qi Transformation Realm or the Grandmaster Realm to be able to do so. Wu San's saber did not cut through the Black Yak's neck. Instead, it aroused the Black Yak's ferocity. The Black Yak, who was in pain, had completely turned into a mad bull. Its 4 big hooves desperately stomped on the limestone floor, and then it carried Wu San and charged towards the 4 or 5 Eastern Palace Guards. Evil beast! You dare! Seeing this, Wu San was both shocked and angry. He pressed one hand on the saber's hilt and used the momentum to fly up, directly riding on the Black Yak's back. Then he pulled out the Mo saber from the Black Yak's neck and ruthlessly stabbed at the Black Yak's neck from the side. Although the laws of the Great Tang clearly stated that no one was allowed to kill a farm cow, in this situation, not only did the Black Yak threaten the lives of the common people in the West City, it was also threatening Li Changxian's safety. Wu San almost did not hesitate. In an instant, he made a decision: directly kill the Black Yak. Chi. This time, because Wu San was riding on the yak's back, it was easier for his wrist to exert force. Therefore, the saber directly pierced the Black Yak's neck from top to bottom. Blood spurted out from the Black Yak's neck and sprayed onto Wu San's face. Moo! The Black Yak let out a sorrowful cry. Finally, it could no longer run and died on the spot. And at this time, the Black Yak was less than 1 zhang away from the carriage. Wu San, who was on the yak's back, jumped to the ground before the Black Yak fell to the ground. Then, he finally let out a big sigh of relief. But before he could finish his sigh of relief, he caught a glimpse of a burning bamboo tube tied to the Black Yak's tail. Wu San's heart instantly rose to his throat because he knew that the Black Yak on the ground had not gone crazy. Instead, someone was using the Black Yak to create a disturbance. Quickly protect His Highness and the princess. Wu San, who had reacted, quickly pulled out the Mo saber from the Black Yak's neck and shouted loudly. But his warning was too late. Just as Wu San's voice fell, a tall and sturdy man wearing a bamboo hat was flying in Li Changxian's direction. His speed was so fast that Wu San had no time to react. He could only stare blankly as the man put his hand on Li Changxian's shoulder. Impudent! What kind of thief dares to commit murder in Chang'an City? Li Changxian's heart was slightly alarmed when his shoulder was clamped, but his expression was still calm. He looked at the tall and sturdy man beside him and coldly reprimanded. Chang'an City? This place will soon become our world. Ha ha ha. The man in the bamboo hat snorted coldly and laughed arrogantly. Then, seeing that Wuxian and the others were rushing over with all their might, the man in the bamboo hat waved his sleeve at a nearby stall. The wooden shelves, sheds, baskets, and other things were brought to the group of Eastern Palace guards by his powerful true chi. He, on the other hand, lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, grabbed Li Chengxian, and leaped into the air, about to escape into the flood of pedestrians. Stop! Let go of Brother Crown Prince. At this moment, the carriage's curtains moved slightly, and a little girl dressed in a pink palace dress jumped out of the carriage and shouted at the man in the bamboo hat who had just leaped into the air. Changle, don't worry about your brother. Quickly go back. Li Chengxian, who was being held in the air, saw Changle come out of the carriage and couldn't help but anxiously shout. Changle? Huh, I didn't expect good things to come in pairs. It seems that today is destined to be a fruitful day. The man in the bamboo hat lowered his head and looked at Changle, then looked at the anxious Li Chengxian. Then he laughed proudly. Then the man in the bamboo hat came back, grabbed Li Chengxian's shoulder, and flew down. To be precise, he was flying in the direction of Changle. Protect Her Highness! Wuxian was shocked and angry. He held the Mo sword and flew in the direction of the man in the bamboo hat. Then he raised the Mo sword above his head and viciously slashed at the man in the bamboo hat. Oomph. The man in the bamboo hat sneered. Then he turned the hands that were holding Li Chengxian slightly and sent Li Chengxian's body in the direction of Wuxian's slash. Despicable. Seeing this, Wuxian turned pale with fright. He hurriedly put away the Mo sword, but at this moment, he was already in the air. He wanted to change direction, but there was no point for him to use. He could only continue flying in the direction of the man in the bamboo hat. Die! This word floated out of the wide bamboo hat. Then, the man in the bamboo hat stretched out his left palm and viciously slapped Wuxian's chest. Wuxian, be careful! Li Chengxian was the closest to the man in the bamboo hat and was the first to sense the man's actions. He hurriedly warned him loudly. But how fast was the man in the bamboo hat? By the time Li Chengxian finished speaking, that wide palm had already firmly imprinted itself on Wuxian's chest. Wuxian spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was like a kite with a broken string as he rapidly fell down. The fresh blood that was floating in the air reflected the morning sun, making it look very sorrowful. Protect the crown prince. Protect the princess. Quickly call for reinforcements. This was the death cry that Wuxian used all his strength to let out before he landed. More than 10 Eastern Palace guards immediately swarmed in front of Changle with their Mo swords in hand. In addition, another guard rushed out of the crowd and ran to report the news. Oomph! You overestimate yourselves. The man in the bamboo hat snorted coldly. Then, he used the tip of his foot to pick up a wooden stick on the ground. It was probably scattered by the roadside stall during the chaos earlier. Then, the man in the bamboo hat held the wooden stick in his hand and directly rushed forward. Without any movement, the 10 Eastern Palace guards were all swept to the ground by the wooden stick. After knocking down all the Eastern Palace guards, the man in the bamboo hat retreated back to Li Chengxian's side. All of this happened in a flash. From start to finish, it was probably only a few blinks of an eye, and all the Eastern Palace guard were down. This was the absolute difference in strength. And Li Chengxian wanted to take advantage of the time when the man in the bamboo hat attacked, but he couldn't escape because the time interval was too short. It's the Crown Prince. Someone wants to kidnap the Crown Prince. Xi City was originally a bustling place. The commotion caused by the Black Yak earlier had caused many people to flee, but there were still some brave people who didn't go far. At this time, when they saw the situation on Li Chengxian's side, they couldn't help but exclaim. Then, the surrounding commoners all reacted and surrounded the carriage. Oomph! I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The man in the bamboo hat, who was walking towards Changle, suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at the crowd that was gradually coming closer. After that, he flashed in front of Changle. Changle didn't even have time to react before she was grabbed by the man in the bamboo hat. "Let go of me! Let go of me! You heinous villain! How dare you commit murder in Chang'an City? My father won't let you off." With her shoulder grabbed, Changle wanted to struggle, but found that she couldn't exert any strength. The little girl protested loudly in fear and anger. "Oomph! Both of you, brother and sister, come with this poor monk." The man in the bamboo hat snorted softly and then prepared to leave with Xianxia and Changle. But things didn't go as he wished. Let go of the crown prince and princess." The man in the bamboo hat suddenly felt his legs sink. He looked down and saw a man covered in blood hugging his legs. Chapter 1582. "Oomph. You want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish." On the main street of the West Market, the bamboo hat man was enraged when the leader of the Eastern Palace Guards, Wuxia, hugged his legs. He snorted coldly and circulated his qi to his legs. A powerful surge of Jinqi suddenly erupted, causing Wuxia to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Help me! Quick, help me!" Wuxia felt a surge in his chest. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs were about to shift. However, his powerful will allowed Wuxia to hold on tightly to the bamboo hat man's legs. He used all of his strength to shout to the other soldiers around him, "Go! Protect His Highness!" The dozen or so Eastern Palace guards who had fallen to the ground stood up again and ran toward the man in the bamboo hat with all their might. Seeing this, the man in the bamboo hat panicked. He channeled true qi into his legs again and released it, trying to shake Wuxia off completely. Puffed, puffed. This time, Wuxia spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The joints in his arms were completely broken, and he was sent flying far away. It was not that he did not want to continue holding on to the man in the bamboo hat, but his arms were completely powerless now. Wuxia, Commander Wu, Xianxia, and the group of Eastern Palace guards were all shocked. Wuxia was clearly heavily injured and looked like he was about to die. Who knew that the man in the bamboo hat would not give up? He took 2 steps forward like lightning and kicked Wuxia in the abdomen. Wuxia was instantly kicked into the air and smashed into the Eastern Palace guards who were rushing over. "Oomph! You overestimate yourself." After breaking free of Wuxia's restraints, the man in the bamboo hat snorted coldly. Then, like an eagle catching chicks, he picked up Xianxia and Changle and prepared to leave. But, bam! "Protect His Highness! Protect Her Highness!" Just as the man in the bamboo hat was about to leave and the Eastern Palace guards were smashed to the ground, a burly man in coarse clothes suddenly slid toward the man in the bamboo hat. When he slid to the feet of the man in the bamboo hat, the burly man did not hesitate to imitate Wuxia and hug the man in the bamboo hat's legs tightly. After witnessing that brief exchange with the burly man on the ground as a demonstration, the surrounding commoners all followed suit and swarmed toward the man in the bamboo hat. Even if they knew that they were no match for the man in martial arts, what could they do? This was the capital, under the emperor's feet, kidnapping the crown prince and princess right under the emperor's nose. How was that just lawless? This was simply treason. The Tangs worshipped martial arts, especially the people of Chang'an. Their customs were more valiant than those of other places. Someone wanted to kidnap the crown prince and the princess right under the emperor's nose. As Tangs under the emperor's nose, they would not allow such a thing to happen. His Highness, His Highness, His Highness, His Highness. After a while, dozens of people from Chang'an City surrounded the man. They not only surrounded him, but also hugged his legs tightly. The reason why the citizens were so fearless was that the Li Tang royal family had won the hearts of the people. Xianxia had also done a lot of good deeds before, so the citizens had a very good impression of Xianxia. But now that the man in the bamboo hat wanted to capture their crown prince, these citizens would definitely not agree. "You're all courting death." The man in the bamboo hat was furious, especially when he felt the ground tremble slightly and knew that it was very likely that the patrolling Marquis of Chang was about to rush over. His heart was filled with rage and panic. With an angry snort, many of the people around him were sent flying or vomited blood from the shock. The The crown prince and princess are under attack in Xi City. Soldiers in the city go to support them. The crown prince and princess are under attack in Xi City. Soldiers in the city go to support them. On the Vermilion Bird Avenue, Li Zishuan and Xianxia were chatting as they walked. Suddenly, a soldier appeared in their field of vision, and that soldier was running while panting. What? Chengxian and Chang'e were under attack? Hearing that, Li Zishuan and Xianxia looked at each other and were shocked. He hurriedly urged Big White to come in front of the soldier and asked anxiously, "You said the crown prince and princess were under attack. Who attacked them? How are the crown prince and princess now?" Marquis Yong. The soldier looked up and saw that the person who asked was Li Zishuan. He immediately became excited and grabbed Li Zishuan's arm, saying excitedly, "Marquis, quickly go to Xi City and save the crown prince and princess. There is a thief wearing a bamboo hat and is extremely skilled in martial arts who wants to do something bad." Li Zishuan took back the academy's information from Wuxia at the Longmen Pass and became famous in the world. Now, who did not know that Li Zishuan could fight a great grandmaster master alone? Therefore, after seeing Li Zishuan, the soldier who sent the message felt like he had seen his savior. Xi City, extremely skilled in martial arts. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, he turned his horse around and said to Xianxia, "Young Uncle Master, I will go save the crown prince and princess. You go back to Yinshan first." Then, without waiting for Xianxia's reply, he kicked Big White's stomach and rushed to the west side of the city with his horse. "Little Xian, Uncle Master will go with you." Xianxia quickly made a decision and chased after Li Zishuan's back. He was not interested in fighting and killing at all. However, since the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain had chosen to enter the world, now that he knew something had happened to Li Changxian, he had to help. Seeing that, the soldier who sent the message could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that with the help of the two masters, Li Zishuan and Xianxia, it was basically settled. Even if the man in the bamboo hat was skilled in martial arts, he would definitely not be a match for Li Zishuan and Xianxia. Chapter 1583. Clang! Just as the man in the bamboo hat was about to hit Chang'e's head with his right palm, a loud and clear sound of a sword suddenly came from the street of Xi Market. The man in the bamboo hat instantly felt a sense of extreme danger. If this palm hit, Chang'e would undoubtedly die, but he would also be seriously injured by this sword. Humph! Of course, the man in the bamboo hat didn't want to die like this. He snorted coldly and directly turned his palm into a claw. He directly grabbed Chang'e's right shoulder and pulled her in front of him. He wanted to use Chang'e to block this sudden and peerless sword. "You're courting death." This sword was the fifth move of the 9 Taishian swords, leaving dust, which was used by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan rode all the way to the entrance of Xi Market. As soon as he arrived, he saw that the man in the bamboo hat was about to hit Chang'e's head with his palm. Li Zishuan was so shocked and angry that he directly used the fastest move of the 9 Taishian swords to save Chang'e. However, the man in the bamboo hat's reaction was both unexpected and reasonable. In order to avoid hurting Chang'e, Li Zishuan could only forcibly change the direction of the sword to avoid the man in the bamboo hat and Chang'e. However, the man in the bamboo hat's action had also thoroughly angered Li Zishuan. Today's matter was destined to be irreconcilable. Grandmaster Late Stage. The man in the bamboo hat, who had dodged a bullet, couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he felt the momentum from Li Zishuan. He had never expected to meet a master at the Grandmaster Late Stage here, let alone a teenager of 15 or 16 years old. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and couldn't help but say in a low voice, "You're Li Zishuan." In the whole world, Li Zishuan was probably the only person who could reach such a high level of martial arts at such a young age. Chang'e, who had thought that she was doomed, closed her eyes and waited for her death. However, after waiting for a long time, the bamboo hat man's palm did not land. Instead, she heard the words Li Zishuan. She hurriedly opened her eyes and saw Li Zishuan brushing past her with the wind chasing sword in hand. At this moment, Chang'e couldn't help but feel a little dazed. When she was at her most dangerous and desperate moment, the man she respected and admired the most finally appeared. Was this fate, or was it a coincidence? Oomph. How could a grandmaster commit such a despicable act? He really deserves to die. Just when a man in the bamboo hat was shocked by Li Zixuan's arrival, a cold snort came from his left. Then he felt a sharp light locking onto him. The fifth sword of the 9 Taishian swords, leaving dust, a sword leaving dust and desolation. A handsome man in a Taoist robe, holding a long sword, was stabbing towards him at an even faster speed. Powerful. In the face of such a powerful swordsman, the man in the bamboo hat couldn't even think of resisting. He knew that he couldn't hide or resist, so he could only run. As for using the same trick again and pulling Chang'e to his left as a shield, there was no time at all, because this swordsman's speed was more than 30% faster than Li Zixuan's. When did so many demons appear in Chang and City, and each one was more powerful than the other? This was the most depressing thing for the man in the bamboo hat at this moment. Venerable, be careful. The burly man who had been standing beside the bamboo hat man flew over at this critical moment. With a chi sound, the long sword pierced his body in the next moment. The bamboo hat man took the opportunity to retreat quickly and directly retreated more than 5 feet away. Venerable, leave quickly. The big man spat out blood, but before he died, he still worriedly said these 4 words. The man in the bamboo hat didn't stop. He directly jumped up and flew away over the heads of the onlookers. There were 2 guru masters, and one of them was a super sword master who was about to break through the great grandmaster realm. In the face of such a lineup, he didn't even have the courage to stay for a moment, let alone care about the 2 hostages, Li Chengxian and Chang'e. Xiaoxian, you stay here. I'll chase after him. The last sword master, who was wearing a Taoist robe, was Xianxia. Seeing the man in the bamboo hat jump away, Xianxia moved his feet slightly and used all his strength to perform the cloud-piercing steps. In a flash, he had already disappeared, leaving only these 4 words in the air. Uncle, be careful. Li Zixuan also wanted to chase after him, but he was worried that there would be an ambush here, so he had to stay and shouted in the direction where Xianxia disappeared. Chang'e, are you all right? The exchange of blows just now seemed to take a long time to describe, but to an ordinary person, it was only a matter of an instant. It was absolutely not more than 10 breaths of time from beginning to end. Only now did Li Chengxian finally return to his senses. He hurriedly rushed to Chang Li's side and asked with an anxious and concerned expression. At this time, Chang'e's face was already wet, and her mouth was full of blood. It was the blood flowing from the arm of the man in the bamboo hat. The blood, coupled with her weeping face, not only didn't make people feel fear, but also made people feel a kind of affection and pity for her. Because just now, if this weak little girl hadn't stood out bravely and bit the arm of the man in the bamboo hat, Li Chengxian would probably be a cold corpse now. In order to protect her brother, even if the enemy was a powerful and invincible guru master, Chang'e stood out fearlessly. Thinking of this, Li Chengxian's heart was filled with sorrow, pity, and self-blame. He hurriedly wiped the blood from Chang'e's mouth with his sleeve and kept murmuring, Chang'e, it's all my fault. I didn't protect you well. I shouldn't have brought you out. Chang'e shook her head. Although there were still tears in her eyes, she smiled and said, Brother Crown Prince, don't say that. It's fine as long as you're all right. Chang'e is also fine. This is the blood of that thief, not Chang'e's. It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Hearing Chang'e say that she was all right, Li Chengxian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. A smile of relief appeared on his face. Quickly call the imperial physician. His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess are injured. At this time, the surrounding marquises had already surrounded them, and the Marquis in the lead loudly ordered. Li Chengxian stood up, and his gentle face became dignified again. He said in a deep voice, When the princess are all right, quickly send these injured commoners and guards to the Imperial Physician Department. The rest of you, quickly track down the assassin's whereabouts. Yes, the Marquis in the lead loudly accepted the order. At this time, Li Chengxian walked towards Li Zishuan. He very solemnly cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan and said, "Little Xian, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the two of us would have met with misfortune." Li Chengxian was very clear in his heart that the Bamboo Hat Man's goal was nothing more than to hold the two of them hostage to achieve an unspeakable goal. However, in order to escape the encirclement, the Bamboo Hat Man could only choose to kill one of the two of them as a deterrent. The person who should have died was him, but because of Changle's excessive actions, the Bamboo Hat Man changed his target. If Li Zishuan had arrived a moment later, Changle would have died, and he, Li Chengxian, would have become the Bamboo Hat Man's hostage. In order to prevent Li Er from being threatened by the Bamboo Hat Man, he could only sacrifice himself. Finished speaking, Li Chengxian sincerely bowed towards Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan jumped in fright. He quickly moved to the side and helped Li Chengxian up, saying, "Chengxian, what are you doing? Aren't you torturing me like this? You said before that we are all good brothers. When a brother is in trouble, I, Li Zishuan, should come to help. Isn't that what I should do? If you continue to be like this, next time I won't save you." In the end, Li Zishuan couldn't help but crack a joke. Hearing this, Li Chengxian couldn't help but smile, saying, "That's good. I won't say any polite words. This friendship, I will always remember it in my heart." The friendship between men was like this. "Perhaps I'm not good with words, but as long as you need help, I will appear. I won't ask too much, and I won't be embarrassed." Some seemingly careless details and small matters are all moments of true feelings between men. As long as you can understand it, there's no need to say anything more. Chapter 1584. Bastard. In the land of Chong, and at the foot of the imperial city, there are assassins who dare harm our crown prince and princess. In the future, will there be people who will break into the imperial palace and chop at our head? In the sweet dew hall of the imperial palace, Li Er's furious roar resounded through the entire hall. The palace maids and eunuchs outside the hall could hear the roar from far away. Thus, everyone in the imperial palace fell silent. No one dared to make the slightest mistake at a time like this. And in the hall, Lu Dui of the Court of Judicial Review and Hua Wenjie of the governor's office were in charge of the trials of the Great Tang's prisons, while the other was in charge of the security of the capital. Now that assassins had appeared in Chong, and to openly kidnap Li Chengxian and Changle, it was reasonable to say that the two of them should be held accountable. Thus, when they learned of what had happened in Shi City, Lu Dui and Hua Wenjie sent people to deal with it, while personally coming to the imperial palace to ask for forgiveness. This old subject is terrified. This old subject is guilty. At this moment, hearing Li Er's harsh words, the two old subjects hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Terrified? Do we say something wrong? Everyone says that the capital is an important and heavily guarded place. But our crown prince and princess only took a trip out of the imperial palace and were attacked by assassins. When did the security of Chong and fall into such chaos? Li Er slapped the table, his face ashen. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your Majesty, please calm your anger." The two old subjects looked at each other and could only say this. At this time, Li Chengxian and Changle's life and death were unknown. Whatever the two of them said was superfluous. If something happened to Li Chengxian and Changle, the two of them would definitely lose their positions. Only if Li Chengxian and Changle were lucky enough to be safe would they be able to make up for their mistakes. "Your Majesty, good news. The Marquis of Yong and Taoist Master Xianxia came to the rescue in time. His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess are both safe." At this moment, a young eunuch ran in from outside the hall and happily bowed to Li Er. Hearing this, Li Er, Lu Dui, and Hua Wenjie's gazes all gathered on the little eunuch. "What? Chengxian and Changle are both fine? What about the assassin? Did Li Zishuan catch the assassin?" Li Er leaned forward, unable to conceal the excitement in his voice. At this moment, Old Li was extremely glad that he had left Li Zishuan behind for questioning after morning court. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would have already returned to Cloud Mountain. How would he have the time to save Li Chengxian and Chang'e? Reporting to your majesty, when head steward Zhao brought people to Shi City, Marquis Yong and Taoist Xianxia had already rescued His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess from the hands of the assassin. However, that assassin took advantage of the chaos to escape under the cover of his accomplices. Now, all the city gates of Chang have been sealed. Taoist Master Xianxia and Manager Zhao are searching for the assassin's whereabouts. The young eunuch hurriedly bowed and answered. Li Er's expression turned cold as he said, "Immediately summon Chengxian and Chang'e back to the palace. Order Niu Jinda to lead 5,000 right guard soldiers to assist Zhao Song in searching for Zhao Song's whereabouts in the west of Chang'an. Official Liu, Official Hua, the two of you will lead your men to track down the assassin. Before tomorrow's morning court, you must give me an explanation. I want to see who is so bold as to openly assassinate the princess and crown prince of the Tang Empire in Chang'an. Your servant obeys the decree." The young eunuch bowed and accepted the order. Then, he quickly left the hall to deliver the decree. Lu Dui and Hua Wenjia's expressions turned solemn. They cupped their hands and said to Li Er, "Your servant obeys the decree." Speaking of which, the task that Li Er gave them could not be said to be light. One had to know that Chang was vast and had a large population. It had 108 districts and millions of people. To find an assassin in this place was almost like finding a needle in a haystack. However, even so, they had no choice but to accept this task. This was because if they could not find the assassin when the crown prince of a country was assassinated, then they, as the minister of the Supreme Court and the governor of the capital, had seriously neglected their duties. "Go." Li Er waved his hand and said lightly, "Your servant will take his leave." The two of them looked at each other and cupped their hands to take their leave. After the two of them left the hall, Li Er walked up and down the hall alone with his hands behind his back. After a while, a gentle female voice came from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, how are Chengxian and Chang'e?" Before the person arrived, the voice came first. A moment later, Empress Xianxia appeared in the hall. Li Er hurriedly turned to greet her. Holding her hand, he said with a comforting smile, "Don't worry, Guanyin. I just received news that Chengxian and Chang'e are fine. They are on their way back to the palace. You will see them in a while." "Fine." Empress Xianxia opened her mouth in shock, somewhat in disbelief. Li Er nodded affirmatively and said, "They are fine." It was Li Zishuan and Taoist Master Xianxia who rushed over in time after hearing the news and saved Chengxian and Chang'e from the hands of the assassin. "That's great." Empress Xianxia patted the Yuxiang Pu, greatly relieved. She then said, "When I heard that Chengxian and Chang'e had been attacked by an assassin, I was nearly scared half to death. Who would have thought that this time? It was all thanks to the Marquis of Yong'an's intervention. Otherwise, if something were to happen to these two children, how would I live? Your Majesty, has the assassin been captured? Otherwise, if he continues to hide in the city, once Chengxian and Chang'e leave the palace, they will still be in danger." Hearing this, Li Er's expression froze. After a moment of hesitation, he opened his mouth and said, "This assassin." Not long after, the news that the Crown Prince and Princess Chang'e had been attacked by an assassin in the Western market spread. There were those who were shocked, those who were furious, and those who were indifferent. However, soon after, the common people learned that the various city gates had already been sealed. Soon after, large numbers of soldiers appeared on the various streets of Chang. They each held a portrait and went from house to house, interrogating the whereabouts of the man in the bamboo hat. In a short period of time, the people of Chang were in a state of panic. Those ruffians who usually bullied men and women were all extremely careful and well-behaved. None of them wanted to be captured at such a crucial time. This was because this was a major case involving the assassination of the crown prince and princess. If they were caught at such a critical juncture, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Therefore, regardless of whether this large-scale manhunt in the city could catch the assassin or not, the public security in Chang and city had improved by several levels because of this large-scale manhunt. Many hooligans were arrested and sent to the Supreme Court's prison. Li Zixuan rode Big White, quickly galloping in the direction of the imperial palace. Suddenly, a delicate and pretty young girl wearing a shabby white dress appeared in the middle of the road. Li Zixuan promptly reined in Big White. "Stop!" Big White finally stopped the horse's hooves when it was a foot away from the young girl. However, there was no fear on the young girl's face. It was as if she was completely confident that Li Zixuan could control the horse. "Hey, young girl, you." Li Zixuan was just about to ask the young girl why she was standing alone in the middle of the road. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, the young girl opposite him interrupted. "You must be the Marquis of Yong'an?" Li Zixuan was instantly puzzled. "Young girl, how do you know my identity?" Although Li Zixuan often appeared in Chang and City, and there were many citizens who knew him, the young girl in front of him didn't sound like a local from Chang'an. Yes, that's right. Not only did dialects exist in modern society, they also existed in ancient times. This young girl's accent was a bit like that of the Jiangnan region. Therefore, how could Li Zixuan not be surprised that such an outsider actually knew his identity? The young girl smiled slightly, a glint flashing across her eyes. She said, "Just now, when the Marquis of Yong'an rescued the Crown Prince and Her Royal Highness in Shi City, I was also present. Naturally, I knew of Marquis's identity." Li Zixuan was slightly taken aback. Realization dawned on him. "I see. Then what's your name? Why are you blocking my path?" Hearing this, the little girl hurriedly and carefully took out a folded piece of paper from her waist pouch and said, "Marquis, this little girl's name is not worth mentioning. Someone asked me to pass something to you." "Oh, what is it?" Li Zixuan's gaze froze. He hurriedly jumped down from Big White's back. In 3 steps, he arrived in front of the young girl and took the folded piece of paper from her hands. Without waiting for him to unfold the paper, the young girl smiled sweetly and said, "Since Marquis has received the letter, then I will take my leave." "Marquis, don't worry. I have never opened this letter." "Oh, right. I found this on the tail of the mad cow in Shi City. It should be useful for you, Marquis." After saying this, without waiting for Li Zixuan's reply, she placed a piece of burnt black bamboo pipe in Li Zixuan's hands. Then, she turned around and left. Very quickly, she disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 1585. Li Chengxian and Chang'e, who had almost been kidnapped by the assassin, quickly returned to the palace under the escort of a group of imperial guards. Empress Xianxia, who had been worried for a long time, looked up and down at her son and daughter to see if they were missing any parts. After seeing the bruise on Li Chengxian's neck, Empress Xianxia was naturally very distressed. She, who had always been gentle, couldn't help but be angry. That was the anger of a female eagle protecting her young. "Your Majesty, no matter what, you must find out the whereabouts of this assassin. No matter where he comes from, no matter what his intentions are, you must capture him. Otherwise, Chengxian, Chang'e, and even Qingke may encounter danger at any time in the future." Empress Xiangxian's tone was murderous, which was very rare for her, who had always been generous and benevolent. Lier didn't feel strange about this. On the contrary, he understood Empress Xiangxian's feelings because he wanted to capture the assassin more than anyone else and then cut him into pieces. "Mei Guanyin, don't worry. That assassin dared to harm my children. No matter where he hides, I will find him. At this time, all the gates of Chang and City have been sealed. That assassin can't escape. After we capture him, we will cut him into 1,000 pieces." Lier's eyes were cold as he said in a low voice, "Father, Chang, and has a population of 1 million. If the city gates are closed for a long time, it will have a great impact on the people's livelihood. Moreover, many people in Chang and City are merchants or farmers outside the city. If Father can't catch the assassin, will the city gates be closed for a day? Then if the merchants and farmers outside the city can't leave the city, won't they be unable to return home and cut off their livelihood? I think that the assassin should be caught, but I still hope that Father won't affect the livelihood of the ordinary people just to catch the assassin. Otherwise, Wei's watching will impeach Imperial Father and make him angry again." When Lier was full of anger, Chang'e took a step forward and looked at Lier seriously. She was kind-hearted and always thought more than others. Moreover, what she said was indeed the truth. The city gates of Chang and city were closed around 9 o'clock in the morning. At this time, many merchants and farmers outside the city had just entered the city. However, when the city gates of Chang and city were suddenly closed, they couldn't go back even if they wanted to. Lier was first stunned, then immediately smiled knowingly and said, "Haha, Changle knows how to care for me. But Changle, you don't have to worry. If we really can't find the assassin today, we won't keep the city gates locked. At the latest, I will have people open the gates of Chang and city again before noon tomorrow. I will not let Wei Xuanqing find an excuse to remonstrate. As for that assassin, even if we can't find him today, we don't believe that we can't find him in a month or even a year. And father is wise." Changle nodded happily. "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience." Just as old Li's family was enjoying themselves, a young eunuch quickly walked in and bowed to Lier. Lier's expression turned solemn, and he said in a solemn voice, "Let him come in." "Here." The eunuch accepted the order and left. At this moment, Empress Xianxia stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and must have something important to discuss with you. I, Changxian, and Changle will take our leave first." But this time, Changxian and Changle were in danger, and it was thanks to the Marquis of Yong and that they saved us. "Your Majesty, don't forget to reward me." Empress Xianxia was grateful to Li Zishuan from the bottom of her heart. Without Li Zishuan, Li Changxian and Li Tai might have fallen out because of fighting for favor. Changle's illness definitely wouldn't have been completely cured, and today, Li Changxian and Changle would have been kidnapped by the assassin. Empress Xianxia even felt that Li Zishuan was like Qin Xiong, a noble of the Li family. Back then, Qin Xiong had saved the lives of Li Yuan's family many times. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him the noble of Li Yuan's family. If not for this, Emperor Xianxia wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask for a reward for an official no matter what. This was because she understood better than anyone the principle that the harem could not interfere in politics. "Hee, we know what to do." Lier nodded. Emperor Xianxia left with Li Changxian and Changle from the back of the hall. "Official Li Zishuan pays his respects to your Majesty." After the three left, Li Zishuan stepped into the hall and bowed to Lier. Speaking of which, he had just left an hour ago. Who would have thought that he would return at this time? "Rise." Lier waved his hand. After Li Zishuan stood still, he said, "Changxian and Changle were attacked by an assassin in Shi City. It was thanks to you and Taoist Xianqing that you arrived in time and saved them. What reward do you want? If it's reasonable, we will definitely grant it to you." In the morning court more than 2 hours ago, Li Zishuan had just received a reward, directly increasing his fief by a county. However, just over 2 hours later, Lier wanted to reward Li Zishuan again. It had to be said that Li Zishuan's imperial favor was probably something that few people could match. However, when Li Zishuan heard this, he did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he said with a serious expression, "Your Majesty, I am not here to ask for a reward. I have an extremely urgent matter to report to your Majesty." Lier asked curiously, "What is it?" From his point of view, Li Zishuan was a little strange today. In the court, he had hinted in every possible way, but this guy just wanted to decline the reward. Now, he did not even care about what the reward was. Was this still the same person who would not act until he saw a rabbit? Li Zishuan took out a small piece of paper from the pouch at his waist and raised it above his head with both hands. Then he said, "I accidentally received a secret letter. Please take a look, Your Majesty." "Secret letter? All of you leave." Lier was slightly shocked. He first dismissed his attendants, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Show it to me." As Zhao Song was currently outside the palace with the imperial guards, looking for the assassin's whereabouts, he naturally could not be in the main hall. Li Zishuan had also dismissed the rest of the people in the main hall, so the task of presenting the secret letter naturally fell on Li Zishuan's shoulders. "Guards, quickly summon Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Li Jing into the palace for a discussion." Lier expressionlessly took the secret letter from Li Zishuan's hands. When he opened it, his expression changed with a schwa. After a moment, Li Er first shouted out of the hall, then looked at Li Zishuan and said with a pale face, "Where did you get this secret letter?" "Yes, Your Majesty." A series of replies came from outside the hall, and then someone went to deliver the decree. When Li Zishuan heard Li Er's question, he clasped his hands and asked, "Your Majesty, is the handwriting on this letter from General Li Junxian?" Li Er lowered his head to take another look before nodding. "Is indeed Junxian's handwriting?" Li Zishuan asked again. "Your Majesty, may I ask where General Li is now?" Li Er replied, "Several days ago, in order to investigate the origins of the Dragon King sect, Junxian specially infiltrated the Dragon King sect. Right now, wherever the Dragon King sect is, he should be there as well." Li Zishuan's heart trembled. He had guessed correctly. Li Junxian had really infiltrated the enemy camp, or else he would not have so much information on the Dragon King sect. If that's the case, the matter is very clear. Li Zishuan stepped forward and clasped his hands. "The people of the Dragon King sect are currently hiding in the Serpent Spirit Mountain. They are preparing to attack Chang and tomorrow." The words attack Chang and immediately caused the atmosphere in the hall to turn somber. Li Er's face was grim. After a long silence, he couldn't help but sneer. "Oomph. A mere Dragon King sect dares to dream of attacking Chang, and they came at the right time. We wanted to find them, but they delivered themselves to our doorstep. Your Majesty, you must not underestimate the enemy." Li Zishuan hurriedly clasped his hands. "Your Majesty, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. If they want to know how many soldiers Chang has and how many provisions we have, they will definitely be able to find out. On the other hand, the Imperial Court knows nothing about their situation. Since the Dragon King sect dares to attack Chang, and their leader must be very confident. If we underestimate the enemy, the consequences will be unimaginable. Your Majesty, Duke Zhao, Prime Minister Fong, and Duke Wei request an audience." At this moment, a eunuch ran in and bowed. Li Er hurriedly said, "Summon." "Yes." After a while, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Li Jing, who had just finished the morning court, walked into Taiji Palace once again. "Your subjects greet your Majesty." After Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Li Jing entered the hall, they hurriedly clasped their hands and bowed to Li Er. Li Er waved his hand. "My three beloved subjects, there is no need to be so courteous." Without waiting for Li Er to explain why he summoned them here, Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his hands. "Your Majesty, I heard that the Crown Prince and Changle were attacked by an assassin in Shi City. I wonder if the assassin..." Zhang Sun Wuji was a staunch member of the Crown Prince party. After hearing that Li Changxian was attacked by an assassin, he was more furious than anyone else. At this moment, he had already sent out all of the Zhang Sun family's guards to assist Wu Ho in finding the assassin. Li Er waved his hand. "Assistant, we have already sealed off all the city gates and sent the Imperial Army and Wu Ho to find the assassin. However, we have not summoned you here for this matter. Marquis Yong, and show this secret letter to the three beloved subjects." "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Zishuan clasped his hands and bowed. Then, he stepped forward and took the secret letter from Li Er before passing it to Zhang Sun Wuji. After the three of them read the letter, their faces turned grim. As you can see, Junxia mentioned in the secret letter that the Dragon Sect plans to attack Chang and City tomorrow. The Marquis of Yong, Anne's opinion that the Imperial Court cannot underestimate the enemy under the cover of the enemy. I agree with him. At this time, Li Er spoke up, but he immediately changed the topic. "But now that we know where the Dragon Sect is hiding, why not take the initiative to send troops to Snake Spirit Mountain before they descend the mountain to cause trouble and catch them off guard? What do my beloved subjects think?" Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Li Jing frowned. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment before stepping forward and clasping his hands. "Your Majesty, I think it is inappropriate." "Why?" Li Er was puzzled. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, "Firstly, Snake Spirit Mountain's terrain is steep. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. When the imperial court sent an army to encircle the 7 cultivators sect, they suffered heavy losses on Snake Spirit Mountain. Now that the dragon sect has the guts to attack Chang and city, they must have at least 30 to 50,000 soldiers. Just based on this point, their strength is 100 times stronger than the 7 cultivators sect. If we attack Snake Spirit Mountain rashly, the imperial court will suffer heavy losses. The gains will not make up for the losses. Chapter 1586. Plot. What kind of plot does the Heavenly Dragon sect have in Chang'an? In the Sweet Dew Hall, the moment Zhang's son Wuji finished speaking, Li Er, who was seated at the head seat, could not help but frown. The Heavenly Dragon sect is plotting something. The capital might be in danger. This was the first sentence in Li Juanxian's letter. From this, one could see that Li Juanxian believed that the most important matter for the imperial court was to investigate the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot and resolve it. But the problem lay in what the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot was. It wasn't written in the letter, and no one knew about it, much less resolve it. Thus, the 3 old officials and Li Zishuan all frowned as they tried to figure out what the Heavenly Dragon sect's secret plan was. After a long while, Fang Xianling stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this old subject believes that the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot is to allow them to succeed tomorrow. They might have tens of thousands of soldiers outside the city and hundreds of spies inside the city. When the time comes, they might really be able to break through the gates of Chang'an. Thus, this old subject believes that although we don't know what the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot is, the imperial court must prepare a response in advance. We must prevent the Heavenly Dragon sect from dividing Chang and from within." Hearing this, Li Jing nodded secretly. It was obvious that he approved of old Fang's words. Li Er thought for a few moments before turning to Li Zishuan and asking, "Marquis Yong, what do you think?" "It's here again." Di Renge's classic line is here again. Even though this was an extremely solemn occasion, Li Zishuan couldn't help but grumble in his mind when he heard Li Er ask, "What do you think?" But grumbling was grumbling. The problem still had to be solved. "Your Majesty, this subject agrees with Fang Xuanling's words." Li Zishuan, who was well-versed in emotional quotient, first affirmed old Fang's analysis. Then, in order to avoid disappointing Li Er, he began to speak of his own opinion. General Li didn't mention anything about the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot in Chang, and so he probably doesn't know either. This meant that this plot was the Heavenly Dragon sect's top secret. However, I believe that other than planting spies in Chang'an City, there's also a possibility that the Dragon sect is using the followers that the Dragon sect had previously developed in Chang and City to plot something that would cause the imperial court to lose its prestige and His Majesty to lose face. By belittling the imperial court and praising themselves, not only would they be able to easily conquer Chang'an City, but they would also be able to quickly win the hearts of the people after conquering Chang'an City and then control the entire world. Today, the Crown Prince and Princess Chang'e were nearly robbed in the Western market. It is very likely that this was done by members of the Heavenly Dragon sect. They wanted to kidnap the Crown Prince and Princess Chang'e to threaten His Imperial Majesty and even strike at His Imperial Majesty's prestige. What? Marquis Yong, and you're saying that the assassinations in Changqian and Chang'e today were done by the Heavenly Dragon sect? Hearing Li Zishuan's last sentence, Li Eru's eyes narrowed and his face suddenly turned cold. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Imperial Majesty, what this subject has said is only a conjecture. It is a reasonable conjecture based on the evidence that we currently possess." Previously, when the assassin escaped from the Western market, this subject's martial uncle immediately pursued the assassin. However, in the end, he was unable to catch up. However, according to martial uncle, the assassin's martial arts originated from the Buddhist sect. Perhaps it is related to Buddhism. In addition, that assassin had many accomplices in Chang'an City. If not for those accomplices, the assassin would not have been able to escape from martial uncle's eyes. Buddhist sect. Accomplices. Hearing this, Li Eru's eyes flickered. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Li Zishuan and asked, You mean to say that the assassin could be the heavenly dragon sect Shakyamuni, Dui? Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "This subject has just returned from the north. Previously, this subject has not met the venerable Dui of the heavenly dragon sect. However, this subject has heard of Dui. This person originated from the tantric sect of the western regions. Not only is he proficient in martial arts, he is also proficient in magic. Today, this subject believes that Shakyamuni Dui is a major suspect in the assassination of the crown prince and princess Changel in the western market. Not only is he a suspect, he also has sufficient motive. This is because as long as either the crown prince or princess Changel fall into his hands, when the heavenly dragon sect rises tomorrow, they will have the capital to threaten the court and your imperial majesty. At the same time, they will be able to strike a blow at the court's prestige among the common people." Bang! Oomph! What a heavenly dragon sect! Truly preposterous. Li Eru had originally suspected the heavenly dragon sect, but that was only a suspicion. There was no evidence, nor was there any logical reasoning. Now, after hearing Li Zishuan's logical analysis, Li Eru slapped the table, unable to restrain his anger. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Your Imperial Majesty, please calm your anger. In reality, this is only this subject's conjecture. There is no sufficient evidence to prove that Shakyamuni Dui is at that moment. In addition, even if Shakyamuni Dui is the assassin, he is currently hiding in the shadows. It will be very difficult for your Imperial Majesty to dispatch people to find him. In addition, General Li also mentioned in the secret letter that tomorrow, not only will the heavenly dragon sect rise, but that the weather will change and thunder will roll. Does your Imperial Majesty not feel strange because of these words?" Li Eru frowned, doubtfully asking, "These words, could it be that they foretell tomorrow's weather?" Li Zishuan nodded. "This subject believes that this is very likely." Zhongsun Wuji frowned. "But today the sky is clear and boundless. How can there be thunder tomorrow? In addition, this old man has never heard of General Li having the ability to predict the weather." Li Zishuan shook his head. "General Li does not have this ability. What about the Heavenly Dragon Sect? I have heard that the Heavenly Dragon Sect has not only recruited many disciples in Chang, but has also operated in Qingzhou for many years, with tens of thousands of disciples. In this way, there are definitely some capable people among the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Being able to predict the weather is not surprising." Hearing this, Fang Xianling was puzzled. The weather changes unpredictably. How can mortals accurately predict it? Li Zishuan explained, "Everything in the world is fated. Even the weather has its own rules to follow. In fact, if you want to know if tomorrow's weather will change and thunder will roll as the secret letter said, it is very simple. You only need to ask one person." "You mean Li Chunfeng?" Li Eru's eyes flashed. Li Chunfeng was not only good at mathematics and astrology, he was also good at predicting the weather. It was because of his comprehensive ability that Li Eru relied heavily on him. "Your Imperial Majesty is wise." Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, "The palace and Yanhuang College both have telegraph machines. Your Imperial Majesty can send a telegram directly from Chang'an. I believe Master Li will be able to send tomorrow's weather to the palace through the telegraph machine." Li Eru pondered for a moment, then nodded and ordered outside the hall, "Men, bring me the telegraph machine." "Yes, sir." After a while, a soldier in silver armor walked into the hall with a big black box. Li Eru signaled Li Zishuan to operate the telegraph machine and sent a telegram to Yunshan. Among the 5 people present, only Li Zishuan knew how to operate the telegraph machine. After a series of beeping sounds, Li Eru's order was delivered to Yunshan. The next step was to wait for Li Chunfeng's reply from Yunshan. Speaking of which, Li Chunfeng used to visit his home in Chang, and every now and then. However, because of the astronomical telescope in the academy, Li Chunfeng had completely embarked on a path of no return. He wished that he could live in the academy all day long. If the dragon sect really has someone who can predict the weather, why would the dragon head of the sect choose to attack Chang, and in such bad weather? Li Jing could not help but wonder while waiting for Li Chunfeng's reply. Generally speaking, weather with strong winds, heavy rain, and heavy snow was not suitable for marching and fighting. However, there was nothing that could be done about it if they were forced to fight in bad weather. However, when they knew that the weather was bad, they still planned to launch a military attack on that day. This was very puzzling. It was obviously not in line with military logic. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, "Firstly, the dragon head of the dragon sect thinks that attacking in such weather can catch the enemy off guard. Secondly, he might think that such weather is more conducive for the dragon sect members in the city to carry out their secret plans." Li Jing shook his head. It's true that attacking a city in thunderstorm weather can take the enemy by surprise, but the impact of the heavy rain on the attacking side is obviously greater than the defending side. Dragon sect choosing to attack in such weather is definitely not worth the loss. So, comparatively speaking, the second reason you spoke of is extremely likely. Li Jing was known as the Tang Empire's god of war. He was very experienced in marching and fighting. If even he said so, Li Zishuan had no reason to refute. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the unique DDD sound of the telegraph rang in the Sweet Nectar Hall. Li Zishuan quickly walked to the telegraph and listened attentively. Well, the way he used the telegraph was different from everyone else. With his super memory, not only did he not need to record the code manually, he also did not need to hold a password book to translate the code one by one. His brain was like a humanoid computer, able to record and translate the code in real time. Mo Huai was the one controlling the telegraph at Yinshan. At this moment, the academy was in the middle of the final examination. Li Tai did not have time to send a telegram, so Mo Huai, as the leader of the physics department, had to do it himself. Not long after, the DDD sound gradually stopped. Li Zishuan walked up to Li Er and said, "Your Majesty, news from Yinshan has come. According to Priest Li's prediction, there will be thunderstorms in the vicinity of Chang, and starting from tomorrow morning." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. At this point, Li Er, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others had no choice but to believe that there would be thunderstorms tomorrow. Of course, this also proved that the dragon sect was indeed full of capable people. Li Er's face was solemn. After a moment of silence, he said, "No matter what, the dragon sect's plot in Chang and must be thoroughly investigated by tomorrow. Marquis Yong, and since Li Junxian has given you the secret letter, it means that he believes that you can solve the dragon sect's plot. Thus, we will leave this matter to you. We will do our best to satisfy your needs." Chapter 1587. Brother Xiaoxian, Chang'e is here to thank you. Thank you for saving me and Brother Crown Prince in Shi City. Chang'e has been learning needlework from Li and the others recently. I've embroidered a pair of mandarin duck pouches for Brother Xiaoxian and Sister Yushi. Don't think that Chang'e's embroidery isn't pretty. There's mint, cloves, mugwort leaves, and patchouli in it. It can get rid of dampness and heat, and it can also refresh the mind and benefit the brain. Outside Taiji Palace, beside the arch bridge near the Gate of Heaven Influence, Chang'e hesitated for a moment after seeing Li Jing leave. Then, she took out 2 white pouches embroidered with patterns from her waist and handed them to Li Zishuan. She said with some embarrassment, Chang'e, I saved you and Xianxia out of friendship. Why do you need to spend so much effort to embroider these things?" Li Zishuan felt that he couldn't accept these 2 pouches. They were too ambiguous and could easily be misunderstood by others. It was fine to misunderstand him, but if it involved Chang'e, this matter would be serious. After all, Chang'e was a princess of the Tang Empire. If she was misunderstood to have an unclear relationship with an official, Li Zishuan was sure that old Li would definitely take a sword and chase him all over Chang and to kill him. Chang'e said with a determined expression, "That's right. It's because Brother Xiaoxian treats Chang'e and Brother Crown Prince as friends that Chang'e has to take out my heart to thank you after being saved by you. Also, these 2 pouches weren't sewn by me on the spot. They were already sewn a few days ago. Brother Xiaoxian, quickly accept them. Also, let Sister Yushi help me see if there's anything wrong with my embroidery." Sigh. When will Changle's embroidery be half as good as Sister Yushi's? After saying that, the little girl sighed regretfully. Her face didn't reveal any strange expression. This made Li Zishuan wonder if he had been thinking too much. It was just 2 pouches. How could the pure Changle have those groundless feelings between a man and a woman? He was thinking too much. He was definitely thinking too much. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. Li Zishuan convinced himself in his heart. Seeing that Changle had been holding out her hands for a long time, he hurriedly stepped forward and took the pouch from Changle's hands. He put it in front of his eyes and glanced at it. Although the mandarin ducks on the pouch couldn't be said to be lifelike, at least they looked like real ones. This was quite difficult for an 8 or 9-year-old girl. Therefore, he couldn't help but say, "Ha, Changle, you're still young. You don't have to compete with others. When you grow up, no one can compare with your embroidery skills." When Changle heard that, he immediately lit up with joy and said, "Really? Brother Xiaoxian, could it be that Changle's embroidery is ugly? So you deliberately said nice things to comfort Changle?" Li Zishuan said with a straight face, "How is that possible? Changle, it's rare for you to have such excellent embroidery at such a young age. At your age, Yushi is probably not as good as you in embroidery. But then again, Changle, you are the princess of the Tang Empire and the pearl in His Majesty's palm. You don't have to study embroidery too deeply." Changle was happy at first, but then she couldn't help but secretly say in her heart, "The princess of the Tang Empire is also a woman. She also has to take care of her husband and children." She only dared to say these words in her heart. In reality, even if she had twice the courage, she wouldn't dare to say it to Li Zishuan face to face. "All right, I've accepted the gift. I have to go do my work. Just now, His Majesty gave me a task. If I don't do it well, your brother Xiaoxian will be punished." Looking at the position of the sun in the sky, Li Zishuan estimated that it was almost noon. He hurriedly put away the 2 pouches and said. Changle's eyes flashed with reluctance. Then she nodded and said, "Yes." "Then, Brother Xiaoxian, you go to your work." "Well, how about I send Brother Xiaoxian out of the palace?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. It's not the first time I've come to the palace. I'm very familiar with it. I won't get lost. Changle, go back quickly." What a joke. If the beloved daughter of Lier was to be his guide, how bad would it be if it reached old Li's ears? Changle pouted slightly and said with some reluctance, "Brother Xiaoxian, let Changle send you off again. If it weren't for you today, at least one of us would have died. If I don't do something for you, Changle won't be at peace." Seeing Changle's pleading face, Li Zishuan couldn't bear to say, all right. Then Brother Xiaoxian will have the honor of letting Changle be your tour guide today and tour the palace." "Brother Xiaoxian, what's a tour guide?" "A tour guide. The so-called tour guide is someone who guides tourists to enjoy the beautiful scenery." "Oh, okay. Then Changle will be Brother Xiaoxian's tour guide today." "Brother Xiaoxian, look, when we leave the Gate of Heaven Influence on the left are the Minxia Outer Province, the Dianzhong Province, and the Zuqiania Guard. On the right are the Zhongshu Outer Province, the Square Building, and the Zuqiania Guard. The imperial city in the middle of Chang, and which was most of the southwest area within the walls of the Ming Dynasty, with the Gate of Heaven Influence as the boundary, could be divided into the inner imperial city and the outer imperial city. The inner imperial city was where Li Er worked and lived. In layman's terms, the inner imperial city was what people often referred to as the palace. The outer imperial city housed the core administrative organization of the Li Tang dynasty. It included the 9 temples, which had evolved from the 3 ministers and 9 ministers during the Northern Qi dynasty. Grand Secretary, Guanglu Sun, Wei Wei, Grand Servant, Minister of Justice, the Honglu, Zhongzheng, Minister of Agriculture, and Minister of Finance. There were also the 3 provinces, Zhongshu Inner Province, Minxia Inner Province, and Xianxia Inner Province. There were also the 6 ministries, Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of War, Ministry of Justice, and Ministry of Works. In addition to these, there were also the offices of the 12 guards of the capital. Of course, these 12 guards would slowly develop into the 16 guards. Speaking of which, if Chang'e hadn't introduced all the offices here today, Li Zixuan wouldn't have been able to recognize many of them. The main reason was that this fellow rarely interacted with the various departments of the imperial court, so naturally, he wasn't familiar with the specific locations of these offices. Isn't this the imperial ancestral temple? Were they moving inside? If one went right from the gate of heaven influence and then went south, they would be able to leave the imperial city through the gate of peace. At this time, Li Zixuan happened to see a group of eunuchs carrying sacks of something into the imperial ancestral temple. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xiaoxian, you don't know." Previously, Imperial Father ordered the 6 ministries of the imperial court to prepare to attack the Turks. Imperial Father plans to offer sacrifices to the imperial ancestral temple the day before the army departs, praying for the ancestors to bless the army's triumphant return. The eunuchs in the palace will buy incense and sacrificial offerings in advance to prepare for later needs. Chang'e looked in the direction of the voice. A moment later, she turned to Li Zixuan and replied. Chapter 1588. How are the preparations on Venerable Du Yi's side? In a secret chamber on Snake Spirit Mountain, the dragon head of the dragon sect stood with his hands behind his back. He was still wearing his iron mask. Reporting to Dragon Head, the Venerable sent a message through a pigeon saying that the deployment in Chang and city has been completed. Once the auspicious hour arrives tomorrow, the Venerable will give Li Shimin a big surprise. At that time, our sect members in Chang and city will lead the rioting Chang and citizens to attack together. Chang and city will fall in the blink of an eye. Standing behind the dragon head was Zhang Liang, the finger judge of the heavenly dragon sect. Hearing the iron-masked man's question, Zhang Liang hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully. Good. The iron-masked man laughed, then turned to look at Zhang Liang and asked, How are the preparations on General Luo's side? Zhang Liang bowed slightly and replied, Dragon Chief, General Luo has already transferred 30,000 people who are loyal to the dragon sect into the heavenly dragon army. When we attack the city tomorrow, these 30,000 people will be the vanguard while the 20,000 main force of the dragon sect will support them from the side. Once the city gates of Chang and city are open from the inside, the 20,000 elites will immediately charge into the city and lead the followers into the imperial city. Good, good, good. The iron-masked man cheered loudly. It was obvious that he was extremely excited at this moment. He then smiled and said, Now everything is ready except for the east wind. Tomorrow, when the weather changes and thunder rolls, it will be the day when the dragon sect ascends to the top of this world. Zhang Liang congratulates the dragon head on obtaining the dragon throne. Zhang Liang bowed with an excited expression. The iron-masked man walked to Zhang Liang and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Ha! After this is done, this seat will not forget your contributions. Du Yi will become the national preceptor of the Great Tang, and you, Zhang Liang, will become the right servant of the Great Tang. The right servant of the Great Tang was the Prime Minister, the head of the civil officials. However, the Great Tang abolished the position of Prime Minister and changed it to the left and right servant of the Great Tang. Zhang Liang's breathing quickened when he heard this. He quickly knelt on the ground and cupped his hands to the iron-masked man, saying, Subordinate Zhang Liang is willing to die for the dragon head and help the dragon head accomplish your great cause. Ha ha ha. My beloved minister, please rise. The iron-masked man nodded. He knew better than anyone else that the closer they were to success, the more unstable their hearts would be, and the easier it would be for them to make mistakes. In order to avoid any accidents, he could only draw a grand blueprint and a beautiful future for his subordinates, letting them work together for his goal. In the end, these are just some methods to win over people's hearts. It couldn't be said to be brilliant, but at this time, it was extremely useful. Zhang Liang's current performance was the best proof. I heard that Li Junjian performed very well in the Earth Emanations group. Is that true? After a moment of silence, the iron-masked man suddenly asked, It was said that not long after Li Junxian had joined the Heavenly Dragon sect, the Dragon Head had made an exception and promoted him to the Earth Fiend group due to his outstanding performance. The other ordinary members of the Heavenly Dragon sect were all envious of him. Zhang Liang's face instantly turned unnatural. The Iron Masked Man had ordered his finger cut off precisely because Li Junxian, had brought back the Heavenly Dragon sect's account books, causing others to privately call him the finger-chopping judge. Thus, Zhang Liang had always harbored a grudge against Li Junxian, but the Iron Masked Man clearly admired Li Junxian. How could Zhang Liang, with his normal emotional intelligence, choose to speak ill of Li Junxian at a time like this? Fortunately, he was bent over and had his head lowered. The Iron Masked Man looked down from above and couldn't see his expression. Otherwise, the Iron Masked Man would have been able to see through his thoughts. Replying to Dragon Head, "Your subordinate has also heard that Li Junxian has been diligent in his training in the Earth Fiend group and has never been lazy. He has always been one of the best in all the examinations, and even General Luo has praised him. He truly is a good seedling. Your subordinate truly admires the Dragon Head's discerning eye for talent." Zhang Liang raised his head, the unnatural expression on his face gone, replaced by sincerity and admiration. "Ha! Good. The Dragon Sect should have more brave and fearless youths like Li Junxian." The Iron Masked Man laughed loudly, pausing for a moment before giving another order. "Since the deployment in Chang and city has been completed, let Du Yi return to the Snake Spirit Mountain quickly. When the army attacks the city tomorrow, we still need him to boost the morale of the Dragon Sect members." Zhang Liang nodded and replied, "Yes, Dragon Head." Zhang Liang turned and left, while the Iron Masked Man turned and sat on the tiger skin couch, fantasizing that after tomorrow, he would rule the world, and Li Shimin would become his prisoner. The Iron Masked Man could not help but let out a burst of wild laughter. Li Shimin, tomorrow, I will make you pay for this blood debt with blood. He. For a moment, the room was filled with the Iron Masked Man's sinister laughter. In the valley to the north of the Snake Spirit Mountain, countless burly men in black held Modeo and hacked at the wooden stakes in front of them again and again. Sweat rolled down their foreheads, but no one dared to wipe it off. Their clothes were already drenched in sweat. This was an elite force of disciplined soldiers. Li Junxian was among them, and at his level of martial arts, this sort of training was naturally easy and casual for him. But he was a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect, and his public identity was that of a hunter. He naturally didn't dare to reveal all his martial arts, so he could only act like the others, using all his strength to wield the Mo saber. I finally heard that the Marquis of Yong and had returned to Chang but I'm now in prison. I wonder if that little girl delivered my letter to the Marquis of Yong, and I wonder if the Marquis of Yong will be able to investigate the Dragon Sect scheme in Chang'an. Li Junxian thought to himself as he continued to wield the Modeo and pretend that it was very strenuous for him. One could say that he was doing 3 things at once. Right now, he had no place to use his martial prowess. He could only place his hopes on that little girl who had accidentally come to the base of the Snake Spirit Mountain to pick herbs. "Little girl, who told you to come here to pick herbs? What's wrong? I can't pick herbs here. I see that there are many herbs here that can be sold for a lot of money. Wow, there's a Lingji up there. Wow, I'm rich. Oh, it's too high. I can't climb up. Big brother, can you help me pick the Lingji up? Little girl, there are many bandits on this mountain. If you still want to live, you should leave as soon as possible. Oh, but this Lingji can be sold for a lot of money. With this money, I can buy my little sister a portion of the chicken from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Little girl, I'm afraid that you won't have a life to spend some money. I don't care. Isn't it because the bandits didn't notice me? Big brother, I beg of you, please help me pick that stock. Little girl, you really want money more than your life. I can help you, but you have to help me deliver a letter to Chang'an. Okay. I've come to Chang and to participate in the Yanwan College's entrance examination. I'm very familiar with this place, so I'll definitely be able to deliver the letter. Li Junxian couldn't help but bitterly smile as he recalled the scene from this morning. How could he have so easily trusted a little girl that he had never met? If he didn't deliver the letter, he would have to die 10,000 times. Marquis, what do you think? Should we just forget about it? These incense sticks were all transported from the great Xianxia temple, so there shouldn't be any problems. After all, we were there with them. Outer Imperial City, Imperial Ancestral Temple. The old eunuch couldn't help but reveal a difficult expression after hearing Xiao's words. He turned around and clasped his hands toward Li Zishuan. Big brother, little Xian. Changle's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. She tugged on Li Zishuan's sleeves, indicating that Li Zishuan shouldn't clash with the old eunuch. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed. It seems like this old eunuch's status in the palace isn't low. Even Changle had to give him some face. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Zishuan chose to take a step back for now. Since Stewardin can vouch for me, this marquis can be at ease. Chang'an City has been very chaotic recently, so this marquis was a little suspicious. Stewardin, please don't take it to heart. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. The old eunuch's eyes narrowed into slits, and he smiled like a Methria Buddha. The Marquis of Yong, and is wholeheartedly devoted to the country. He is loyal to the emperor, and his spirit is commendable. I only have admiration and respect for you. I will never, nor will I dare to, blame you for anything. Fine. If that's the case, then this marquis will take his leave. Li Zishuan nodded and said lightly. Then he left with Changle. Suddenly, he felt as if his eyes were blinded by something. Looking in the direction of the light, Li Zishuan could only see that the young eunuch had his hands tucked into his sleeves. On such a hot day, it was very strange. Li Zishuan pretended not to see it, and quietly walked towards the Vermilion Bird Gate with Changle. Brother Xian, don't you want to know Steward Anne's identity? After walking a distance, Changle couldn't help but ask. Li Zishuan nodded and said, I want to. Then why don't you ask me? I'm the most familiar with the matters in the palace. Changle said doubtfully. Li Zishuan smiled and said, haha, because I know that even if I don't ask, someone will definitely say it. Brother Xian, you. Changle was speechless, but after hesitating for a moment, she still said, Steward Anne's name isn't Dijon. He's an old man who previously served by Imperial grandfather's side. He has a very good relationship with eldest uncle. After Imperial father ascended the throne, Stewardin was arranged to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to guard the memorial tablets of Emperor Taizu and Emperor Shizu. Although it's like this, Stewardin relies on his previous connections and has quite a bit of prestige in the palace. Moreover, due to Imperial grandfather's relationship, Imperial father also can't be too harsh on Stewardin. Therefore, Changle didn't want Brother Xian to have a conflict with Stewardin. After Li Yuan ascended the throne, his father Li Gui was posthumously awarded the title of Emperor Yuan, and the temple was named Shizu. His grandfather Li, who was posthumously awarded the title of Emperor Jing, and the temple was named Emperor Taizu. Both memorial tablets were enshrined in the Imperial Ancestral Temple to receive the incense of future generations. So this is Li Yuan's steward eunuch. No wonder he's so arrogant. Li Zishuan heard this and suddenly understood. He muttered in his heart, and then looked at Changle and said gently, I understand. Thank you, Changle, for the reminder. Changle smiled sweetly and said, Brother Xian, you're welcome. Li Zishuan smiled and said, haha, all right. We're already at Vermilion Bird Gate. Changle, as a tour guide, you should return to the palace. Brother Xian still has important matters to attend to and can't stay in the Imperial City any longer. Oh, Changle looked at Li Zishuan reluctantly, but she didn't want to show it too obviously. The reluctance in her eyes only flashed for a moment. She nodded and said softly, then Brother Xian, I'll return to the palace first. Take care. Also, don't worry if you can't complete the mission that Imperial Father gave you. When the time comes, Changle will plead for mercy for you. Li Zishuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself, saying, ha ha, then I'll thank Changle in advance for her kindness. All right, These 2 days, Chang'an's city isn't peaceful. Chang'e, you and Xianxia try not to leave the palace. Just stay in the palace and don't go anywhere. Understand? He thought about how the dragon sect would attack Chang and city tomorrow and detonate the hidden bombs buried in the city. He couldn't help but want to remind Chang'e. Chang'e's heart warmed as she nodded heavily and said, In. I'll listen to Brother Xiao and stay in the palace with Brother Crown Prince these 2 days. We won't go anywhere. Go back quickly. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Brother Xiao, take care. Chang'e waved her hand and turned to leave. Gradually, Chang'e disappeared from sight. The smile on Li Zishuan's face also disappeared. He didn't directly leave Vermilion Bird Gate, but turned right and walked towards the Imperial Ancestral Temple again. The Dragon Sect, the true Dragon Son of Heaven. Does the Dragon Sect want to be the true Dragon Son of Heaven, or is it related to the true Dragon Son of Heaven? Listen to Zhong. I'm afraid there's something wrong with him. After knowing the identity of the old eunuch, Li Zishuan did not feel relieved at all. Instead, he felt a sense of danger. First, there was the assassination in Shi City, and then there was the strange smell that he smelled in front of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Then, there was the light that flashed on the little eunuch's sleeve before he left. Combined with the old eunuch's identity, these seemingly unrelated events seemed to have some kind of connection when he thought about it carefully. It was extremely frightening. Therefore, Li Zishuan didn't plan to leave the Imperial City. He had to thoroughly investigate the abnormality in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. As for why he wanted to send Chang'e away, it was mainly because he saw a flash of cold light on the little eunuch's sleeve in front of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. That was obviously a sharp dagger. Li Zishuan was very confident in his martial arts. As long as the little eunuch dared to make a move, he was 100% sure that he could subdue him in an instant. However, Li Zishuan wasn't clear about the old eunuch's position and depth. He wasn't sure if a Dezhong would make a move on Chang'e while he was subduing the little eunuch. Therefore, for Chang'e's safety, Li Zishuan could only think of a way to send the little girl away first. Chapter 1589. Quickly sweep this place clean. Yes, Stewardin. When Li Zishuan returned to the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the wooden boxes in front of the temple had all disappeared, and Dezhong was instructing a group of eunuchs to clean up the empty space. Seeing Li Zishuan return, and Dezhong's eyes flickered, and he hurriedly went up to greet him, cupping his hands. Oh, Marquis Yong, and didn't you just leave with Her Highness? Why are you back? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Is Stewardin not welcoming me? And Dezhong hurriedly cupped his hands and apologized. I wouldn't dare. AI, look at my mouth, I've said the wrong thing again. Marquis, I definitely didn't mean that. I was just thinking, Marquis, you've always been busy with official business, so why are you so free to come to the Imperial Ancestral Temple today? Li Zishuan's expression suddenly became serious, and he said in a deep voice, When I left the Imperial Ancestral Temple, I seemed to have heard the call of Emperor Taizu. At that time, I thought I had heard wrongly, but when I reached the Vermilion Bird Gate, I clearly heard an old man shouting, I am Emperor Taizu Li Hu. Marquion, why aren't you entering the Imperial Ancestral Temple to pay your respects? At that time, I knew that Emperor Taizu had appeared. I hurriedly turned back and wanted to enter the Imperial Ancestral Temple to pay my respects to Emperor Taizu and listen to his teachings. When Dezhong heard this, he suddenly felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten feces, and his face turned green. Although he knew that Li Zishuan was talking nonsense, he couldn't refute it directly. After all, he didn't have any real evidence to prove that Emperor Taizu didn't show up. Marquis, the Imperial Ancestral Temple is an important place for the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Without His Majesty's Imperial Edict, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to enter like this. Seeing that Li Zishuan was about to walk towards the Imperial Ancestral Temple, and Dezhong's expression changed, and he hurriedly blocked Li Zishuan's path and said in a strict tone. Although his tone had become harsh, and Dezhong still had a harmless smile on his face. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. This kind of smile made it difficult for ordinary people to get angry. Li Zixuan stood with his hands behind his back and said faintly, "Steward, and this marquis also told you just now that Emperor Taizu appeared and wanted to summon this marquis to listen to the teachings of the emperor. If you don't let this marquis in, Emperor Taizu will blame me and will appear in your dreams at night." And Dazhong couldn't help but shudder as he felt a chill in his heart. But after hesitating for a moment, he still shook his head and said, "Marquis, even so, I can't let you in. Unless there is an imperial edict from His Majesty, no one is allowed to enter the imperial ancestral temple." After saying that, and Dazhong bowed slightly, but his body stood still in front of Li Zixuan. Obviously, unless Li Zixuan stepped over him, he would definitely not move aside. The situation suddenly became a stalemate. The eunuchs near the imperial ancestral temple also came over and stood behind Dazhong. Their intentions were self-evident. As for the imperial guards near the south gate of the imperial ancestral temple, although they also noticed the commotion, no one took the initiative to come closer. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes. If he had only suspected that there was something wrong with the imperial ancestral temple, now he was almost certain that there was something wrong with the imperial ancestral temple. Otherwise, and Dazhong wouldn't have racked his brains to stop him from entering the imperial ancestral temple. Unfortunately, I do have an imperial edict with me. Li Zixuan suddenly smiled and then took out a bright yellow imperial edict from his sleeve. He waved it and said, "But I can't tell you the contents of the imperial edict. However, I have a gold medallion bestowed by His Majesty. Seeing the gold medallion is like seeing His Majesty. What else do you have to say?" Silence. The moment Li Zixuan showed the gold medallion, everyone in front of the imperial ancestral temple couldn't help but look at the gold medallion in Li Zixuan's hand. And Dazhong's cheeks twitched violently. After being stunned for a moment, he took the lead and bowed to the gold medallion. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty." The eunuchs behind and Dazhong all bowed in unison. Li Zixuan had long since moved to the side. He was very clear in his heart that he was not blessed to enjoy these people's great salutes. At this time, he looked at Dazhong with a slight playfulness and said indifferently, "Chiefin, can this marquis go in now?" And Dazhong's expression was unnatural. He forced a smile and said, "Of course. Marquis, please." Li Zixuan nodded with satisfaction. He then put away the imperial edict and gold medallion. With his hands behind his back, he walked directly to the steps in front of the imperial ancestral temple. In fact, he could have taken out the imperial edict and gold medallion and forced his way in. However, if he did that, he wouldn't have the chance to test Dazhong's reaction and attitude. And Dazhong, who was following behind, secretly gave a look to the eunuch beside him. The eunuch nodded and quickly followed Li Zixuan. The imperial ancestral temple was very big. If it was calculated in square meters, Li Zixuan roughly estimated that the entire temple's floor area was at least 2,000 square meters. In the core area of the capital, there was actually someone who used a house of more than 2,000 square meters as an ancestral hall. It was estimated that only the ancient royal families could do such a rich thing. Marquis, the memorial tablet of Emperor Taizu is here. After entering the imperial ancestral temple, the eunuch who was following Li Zixuan the closest hurriedly came to Li Zixuan's side and led the way. Li Zixuan glanced at the eunuch indifferently. With his excellent memory, he naturally recognized the eunuch in front of him. He was the Xianxia from before, the person whose sleeves flashed briefly with a cold light. You can lead the way." Li Zixuan almost instantly understood Dazhong's plan. They didn't want him to wander around the imperial ancestral temple and investigate as he pleased. They wanted him to quickly finish paying respects to Emperor Taizu and leave as soon as possible. Li Zixuan inwardly sneered. "Since this young master is here, I won't leave until I find out what's going on." Although it was already noon and time for lunch, Li Zixuan didn't feel the slightest bit hungry. When Lier had given him this case, he had been worried sick. Although Li Junxian had said in the letter that the Dragon King sect was plotting something in Chang'an, he hadn't specified what sort of plot it was or where it was deployed. This was an unsolved case. Li Zixuan had been forced to accept this task, in the face of danger. In truth, he had been very nervous because he wasn't confident that he could uncover the Dragon King's sex plot. Now that he had stumbled upon a clue, how could he easily give it up? He wanted to follow the vine to the melon and uncover the big boss behind the scenes. Marquis, this is Emperor Taizu's memorial tablet. After passing through 2 side halls, Li Zishuan finally arrived at the ancestral hall, where Li Hu was enshrined. As Emperor Taizu of the Great Tang, although he hadn't sat on the throne for a single day, Li Hu naturally enjoyed the treatment of a single room. His portrait was hung on the wall in the center of the ancestral hall, and in front of the portrait was a memorial tablet, candlesticks, and incense burner. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "This marquis wants to listen to Emperor Taizu's teachings. All of you are dismissed." The eunuch turned to Ndezhong. After some thought, Ndezhong bowed and said, "Since that's the case, this one will take his leave." After saying that, he turned around and left with a few eunuchs beside him. He even helped Li Zishuan close the door. Li Zishuan first pretended to burn 3 sticks of incense, then went forward to pay his respects to Li Hu's memorial tablet. Then he directly sat cross-legged on a praying mat. With a ding sound, it seemed that something had fallen to the ground. Li Zishuan hurriedly looked down and saw a burnt bamboo stick lying beside the praying mat. This was the bamboo stick given to him by the little girl who delivered Li Juanxian's secret message on the way to the palace. It was said that the mad bull in the western market had this bamboo stick filled with sulfur tied to its tail. Picking up the bamboo stick from the ground, Li Zishuan unexpectedly put the stick to his nose and sniffed it. The pungent smell of sulfur immediately assaulted his nostrils. Li Zishuan frowned. His eyes darkened as he muttered to himself, "Similar. Too similar. Could it be that the wooden box from before was filled with sulfur as well? Why would the imperial ancestral temple need sulfur? Is that little eunuch and Ndezhong related to the Dragon God sect?" A series of questions lingered in Li Zishuan's mind. After pondering for a moment, he carefully put away the bamboo stick in his hand and then sat down cross-legged. His powerful mind power immediately spread out. When Li Zishuan first transmigrated last year, he realized that his mental strength was abnormally strong. Not only did he have an eidetic memory and a sharp mind, he could also construct 3D models of various complicated machines in his mind. At that time, he thought that this was the golden finger that he had as a transmigrator. However, after several breakthroughs in his martial arts realm, Li Zishuan realized that his mental strength was extremely strong, and it had something to do with the Supreme Mystery Sutra. Moreover, as his martial arts realm got higher and higher, his mental strength would also get stronger and stronger. Now that he was a Xianxia late-stage expert, his mental strength was naturally incomparable to before. Furthermore, this was the first time he used his golden finger after half a year. As he exerted all his mental strength floated through every corner of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and then fed back to the nerve center of his brain, allowing his brain to draw a 3D model of the temple. This process sounded a bit mysterious, but the principle was a bit like an ultrasonic radar. After a while, every table and chair in the entire Imperial Ancestral Temple appeared in Li Zishuan's mind. At the same time, Li Zishuan opened all the pores on his body and crazily absorbed the qi in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. He wanted to confirm whether there was sulfur in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Wherever there was sulfur, there would be a pungent smell. With Li Zishuan's martial arts cultivation and the special properties of the Taishan Sutra, it was relatively easy to find this smell in the air. It was reasonable to say that with Li Er's imperial edict, Li Zishuan could directly search by force. However, the Imperial Ancestral Temple was, after all, a very sacred and solemn place of the Li family's ancestral temple. If he was not 100% sure, Li Zishuan would not dare to go too far here. Firstly, it would make Li Er look bad. Secondly, if he found nothing in the end, he would definitely be impeached and punished. Therefore, he came up with such a stupid idea. Humph! There is indeed something wrong with this Imperial Ancestral Temple. There is so much sulfur stored in it. After a long time, Li Zishuan suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he murmured in a low voice, "Northwest, the first room." After saying that, he stood up from the futon and directly turned to leave the room. And De Jong had been waiting outside. When he saw Li Zixuan come out, he hurriedly walked up to him and said, "Marquis, have you finished listening to the imperial edict of Emperor Taizu?" "Yes." Li Zixuan nodded, and then said with a serious face, "Emperor Taizu said that there is an evil spirit in the imperial ancestral temple, and he wants me to go and get rid of the evil spirit. Director, since you are in charge of the imperial ancestral temple, you should cooperate with me. Quickly lead the way. There is an evil spirit in the imperial ancestral temple." And De Jong's eyebrows twitched and his heart tightened. He hurriedly said, "Marquis, you can't say such things casually. The imperial ancestral temple is illuminated by the light of Buddha. How could an evil spirit dare to hide here? Why not? Emperor Taizu said that the evil spirit is hiding in the first room in the northwest." Li Zixuan's face was solemn. Suddenly, he stretched out his left hand and pointed to the northwest. Instantly, and Daizhong and a eunuch named Xiao and Zi's faces changed at the same time. Li Zixuan stepped forward and said, "What? Director, why aren't you leading the way?" And Daizhong gritted his teeth and said, "Marquis, there are many forbidden areas in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. You can come and pay your respects to Emperor Taizu, but you can't walk around as you wish. Otherwise, if you offend the gods, I can't bear the consequences." Li Zixuan heard this and snorted coldly. He took out the imperial edict from his sleeve and read aloud. "The Emperor of the Tang Empire decrees that Marquis Yong and is to thoroughly investigate the case of the Dragon Sect. The officials of the 6 ministries and the generals of the capital must cooperate with Marquis Yong and's investigation. Marquis Yong and can come and go from any corner of Chang and city. No one can stop him. Imperial edict." At this point, Li Zixuan had nothing to hide. He must quickly find out why there was so much sulfur in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. As for Daizhong and that Xiao and Zi, there must be something wrong with them. When Li Zixuan took out the Imperial Edict, everyone hurriedly bowed and stood to the side. When Li Zixuan finished reading, the 4 or 5 eunuchs and Daizhong were all shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect that Li Zixuan would give Li Zixuan so much power. At this time, Li Zixuan was simply the second heir in Chang and city. He could go wherever he wanted and ask for help from whoever he wanted. "Director, why haven't you received the Imperial Edict? Don't tell me you want to go against the Imperial Edict?" Li Zixuan stared at Daizhong without blinking and said indifferently. And Daizhong's expression changed. After a while, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Marquis Yong, how dare you? How dare you fake an Imperial Edict? Men, quickly arrest Marquis Yong." Yes, the 4 or 5 eunuchs immediately surrounded Li Zixuan, and the atmosphere in the room became tense. Without another word, Xiao Anzi pulled out the dagger hidden in his sleeves and thrust it at Li Zixuan's throat in a flash. Chapter 1590. You're courting death. Li Zixuan did not panic in the face of the sudden assassination attempt. On the contrary, he had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. As long as these people could not help but make a move, it meant that they were guilty. It also meant that he was getting closer to the truth. When the dagger in Xiao Anzi's hand was 3 inches away from Li Zixuan's throat, Li Zixuan leaned back slightly, and the dagger that was flickering with cold light missed. Li Zixuan didn't intend to let Xiao Anzi go just like that. He placed his right hand on Xiao Anzi's wrist and gently squeezed. Suddenly, with a kacha sound, Xiao Anzi let out a painful howl because his wrist was completely dislocated. Immediately after, Li Zixuan's other hand directly grabbed Xiao Anzi's clothes, lifted him up, and ruthlessly smashed him towards the 4 little eunuchs who were about to rush up. Immediately, there were miserable cries of ouch. These people did not know martial arts at all. Li Zixuan did not feel any pressure when dealing with them. He took care of them with one move. However, there was still one more person in the room. The moment Li Zixuan tossed little Anzi out, and Daizhong also moved. The old eunuch instantly disappeared from where he was standing, and in the next moment, he was 10 feet behind Li Zixuan. His palm turned into a claw, and he ruthlessly grabbed at the back of Li Zixuan's neck. This speed was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. The old eunuch was also a martial arts expert. He was at least close to the Grandmaster realm, or had already reached the Grandmaster realm. What was worse was that the old eunuch's fingernails were purplish black. In this era, there were no nail salons that could dye people's fingernails. The old eunuch's fingernails were purplish black, which meant that he had applied poison on them. Oomph. You are indeed not ordinary. Although Li Zixuan's back was facing Indezhong, he did not let his guard down. When he first met Indezhong, he felt that he could not see through Indezhong's strength. He had always been on guard against this old eunuch. Li Zixuan did not dare to let his guard down in the face of the old eunuch's claw. He turned around with lightning speed, drew the wind-chasing sword from his waist, and slashed at Indezhong's claw. So what if his fingernails were poisoned? Could it be that they could withstand a sword? When he had left the Taiji Palace, the wind-chasing sword had been returned to him. Right now, he could use it to deal with Indezhong. Wind-chasing sword was incomparably sharp and cold. Indezhong naturally did not dare to receive it head-on. He grunted and hurriedly retreated. When he reached the corner of the wall, there was an iron rod leaning against the wall. Indezhong's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly grabbed the iron rod and kicked off the wall with his right foot. His entire body changed from retreating to advancing, flying towards Li Zixuan. Clang, clang, clang. The metal rod collided fiercely with the wind-chasing sword in the air, producing a series of clanging sounds. However, the wind-chasing sword was so sharp that even though the metal rod was solid, it was still an ordinary metal. After a while, the metal rod was cut into the shape of a hedgehog by the wind-chasing sword. Since they were in the house, Li Zixuan could not use his swordsmanship. If he used all his swordsmanship, it was very likely that he would destroy the entire house. Even if he found out that Indezhong was hiding behind the scenes, Li Er would not let him off easily. After all, this was the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Therefore, Li Zixuan could only rely on brute force and the most primitive sword moves to deal with Indezhong's swordsmanship. Even so, it was enough. Oomph. I didn't expect that there would be a master in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Chiefin, you must be hiding here for something big, right? Li Zixuan blasted Indezhong away with his sword, and then a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he spoke indifferently. The Indezhong in front of him was only at the beginner stage of Grandmaster. Moreover, due to the fact that his body was damaged, his personal strength was weaker than an ordinary master. After Indezhong steadied himself, he took 2 deep breaths. Then, with a face full of resentment, he said, Li Zixuan, don't be conceited and arrogant just because you are strong in martial arts and are favored by the Emperor. There will be a day when you, your parents, and your wife will be beheaded because of your meddling in other people's business today. You will regret it. Hee. You, die. Li Zixuan's face turned cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and coldness. He could allow others to harm him, but he could not tolerate others threatening his family. After saying that, Li Zixuan held the wind-chasing sword in his hand and stabbed it into Indezhong's chest. Hee. Come on, kill me, If you kill me, your whole family will be buried with me. Ha. Seeing Li Zixuan coming at him with sword in hand, Indezhong seemed to have gone mad. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. He actually stood straight on the spot without dodging, planning to use his flesh and blood to receive Li Zixuan's sword strike. The reason for this was mainly because after the battle, just now, Indezhong already knew Li Zixuan's current strength and martial arts realm. He was fully aware that he could not defeat Li Zixuan no matter what. Instead of being captured and interrogated, it would be more straightforward to die under Li Zixuan's sword. Perhaps to him, this was the most perfect ending. Seeing that Indezhong did not dodge, it was obvious that he was ready to die. Li Zixuan's wind-chasing sword in his hand moved slightly to the left before it touched Indezhong. With a chi sound, The long sword pierced through Dazhong's shoulder. "Ah, why? Why don't you kill me?" And Dazhong shouted. His voice was filled with disbelief and anger. Li Zixuan sneered. "You want to die so easily? Wouldn't that be too easy for you?" After saying that, he took 2 steps forward and sealed the artery on Dazhong's arm to prevent him from bleeding to death. Then, without waiting for Dazhong to react, he broke his other arm. After doing all this, Li Zixuan looked at the 5 young eunuchs in the room and the old eunuch and Dazhong. Then, he clapped his hands, indicating that he was done. Li Zixuan thought for a moment. With so many eunuchs, he wouldn't be able to escort them all by himself. Li Zixuan strode out of the Imperial Ancestral Temple in a flash and shouted in the direction of the southern gate. "Someone come quickly! There's an assassin in the Imperial Ancestral Temple." Whoosh! When the guards outside in men's gate heard this, they immediately moved and ran towards Li Zixuan's location. Li Zixuan nodded in satisfaction. Then, he turned around and returned to the small room. "Quick, quick, feed me the medicine first." Just as he reached the door, Li Zixuan heard Dazhong's urgent shouts from inside the room. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly lifted his feet to step into the room. He saw that the 3 eunuchs were already foaming at the mouth and collapsed on the ground. Poison. This was obviously the symptom of poison. Another young eunuch was holding a small porcelain bottle. He took out a small black pill from the bottle and fed it to Dazhong. Stop. Chapter 1591. The wood was lying on the body of the ancient building, suffering from the torture of nature as it became modeled day by day. Thunder and lightning were the most unwilling to be lonely. They would jump from the clouds and bite the body of the wood again and again. Therefore, the ancient craftsmen used their wisdom to launch a game in exchange for the survival of the residents under the thunder and fire. On the bank of the vast Dongting Lake, there stood a 39-meter-high octagonal 7-story brick tower. It looked particularly tall and straight. The brick tower was octagonal and pointed at the top. In the middle, there was a dark iron pestle pointing to the sky. The decorations around were structured according to the structure, showing the appearance of an octagonal sandwich. A few iron chains connected to the top and fixed the structure climbed along the ridge to the wing corners, winding down and finally converting to the earth in a crawling posture. It was the Xianxia Tower, and also the earliest evidence of the confrontation between the wisdom of the ancestors of this ancient civilization and the thunder and fire. It was the combination of the iron pestle and the iron chains that enabled the ancient tower to escape from the thunder and fire countless times. The lightning rod was not a product of modern society. As early as more than 1,000 years ago, it appeared in the Central Plains. In the roasted scorch, there was such a record. In the Han Dynasty, Bailiang Hall was in a fire. A wizard suggested that a fishtail-shaped copper tile should be placed on the roof to prevent the fire caused by thunder and lightning. The fishtail-shaped tile on the roof was actually used as a lightning rod. It could be regarded as the prototype of the lightning rod. In ancient times, when the gods embraced each other, simple technology could only take root and sprout in the doubts of the ancestors by turning around the mountains around religion. Therefore, the ancestors' avoidance of thunder and lightning followed the civilization of that era and were herded in the river valley, waiting for awakening. In the traditional culture of China, metaphysics was quite representative, such as the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. In the field of the 8 trigrams, the Zhen hexagram represented thunder. After combining the positions, there were also South Li, North Can, East Zhen, West Ui, as well as South Sparrow, North Black Tortoise, Turtle Snake, East Azure Dragon, West White Tiger. Therefore, under the presumption of the magicians, the ancients unanimously formed the thought that thunder followed the dragon. From then on, in order to prevent buildings from being struck by lightning, the forebears had to construct and install lightning protection facilities, which were known as dragon suppression. Therefore, in the extraordinary appearance of the ancient buildings, many lightning arresters known as dragon guards began to grow and multiply on the bodies of the ancient buildings in China. For example, in China, the tip of some ancient towers was often coated with a layer of metal membrane. Then, It was connected to the central pillar of the underground tower using a material that was easy to conduct electricity. The end of the pillar was connected to the dragon cave where the metal was stored. This formed a kind of ancient dragon subduing. In addition, such as the owl tails that stood upright on many ancient towers and palaces, the animal-shaped tiles on the roofs, and the so-called thunder god pillars that often stood in the tall temples, they all formed good conductive channels with the earth and became important members of the dragon suppressors. These were the crystallization of the wisdom of China's ancient craftsmen. For thousands of years, our ancestors had used extreme ingenuity to develop the simple science into a shocking appearance. Although it had weathered wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, it had remained unmoved for thousands of years. And the dragon subduing on the roof of the Imperial Ancestral Temple had been modified by someone into a gunpowder magazine. Li Zishuan raised his head and saw several thin iron wires being pulled down from the cracks in the roof and inserted into a wooden box at the top. Although Li Zishuan didn't graduate with a history major in his previous life, he still knew that ancient buildings had lightning arresters. Besides, even if he didn't know this in his previous life, he still had the memories of his previous life. Thus, when Li Zishuan saw those iron wires coming down from the cracks in the roof and associated them with the dragon subduing on the roof, as well as Li Juanxian's secret letter stating that the clouds would change color and thunder would rumble, Li Zishuan understood everything. Someone wanted to attract lightning to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. When the lightning sparks were combined with the sulfur and charcoal in the room, the Imperial Ancestral Temple would most likely be doomed. But would the sulfur and charcoal really be detonated by the lightning sparks? Li Zishuan wasn't sure. After all, these two things were flammable at most. Even Li Zishuan didn't know if they could be ignited by the lightning sparks, because he had never done any experiments in the modern era. The color of the box at the top seems to be different. Is it a coincidence, or are the things inside different? At this moment, Li Zishuan noticed that the color of the wooden box at the top was slightly lighter. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. After pondering for a moment, Li Zishuan tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his whole body left the ground. He soared into the air and flew toward the box at the top. He saw that the top of the box had been punched with 5 small holes, which were just enough for 5 iron wires to pass through. Li Zishuan pulled out the metal wire from the wooden chest. Then, he carried the wooden chest and returned to the surface. Just as he was about to open the wooden chest to investigate, he heard a series of hurried footsteps coming from outside the Imperial Ancestral Temple. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned around to greet them. Just as he reached the main hall of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, he saw Li Zishuan striding in. Li Zishuan hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed. "Paying respects to your majesty." Li Zishuan's face was dark as he said in an unfriendly tone, "Humph, Marquis Yong, and how dare you cause trouble in the Imperial Ancestral Temple?" Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said seriously, "Your Majesty, this subject did not cause trouble. This subject came to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to investigate a case." Investigate a case? Li Zishuan's heart sank when he heard this. Things had indeed reached the worst-case scenario that he had predicted. The dragon sect's influence had already infiltrated the palace. Thinking of this, he asked with an ugly expression, "Then what did you find out?" Li Zishuan was about to speak when he suddenly paused. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Your Majesty, please dismiss your attendants and follow this subject to a place." Since someone like a Dezhong could be used by the dragon sect, Li Zishuan was not sure if there were any spies among Li Zishuan's attendants. Therefore, for safety's sake, he suggested that Li Zishuan dismiss his attendants and follow him to the special room in the northwest. Li Zishuan clearly understood this and did not hesitate. He turned his head and ordered, "All of you wait outside. Today, without my orders, no one is allowed to take half a step into the Imperial Ancestral Temple." Understood. The Imperial guards and eunuchs who followed Li Zishuan all cupped their fists and answered. Li Er nodded, then turned to look at Li Zishuan and said indifferently, "Lead the way." Yes, Your Majesty. Li Zixuan made a sound of agreement and turned around to lead Li Er towards the first house in the northwest. After a while, the two of them arrived at the room where the sulfur and charcoal powder were stored. Li Zixuan pointed to the wooden boxes in the room and said to Li Zixuan, Your Majesty, these boxes were sent from outside the palace by Stewardin. They are the location of the Dragon Sect's secret plot. You're saying that the Dragon Sect's secret plot is related to these wooden boxes? Li Zixuan's eyes narrowed. That's right. Li Zixuan nodded and pointed to the 5 iron wires hanging from the cracks of the roof. Your Majesty, please take a look. The other end of these 5 iron wires is connected to the dragon seal on the roof, and the other end is connected to one of these wooden boxes. Your Majesty, do you know what is in these wooden boxes? Li Er frowned and took the initiative to open a wooden box. Then he put his hand inside and grabbed a handful of powder. He looked at it carefully. Suddenly, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Li Er's back. Is this sulfur powder and bamboo charcoal powder? Because of Li Zixuan was one of the few people in the world who knew the formula of HY. When he saw the sulfur powder and bamboo charcoal powder, Old Li had the urge to run away. He had seen the power of gunpowder, and he did not think that his body could withstand the power of gunpowder. Chapter 1592. Tomorrow morning, the Heavenly Dragon rebels will attack the city. If we check the army before the battle, it will shake the morale of the army. In the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Li Er was silent for a while before he faintly sighed and said, Li Zixuan was silent. Although he was worried that some of the soldiers would defect to the Dragon Sect, he had to admit that Li Er's words made sense. Checking the army at this time would indeed shake the morale of the army. It was simply giving the Dragon Sect a chance. After a moment of silence, Li Er's eyes narrowed as he continued. The Dragon Sect used the Jasper Lake holy water to lure people into their sect. Those people who were deceived didn't work all day and even spent all their wealth just to join the Dragon Sect and obtain the Jasper Lake holy water. The Dragon Sect used demonic arts and holy water to confuse the common people. This emperor does not believe that this emperor's army will defect to the Dragon Sect and betray this emperor. Most of the generals of the 12 capital guards have fought with this emperor in the past. This emperor believes in them. As long as these generals do not defect, Chang and city will not fall. Confidence. Even though the city would be besieged tomorrow, Li Er was still so confident. The 18 rebellions of the past, the Xuanwu Gate Rebellion in the 9th year of Wuda, and the tens of thousands of Turkic soldiers besieging the city were all unable to defeat Li Er. The Dragon Sect now only had a few tens of thousands of soldiers. How could they scare Li Er? In any case, Old Li had seen a lot of things. Your Majesty is so bold. Li Zixuan clasped his hands and praised. Then he said, However, I think that Your Majesty should make 2 preparations. On the one hand, you should gather all the generals in the capital and let them be on guard against the rebellion of the soldiers in the camp. On the other hand, you should select soldiers from the Imperial Army and set up 9 supervision teams to guard the 9 city gates in the east, west, and south of Chang'an City. If there is a rebellion at the city gates, they can delay it for a while. Your suggestion is not without reason. This emperor will have someone arrange it in a while. Li Er nodded. The most important thing is to move all the boxes of sulfur, charcoal, and gunpowder away. The Imperial Ancestral Temple is an important place of the imperial family. No matter what, no mishap is allowed. This emperor obeys. Li Zixuan cupped his fists and accepted the order. Just as he was about to turn around and arrange for people to come in and move the boxes, a soldier's urgent voice came from outside the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Your Majesty, Marquis, something bad has happened. Steward Un and the other 2 eunuchs died on the way to the Supreme Court. It's General Bai Lang. What? Stewardin is dead? Li Zixuan instantly recognized the owner of the voice. It was the general in charge of escorting in Dijon and the others. Hearing this, his expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, Umph. Li Er was also furious. He flung his sleeve and took the lead to leave. Arriving at the main entrance of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Lier looked at Bai Liang, who was bowing and asking for forgiveness with an ugly expression. He said coldly, "Speak. How did Dezhong die? Who was the murderer? Did you catch him?" Bai Liang had originally come to report to Li Zishuan, but he did not expect Lier to be here as well. This was really bad luck. But now he had to accept this reality. At this time, Li Zishuan also came out of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Bai Liang bowed to Lier and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty, just now, I brought people to escort Stewardin and the others to the Supreme Court. On the way, 3 soldiers suddenly brandished their swords and killed Steward and the others. Then they directly killed themselves. When I reacted, it was already too late. Your Majesty, please punish me." After saying this, Bai Liang knelt on one knee and did not dare to raise his head. When Lier heard this, he could not help but be furious. "Bastard! In the Imperial City, my key criminals were killed by your soldiers. How did you manage the army?" Men drag Bai Liang away and throw him into the death row prison. Speaking of which, Lier originally wanted to ask something from Dezhong. He did not believe that Dezhong was the only one who contributed to the entire Heavenly Dragon conspiracy. He dared to conclude that there must be other officials and generals who secretly provided assistance to Dezhong. But now that Dezhong was dead, all the clues were cut off. This meant that his hopes of finding more Heavenly Dragon sect spies from Dezhong were completely dashed. How could Lier not be angry? "Your Majesty, please calm down." Seeing Li Zishuan sentence a young general to death with just a few words, Li Zishuan quickly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Dragon sect's forces are everywhere. Not only are they hidden in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, but they are also present in the Imperial City's army. It is impossible to guard against them. General Bai did not know about the Heavenly Dragon conspiracy and was unprepared, which led to the death of Stewardin. Although he is suspected of dereliction of duty, it is pardonable. Your Majesty, please show mercy." When he finished, Bai Liang could not help but look at Li Zishuan gratefully. Lier took 2 deep breaths, finally calming down the anger in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "You may be spared from death, but you cannot escape punishment. In a while, you will receive 20 strokes of the military rod. In addition, we will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. After that, you must assist the Marquis of Yong and to investigate the identity of those 3 soldiers, their family background, whether they have any accomplices and what kind of relationship they have with the Heavenly Dragon sect. This general, Bai Liang, thanks your Majesty for your mercy. This general will do his best to assist the Marquis of Yong and in finding out the remaining Heavenly Dragon sect members in the Imperial City." Bai Liang bowed and said excitedly, "Although since ancient times, if the Emperor wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. But if there was a choice, who would be willing to die?" At this moment, Bai Liang felt like he had just survived a calamity. Lier turned to Li Zishuan and said solemnly, "Marquis of Yong, and we are very pleased that you were able to find the hidden danger in the Imperial Ancestral Temple so quickly. However, no one knows if the Heavenly Dragon sect has any other schemes in Chong and City. Thus, we order you to immediately bring people to clean up the hidden dangers of the Heavenly Dragon sect in Chong and City. At the same time, find those who are colluding with the enemy. Remember, we want them alive." Hearing that, Li Zishuan suddenly felt a toothache. Oldly made it sound easy, but this matter was too difficult to handle. He, Li Zishuan, had never been a spy or a detective in his previous life. This kind of job of finding spies and unraveling conspiracies, he really couldn't do it. Just now, the Imperial Ancestral Temple was just his luck. This subject will do his best. Although there were many difficulties, Li Zishuan did not refuse. His face was solemn as he cupped his fists and accepted the order. Perhaps Lier also knew that this matter was too difficult to handle. He patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said solemnly, "Go ahead and do it. No matter which officials or generals are involved, capture them. We will give you the authority to act first and report later. If anyone impeaches you, we will support you. We know that other than you, No one could do this well. Don't let us down. Power in the hands. At this moment, Li Zixuan could be said to have real power in the hands of others. Chang'an's civil and military officials, as well as the generals of the 12 capital guards, he could capture whoever he wanted. In a sense, he was even more powerful than the Imperial Secret Service of the Ming Dynasty. Of course, this also reflected Li Er's unreserved trust in Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was a little touched. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I will do my best to eliminate the hidden dangers in Chang'an." Li Er nodded and suddenly said, I want to go to the West Hall of Tai Chi Palace to meet my father. Do you want to come with me?" Hearing this, Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. After he came back to his senses, he waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty is catching up with the father and son of the retired emperor. As an outsider, I won't spoil the fun. I still have to investigate the case. I will take my leave." And Daizhong used to be an old eunuch who served Li Yuan. Now that Daizhong colluded with the dragon sect and tried to blow up the imperial ancestral temple, it was hard for Li Er not to suspect that Li Yuan had secretly instructed him to do so. Therefore, old Li was obviously going to find Li Yuan to denounce him. There would definitely be a fierce struggle. Perhaps the father and son would turn against each other on the spot. Li Zixuan would rather be beaten to death than join in the fun. Knowing too much about the imperial family was not beneficial to him at all. Li Er looked at Li Zixuan meaningfully and said, "If that's the case, then you go and investigate the case." Li Zixuan felt like he had been pardoned. He quickly said, "Your Majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately fled with Bai Liang and the others. Dragonhead, not good, not good. At the peak of the Serpent Spirit Mountain, the dragon head of the dragon sect was sitting in the middle of a wooden house. His eyes were closed as he rested. Suddenly, a wave of panicked shouts came from outside the house. Not long after, Zhang Liang, the judge of the broken finger, ran in a panic. The iron-masked man suddenly opened his eyes. He then asked indifferently, "Why are you so alarmed?" Zhang Liang promptly bowed and said, reporting to the dragon head, "The scouts at the front have sent news. The 4 city gates of Chang and have been sealed. No one is allowed to enter or leave. I'm afraid that Venerable Du Yi will not be able to return today." What on earth happened in Chang'an? The iron-masked man suddenly stood up and walked down the steps. He arrived in front of Zhang Liang and asked. Zhang Liang hesitated for a moment before replying, "We bribed one of the city gate guards. Reportedly, someone in the city attempted to kidnap the crown prince and Princess Changle." In a rage, Li Shimin gave the order to seal the city gates and pursue the culprit. "Bastard! Muddle-headed!" The iron-masked man could not help but coldly snort, saying, "This is definitely Du Yi's idea." At such a critical moment, he actually caused problems for this seat. If Li Shimin is alerted and takes precautions in advance, this seat will dismember Du Yi into 10,000 pieces. Hearing that his competitor was unlucky, Zhang Liang could not help but secretly rejoice. However, it was only for a moment. This was because he knew that his fate had long since been firmly tied to the dragon sect. If the dragon sect did not succeed this time, his fate would be extremely miserable. Dragonhead, since the 4 city gates of Chang have not been opened, it means that Li Shimin has not captured Venerable Du Yi and the others. Moreover, there are still many disciples of our sect in Chang'an. They will definitely assist Venerable Du Yi in evading the imperial court's pursuit. Dragonhead need not be overly worried. Zhang Liang bowed slightly and said. Hearing this, the iron-masked man felt somewhat at ease. After a moment of silence, he said, "Pay close attention to the situation in Chang'an. Once there is news, immediately report back." "Yes, Dragonhead," Zhang Liang responded. Finally, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Dragonhead, will we act according to the plan tomorrow?" The iron-masked man nodded and said in a deep voice, "Of course. We have already prepared a great gift for Li Shimin in Chang'an. Tomorrow, we will occupy the right time, the right place, and the right people. If we do not grasp such a good opportunity, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? As long as Du Yi is not captured by Li Shimin, We will act according to the plan tomorrow. This subordinate understands. Chapter 1593. Uncle Master, you're back. By the way, where's my husband? At noon, Han Yushi had already prepared the meal, but she didn't see Li Zixuan. After waiting for a long time, Han Yushi finally saw a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe on the path outside the courtyard. She quickly opened the courtyard door and went out to greet him. However, there was only Xianxia outside the courtyard door, and Li Zixuan was nowhere to be seen. So Han Yushi asked. Xianxia got off the horse and said lightly, "There's a big case in Chang'an City. The crown prince and the princess were almost kidnapped. His Majesty ordered the 4 city gates to be sealed, and Xian was ordered to lead people to track down the assassin. I'm afraid he won't be back for a while. He was the last person to come out of Chang'an City today. The others in Chang'an City couldn't come out even if they wanted to. After all, not everyone could get the heir's warrant like Xianxia." What? The crown prince and the princess were almost kidnapped? Han Yushi was shocked and couldn't help but worry. Who is so bold to openly harm the crown prince and the princess in Chang'an City? Uncle Master, are the crown prince and the princess okay? Also, my husband is investigating in Chang'an City. He shouldn't be in danger, right? Seeing the sincere feelings in Han Yushi's eyes, Xianxia couldn't help but nod secretly. He was happy that Li Zixuan had found a wife who was truly in love with him. Xian and I arrived in time, so the crown prince and the princess are safe. As for Xian's safety, you don't have to worry. The assassin has alerted His Majesty, and the city defense in Chang'an City will be strengthened. Besides, Xian's martial arts are now considered to be a small success. It won't be easy for others to hurt him. Xianxia paused for a moment and said. Hearing this, Han Yushi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When she was about to speak, she heard the sound of a carriage not far away. Looking over, she saw a carriage slowly coming here. Looking at the sign, it was the carriage of the Leaf family. Father and mother are here. The carriage came to the gate of the courtyard, and Han Yushi hurried to greet them. The curtain opened, and a head popped out. It was Lan followed by Father Li and Madam Li. Father, mother, why are you here? Han Yushi went forward to support Madam Li's arm and asked casually. Li Zixuan had rushed back to Cloud Mountain last night and didn't have the time to return to the Marquis's residence in Lantian County. Before the morning court session, Li Zixuan had told Han Yushi that he would bring her back to Lantian County in the afternoon. In the morning, Han Yushi had also sent a family guard to the Marquis's residence to inform Father and Madam Li that Li Zixuan had already returned to Cloud Mountain and would return to the Marquis's residence in the afternoon. Han Yushi did not expect Li Jingma, Madam Li, and Lan to come directly to Cloud Mountain. Hey, isn't it all because of your mother? Once she heard that Xian had returned, how could she still be willing to wait bitterly in a manner? She kept urging this old man to quickly pack up and come to Cloud Mountain. Hearing Han Yushi's question, Li Jingma couldn't help but stroke his beard. Mrs. Li glared at her husband and said unhappily, Master, you're still scolding me? Previously, when I heard that little Xian had returned to Cloud Mountain, I don't know who was the one who walked around in the study alone and muttered for half a day. If I didn't urge you to come over, I'm afraid our study would have been flattened by you. Li Jingma's face instantly turned red. Then, he became angry from embarrassment and said, You, women are really unreasonable. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Yushi, this is? Li Jingma was about to walk towards the side courtyard when he finally noticed Xianxia standing at the side. Li Jingma couldn't help but ask. Only then did Han Yushi react and hurriedly introduced, Father, mother, this is husband's martial uncle. The family guard in the manor should have told you before. This time, martial uncle had helped husband a lot in the north. Xianxia stood up and cupped his hands. This humble Taoist Xianxia from Dragon Tiger Mountain greets Master Li and Madam Li. Hearing this, Li Jingma and Madam Li were shocked. Father Li hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. So, it's martial uncle from the same sect as little Xian. Sorry for the disrespect. Madam Li also bowed and said respectfully, little Xian was apprenticed to Taoist priest Spirit Void in the early years. During this period, Taoist priest Spirit Void has taken great care of little Xian. Taoist priest Xianxia, please come in. It's noon. This old woman will personally cook a few good dishes to entertain Taoist priest. Li Jingma and Madame Li were grateful to Taoist priest Spirit Void from the bottom of their hearts. If Taoist priest Spirit Void hadn't brought Li Zishuan back to Dragon Tiger Mountain to recuperate and learn martial arts, Li Zishuan might have died when he was 7 or 8 years old. Therefore, after hearing about Xianxia's identity, Father Li and Madame Li immediately treated Xianxia as the most distinguished guest. Both of you are welcome. Little Xian is your son and my martial nephew. It's natural for martial uncle to take care of his martial nephew. Xianxia cupped his hands and bowed back. Then he said, I heard from little Xian that Mr. Zhang San and Mr. Mo are injured in Yanhuan College. This humble Taoist will go and take a look first. I want to accompany you for lunch. Please forgive me. After that, Xianxia cupped his hands again and bowed. Then he turned and walked toward Yanhuan College. However, his back view looked more or less in a sorry state. Xianxia was obsessed with swordsmanship all his life. The number of people he had met could be counted with 2 hands. He could practice swordsmanship, but he wasn't good at dealing with others. Therefore, instead of staying to eat with Madame Li and Li Jingma, he would rather go back to the academy to heal the bearded man and Mo Huai. Seeing this, Li Jingma opened his mouth and said in confusion, Yushi, Taoist Master Li is, Han Yushi quickly explained, Father, martial uncle must have eaten in Chang'an City. Moreover, martial uncle is also proficient in medical skills. Last night, Mr. Wenji was cured by him. Mr. Zhang San and Mr. Mo do need his help. Father and mother, please don't be offended. What? Mr. Wenji is well? Li Jingma was shocked. Then he quickly waved his hand and said, Don't be offended, don't be offended. Celestial Master Taoism has done a great favor for us. Yushi, you just said that Mr. Wenji is well. Is that true? Li Gang not only had a high reputation among scholars, but also had a good impression of Li Gang. After hearing the news that Li Gang was seriously ill, Li Jingma was also very worried. Therefore, when Han Yushi came to Yinshan to visit Li Gang yesterday, Li Jingma and Madame Li didn't stop her. Instead, they supported her with both hands. Han Yushi smiled and said, Of course it's true. Old Master has moved back to his own courtyard from Dr. Sun's courtyard today. Father and mother, you don't know. Since Mr. Wenji got better last night, little Honorin has been so excited as if it's the new year. Oh, it should be said that he hasn't been so happy even during the new year. Huh, good. Li Jingma stroked his beard and laughed. After lunch, I'll visit old master. Oh right, where's Xian? Even if he went to the morning court, he should be back by now, right? Han Yushi's eyes dimmed, and she said softly, My husband may not come back today. Chang'an City. The kidnapping incident in Shi City and the subsequent closure of the city gates made the people in Chang'an City feel a trace of a solemn atmosphere. Then, the Imperial Army, Supreme Court, and the Imperial government's troops all went out to search for people of unknown origin in the streets. This made the people even more frightened. Everyone had a sense of crisis in their hearts. Some old people couldn't help but murmur secretly, Is the Golden Age coming to an end? Is the world going to be in chaos again? The assassination of the crown prince and the princess in the streets in the capital city was definitely a hidden conspiracy. It meant that someone wanted to go against the imperial court. This made the old people couldn't help but think of the chaotic times in the late Sui dynasty. Marquis, the Military Weapons Bureau, Zongjing Temple, and Zongling Temple have all been investigated. No abnormalities have been found. However, I'm afraid that we can't investigate in the imperial city. Supreme Court. Lu Dui sat high up in the seat of honor. Li Zishuan and Sun Fujia sat on his left and right respectively. As for Daizhou, he led the Supreme Court's Yamen runners to search for Du Yi's whereabouts in Chang'an City. At this time, Chang Ping, the general of the Anshan Gate, came in and reported to Li Zishuan with a bow. After finding out the hidden danger in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Li Zishuan didn't dare to relax. He listed 4 secret yamens in the outer Emperor city that were easy to cause trouble. Then, he ordered Chongping to lead the imperial army to investigate. The key was to check if there were dangerous flammable and explosive materials such as sulfur, charcoal powder, fireworks, and gunpowder. Previously, Chongping failed in escorting the criminals. If Li Zishuan hadn't pleaded for him, he would have been beheaded by Li Zishuan. Therefore, he was very grateful to Li Zishuan. He was even more alert and attentive to what Li Zishuan ordered him to do. On the one hand, he wanted to repay Li Zishuan. On the other hand, he wanted to make up for his mistakes. Therefore, the 4 secret yamens were almost turned upside down by Chongping. Hearing this, Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since nothing happened, that's great. As for the imperial city, you don't have to worry about it. When Supervisor Zhao returns, he will bring people to investigate the imperial palace." "Yes." Chongping cupped his fists and answered. Li Zishuan thought for a while and ordered, "Although Dazhong and the other 2 eunuchs were killed, there must be their accomplices among the people they were in contact with. Chongping, immediately arrest these people and interrogate them one by one. If necessary, you can use torture. As for the 3 soldiers who killed Dazhong and the other 2, immediately find out who they have been in contact with recently and where they have been. Arrest all the suspects and bring them to the Supreme Court. Do you understand?" Chongping's face turned serious. He cupped his fists and said, "Yes, this general understands." At this time, Sun Fujia could not help but say, "Marquis, criminal investigation and investigation are not General Chang's specialties. This official requests to investigate with General Chang." Hearing this, Lu Dui could not help but nod and said, "What Sun Tingwei said is reasonable. Investigating the spies and eliminating the hidden dangers in the imperial city is the responsibility of the Supreme Court. I'm grateful that Marquis helped me. However, how can the Supreme Court stand by and do nothing? In this case, the Supreme Court has to help no matter what. They were not trying to steal the credit. The Supreme Court was already guilty of dereliction of duty for the assassination in Shi City and the mine-burying incident in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. If they did not do anything to make up for their mistakes, it would be unreasonable." Li Zishuan nodded and cupped his fists. "As it should be. Then, I will have to trouble Sun Tingwei." "Marquis, you are too kind." Sun Fujiao politely cupped her fists and returned a bow to Li Zishuan. Then, she stood up and left the hall with Chongping. In the blink of an eye, only Li Zishuan and Lu Dui were left in the hall. After a few moments of silence, Lu Dui said, "Marquis is a young hero. He single-handedly saw through the schemes of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Otherwise, the Imperial Ancestral Temple would have been destroyed by lightning tomorrow, and this old man would have died 10,000 deaths. For this matter, this Lu and the Supreme Court owe Marquis a great favor." After saying this, Lu Dui stood up and clasped his fists to Li Zishuan. Before Chongping had come to report, Li Zishuan had told Lu Dui and Sun Fujia about Li Juanxian's secret letter and what they had experienced in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Firstly, the Supreme Court needed to help solve the case and needed to know some inside information. Secondly, Lu Dui and Sun Fujia had always been staunch supporters of the Qin King's faction. They would never collude with the Heavenly Dragon sect. By telling them, Li Zishuan did not need to worry that they would leak the secret. Official Lu's words are too serious. You and I are both His Majesty's subjects. We eat from the sovereign and share the sovereign's burdens. This is what this Marquis should do." Li Zishuan hastily got up and clasped his fists in return. Chapter 1594. Isn't this because of the Jade Lake holy water? In the main hall of the Supreme Court, Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment before answering Lu Dui's question. Regarding the Jade Lake holy water, Li Zishuan had heard Li Tai mention it in a telegram before returning to Cloud Mountain. It was said to be able to cure all diseases and had been passed down as miraculous by the people. Of course, Li Zishuan had to admit that the dragon sect's methods were indeed brilliant. This was because most people were greedy for life especially those who were seriously ill and incurable. If there was a chance to live, they would be willing to do anything. The dragon sect used the Jade Lake holy water to stimulate the desire of the people to live, which was why they were able to recruit so many followers in such a short period of time. Unexpectedly, Lu Dui shook his head and said, Marquis Yongin, do you really believe that there's a miracle medicine or Jade Lake holy water that can cure all diseases in this world? Li Zishuan frowned and replied decisively, This Marquis naturally does not believe in such things. Heaven and earth give birth to all things, and all things can complement each other and also counter each other. All medicines are targeted at the symptoms. What kind of illness one is suffering from must be the medicine used. If someone says that there is a medicine that can cure all diseases, then that person must be a liar. The medical technology of the 21st century was so advanced, but there were still so many incurable diseases. In the Great Tang, where medical technology was lacking, how could there be a miracle medicine that could cure all diseases? Li Zishuan would never believe such nonsense, even if he was beaten to death. Hearing this, Lu Dui stroked his beard and laughed. Ha ha, Marquis Yong, and you're not the only one who doesn't believe it. Anyone with the slightest bit of medical knowledge would not believe that the Jade Lake holy water can cure all diseases. As the Grand Steward of the retired Emperor, and Dazhong's knowledge and experience were extensive. How could he not know this? Besides, Dazhong's body is very healthy, and I've never heard of him having any better than family members. The so-called Jade Lake holy water is not attractive to him. Hearing Lu Dui's words, Li Zishuan was startled because he felt that Lu Dui's words were very reasonable. Previously, the commoners were fighting to join the Heavenly Dragon sect because of the Yaoqi holy water. So he subconsciously thought that everyone wanted to join because of the Yaoqi holy water. However, he had neglected the most basic requirement. Many people did not believe in the Heavenly Dragon sacred water, nor did they need it. For example, in Dazhong. Then, in Minister Lu's opinion, why didn't Dazhong betray the imperial court and help the tyrant? After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan said seriously. Lu Dui stroked his beard and said with a twinkle in his eyes, The human heart is very complicated, but it is also very simple. The pursuit of profit was not for life, but for wealth or fame. And Dazhong has been living in the palace for a long time. Now that he has lost the emperor's favor, he probably doesn't lack money. Therefore, he is not doing this for his life, nor for his wealth, but for his reputation. For fame? Li Zishuan frowned, asking suspiciously, You mean Dazhong wants to rely on Heavenly Dragon sect strength to make a comeback? Very likely. Lu Dui nodded and said. Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before asking, But why isn't Dazhong so sure that Heavenly Dragon sect can help him make a comeback? The current imperial court has a strong army in Chang, and is even thicker, let alone tens of thousands of soldiers. Even if the Dragon sect had 100,000, it would still be wishful thinking for them to break into Chang, and Dazhong gave up a good life. Why would he take such a risk? Lu Dui could not help but sigh. In the end, it's all because of human greed. But Marquis Yong, and your doubts are not without reason. For in Dazhong to be so loyal to Heavenly Dragon sect, there must be other secrets behind it. In fact, a few days before you returned to Chang'an City, this old man felt that there seemed to be an undercurrent surging in Chang'an City. This old man also sent many people from the Supreme Court to secretly investigate, but in the end, they did not find anything. Now that I think about it, Heavenly Dragon sect should have started to win over some imperial court officials and palace eunuchs, since a few days ago, Chang'an City has indeed been infiltrated by Heavenly Dragon sect, until it's full of holes. Li Zishuan mused, I have a feeling that this Heavenly Dragon cult's Dragonhead's identity is definitely not ordinary. But Commander Li's letter did not mention anything about the Heavenly Dragon cult Dragonhead, but this also means that this person must be an extremely mysterious figure in the Heavenly Dragon cult, not revealing his true face to others. But we can't rule out the possibility that his identity is the key to why Dazhong and the others chose to side with Heavenly Dragon sect and betray the imperial court. Lu Dui heard this, and his eyes lit up. He said in a low voice, "That's right. This old man has also guessed this in private, but this old man really can't figure out what kind of identity the heavenly dragon sect Dragonhead has to make a Dezhong bow his head without reservation." Li Zixuan frowned and thought about it, but he couldn't figure it out. He could only helplessly say, "Now that things have come to this, if we want to find out the truth, we can only wait for Chongping and Sun Tingwei to capture Dezhong's accomplices before interrogating them." Lu Dui didn't respond, only rubbing his chin as he pondered over the problem. After a long silence in the main hall, Lu Dui's expression changed, and he suddenly said, "The dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect could be related to him?" Who? Who is it related to? Li Zixuan hurriedly asked when he heard Lu Dui's words. Lu Dui looked deeply at Li Zixuan and did not immediately answer. After a while, he sighed with a complicated expression and shook his head. "Nothing. Nothing. This old man is old and likes to think too much." Li Zixuan obviously did not believe Lu Dui's nonsense and couldn't help but say, "Minister Lu, although we have now cracked the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot to blow up the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Chong and City is still in danger. If you think of any key problems, please tell me directly. No matter what, I will keep it a secret for you. You don't have to worry about it." "Huh. This old man is about to retire and return to his hometown. What worries can I have? But sometimes, the more you know, the better. This old man is also for your own good." Lu Dui shook his head and laughed. At this moment, Li Zixuan only wanted to know the truth because he did not want any accidents to happen in Chong and the next day. Therefore, he insisted, "Minister Lu, in the face of a national crisis, I've already put my personal honor aside. If you really think of something, please tell me the truth." Lu Dui pursed his lips, then looked at Li Zixuan with a serious face and asked, "You really want to know who that person is?" "Yes, that's right." Li Zixuan nodded affirmatively and said. Hearing the affirmative answer, Lu Dui's face suddenly revealed a mysterious smile, and he lightly said 2 words, "King Shi." "What? King Shi?" Suddenly, Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. After being stunned for a while, he finally recovered from the shock and said, "Minister Lu means that the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect is very likely to be related to King Shi? How is this possible? Why is it impossible?" Lu Dui said in a deep voice, "In today's world, to be able to win over so many officials and eunuchs in such a short time, this old man really doesn't know who has such great charm and influence other than the current emperor and King Shi and Marquis Yong, and don't forget that the current emperor is after all not in the right position. The imperial court seems to be harmonious, but who knows how many people are still on King Shi's side. At this time, if someone uses the name of King Shi to gather them and ask them to conspire, do you think they will agree?" Bang, bang, bang. The 2 words King Shi directly made Li Zixuan's heart beat faster, because these 2 words were a taboo in the imperial court and no one dared to mention it openly. But Lu Dui's following words made Li Zixuan even more shocked. What did he mean by the current emperor is after all not in the right position? Big brother, although this is something that everyone knows, you can't say it out like this. What's wrong with old Lu today? Why does he dare to say anything? Li Zixuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. In his mind, Lu Dui used to be a very cautious, mature, and solemn person. He spoke with a sense of propriety. He would only say things that should be said and would never reveal anything that shouldn't be said. But why was he acting so different today? In fact, the reason behind it was very simple and not as complicated as Li Zixuan thought. Lu Dui only had the thought of retiring, and he wanted to guide the younger generation before retiring. That was all. If not for this, he wouldn't have said those words, even if he was beaten to death. But didn't King Shi die back then? Li Zixuan racked his brains for a long time, but he couldn't think of a reason. He could only put this question aside for the time being and ask instead. Lu Dui said faintly, "Although King Shi is dead, there are still remnants in the world. A few days ago, I went through the files of the Supreme Court for nearly a year, and I really found a case related to King Shi." Hearing this, Li Zixuan immediately perked up, only to hear Lu Dui continue. In March this year, Wang Rinbiao, the provincial governor of Qizhou, reported that Zhang Liang, the former county magistrate of Yong County, attempted to rape Li Jingchu, a commoner, and used King Shi's gold medallion to harm Li Jingchu's family. At that time, Wang Rinbiao took office in Qizhou. Li Jingchu carried a coffin to block the city gate and cried about her grievances. After the matter was exposed, Zhang Liang disappeared. Li Zishuan was shocked because he was too familiar with this matter. Half a month ago, he went to the north to kill locusts. When he passed by Qizhou, he had secretly matched Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingchu. However, after he finished matching Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingchu, he put this matter to the back of his mind. He didn't connect this matter to the case of the dragon sect. As for the crucial King Shi's gold medallion in Zhang Liang's case, he didn't pay much attention to it from the beginning to the end. Lu Dui was indeed worthy of being the Chancellor of the Supreme Court. His meticulous logic and meticulous observation skills were able to link two seemingly unrelated matters together in such a reasonable manner. At this moment, Li Zishuan couldn't help admiring old Lu's ability to solve cases. Sure enough, there was a specialization in this field. Old Lu's specialty was investigation and trial. This time, he chose to cooperate with the Supreme Court to investigate the case, which was indeed a wise move. Chancellor Lu, I also heard about this from Rinbiao. According to your analysis, this Zhang Liang is a remnant of King Shi, and it is very likely that he is in the dragon sect at this moment. Chapter 1595. Marquis Yong'in, since His Majesty has given you the power to mobilize all forces to investigate the case, Marquis Yong, you don't need to be afraid of the slightest thing. Once you find out that the officials of King Shi's faction have been in contact with Du Yi, you can send troops to ambush them around their residences. Tomorrow, when the dragon sect attacks the city, if they make any strange movements, you can take them all down. Once the dragon sect is destroyed, His Majesty will naturally be free to punish those officials. In the Supreme Court, Lu Dui stood up and looked sternly at Li Zishuan. In fact, he said this with a certain degree of selfishness. In his view, if Li Zishuan directly went to see Li Er and made the matter clear, Li Er would definitely be forced to carry out a major investigation. However, even if the officials of Li Jianxing's faction were found to have been in contact with Du Yi, there was no direct evidence to prove that they had agreed to Du Yi's request. With insufficient evidence, and the fact that most of those officials had not done anything to betray the court, Li Er would most likely pardon them again in order to show his image as a benevolent ruler. But among those pardoned officials, there were bound to be many fish that had escaped the net. Although Li Er had pardoned them, they were a ticking time bomb for the Great Tang. They did not have time to rebel against the court during the dragon sect's uprising. So if someone were to use Li Jianxing's banner to rebel next time, who knew if those officials would be swayed again? Thus, rather than burying a hidden danger in the future, it was better to settle the matter now. When those officials of King Shi's faction really did comply with Du Yi's request to work for the dragon sect, he could directly come forward and catch them red-handed. This way, Li Er would have no reason to forgive those officials, and the Great Tang would have fewer hidden dangers in the future. Moreover, this move could ensure that the political situation of the Great Tang Imperial Court could quickly stabilize. It could be said to be killing many birds with one stone. Li Zishuan was not stupid. After thinking for a while, he could more or less guess at Lu Dui's good intentions. This method was indeed an extremely good one for the Great Tang Imperial Court, but for Li Zishuan, it was not so good, because this meant that he would become the butcher's knife that Li Er waved at the officials of Li Jianxing's faction. He would offend many people because of this. Marquis Yong, and you said it yourself just now. Those who are paid by the emperor should share the emperor's burdens. Being indecisive will only lead to chaos. If the matter of King Shi is not completely resolved, there will be endless trouble in the future. Furthermore, more innocent people will die because of this in the future. How could Lu Dui not see the hesitation in Li Zishuan's heart? Therefore, he added. After pondering for a long time, Li Zishuan finally nodded and said, "Okay, then let's do as Minister Lu says. But this Marquis's actions are not for His Divine Majesty's sake, but for the Great Tang. so that the common people of the Great Tang will no longer die from internal strife. As descendants of a Yellow Emperor, we should unite against the outside world. When the Great Tang dominates the world, we will look back and realize how childish and laughable today's internal strife was. Without waiting for Lu Dui's response, Li Zixuan turned around and left. The Great Tang dominates the world. Ha! I hope I can see this day in my lifetime. In the hall, Lu Dui looked at Li Zixuan's back and sighed. After leaving the Supreme Court, Li Zixuan went straight out of the Imperial Palace and went to Duke Wei's mansion. Although he had Li Er's Imperial Edict and Gold Medallion, which allowed him to mobilize any troop in the capital, he had to inform Li Jing, the Minister of War and a military expert. After all, he was far less familiar with the 12 guards of the capital than Li Jing. When he arrived at the Li mansion, it was fortunate that the Red Buddha lady was not there. Otherwise, he would be scolded again. Because a few days ago, the bearded guest was almost killed by Wuxia in order to protect Yanwang College. Given the relationship between the Red Buddha lady and the bearded guest, she would definitely scold Li Zixuan when she saw him. Under Li Dijian's lead, Li Zixuan quickly met with Li Jing. Several hours ago, Li Jing was still participating in a meeting at the Suite Du Hall, so he naturally knew about the secret letter that Li Junxian had sent to Li Zixuan. Thus, Li Zixuan only told Li Jing about Lu Dui's conjecture and his intention to mobilize troops. After hearing the general situation, Li Jing couldn't help but frown. He looked at Li Zixuan with a serious expression and said, "Little Xian, this matter involves King Shi and is no small matter. Have you really thought it through?" These words didn't make any sense, but Li Jing was very sure that Li Zixuan could understand them. "I've thought it through. There are some things that have to be done, or else the hidden dangers will continue to exist, and the future of the Great Tang will be uncertain. When the hidden dangers erupt again, many people will die because of it." Li Zixuan also looked at Li Jing with a serious expression. "Good." Li Jing looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression, both praise and worry. This was because he wasn't sure how Li Zixuan's decision would affect Li Zixuan in the future. After a few moments of silence, he said, "This old man will write you in order to mobilize troops. In truth, in terms of concealment and concealment, the soldiers of the Right Guard are the best. Right now, Jijia isn't in Chang, and so take this old man's order and go to the Right Guard camp to mobilize troops. No one will dare to make things difficult for you." Cheng Yaojin was the great general of the Right Guard. After saying this, he picked up the brush on the table and prepared to write an order. Li Zixuan very perceptively stepped forward to help Li Jing grind the ink. As he did so, he said gratefully, "Many thanks, Uncle Li." Li Jing nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Soon, an order for the transfer of troops was written. Li Jing took out his personal seal and stamped it heavily on the order, then passed it to Li Zixuan and said, "This is the order for the transfer of troops. Little Xian, take it well." "Okay." Li Zixuan quickly took it with both hands. He had planned to leave, but Li Jing said, "Little Xian, let this old man recall for a moment, and then I'll give you a list of the officials who were close to King Shi. Later, you can screen them according to the list." Hearing this, Li Zixuan's face immediately revealed a trace of surprise. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Li." In fact, he had been worried about how to get a list of the King Shi's faction. Although he came from the modern era and had read some history books and had an excellent memory, he didn't have the ability to list all the officials who were close to Li Jianqing. However, Li Jing was different. Li Jing had experienced the open and secret struggle between the King of Qin and Crown Prince Li Jianqing. Regarding who was around Li Jianqing, Li Jing was definitely one of the people who had the most right to speak. "It's fine." Li Jing shook his head, then closed his eyes and began to meditate. Li Zixuan didn't disturb him, but stood quietly at the side. When he was bored, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a book on Li Jing's desk. There were 3 big words on the cover: Talisman Machine. Li Zixuan couldn't help but be moved. He thought to himself that it turned out that Li Jing had already begun to organize his military and war experience into the art of war at this time. It was a pity that the original work couldn't be passed down. Future generations could only see the big picture from the general classic and the art of war in the Taiping Imperial Library. It was really a pity. When Li Jing's Art of War is finished, I must borrow a copy of it and store it in the library of Yanhuang College for future students to study. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a pity if such a good art of war was lost? Li Zixuan secretly made up his mind. According to historical records, Li Jing's Art of War was written in 7 books. Talisman Machine, Secret Art of War, General Essentials of War, Notes of Duke Wei, Mirror of 6 Armies, New Book of War, and Archery. However, these books weren't complete as early as the Middle and Late Tang Dynasty. In the 21st century, most of them were lost. The Qing Dynasty scholar Wang Zongqi compiled the Li Weigong Art of War based on Diu's General Classic, Du Mu's commentary on Sun Tzu, and the Song Dynasty's Taiping Imperial Library and General Essentials of War. It became the only complete reference for modern scholars to study Li Jing's Art of War. While Li Zixuan was deep in thought, Li Jing had already started writing. The names of Li Jianqing's faction were written on the paper one by one. Li Zixuan's eyesight was extremely good. When he looked over, he was shocked to see the words written on it. Wei Zheng, Wang Ge, Wei Ting, Shui Wan Che. Among these names, there was no lack of big shots in the imperial court. For example, Wei Zheng and Wang Gui were not only important by Li Jianqing's side, they were also important existences in the current imperial court. At this moment, Li Zixuan suddenly felt a little scared in his heart. Every time Li Jing wrote a name, Li Zixuan's heart would beat fiercely. After an unknown period of time, Li Jing finally put away the brush. When the ink on the paper was almost dry, he picked it up with a solemn expression and handed it to Li Zixuan. Little Xian, these are almost all the officials in King Shi's faction who still hold positions in the imperial court. However, you need to weigh the pros and cons. Although some of them served King Shi back then, they have been conscientious and loyal ever since His Majesty ascended the throne. They are only loyal to the monarch and do not care who is the monarch. As long as the monarch treats the people well, they will serve him loyally. I have selected a few such officials for you. I believe that they will not betray His Majesty because of the bewitchment of the dragon sect. Li Zixuan knew that Li Jing was helping him to clear the mind and let him not offend people as much as possible under the premise of doing things well. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He nodded and said, "Thank you very much, Uncle Li. I will know what to do." Li Jing pondered for a moment and said, "Little Xian later used the telegraph to ask Xu Bao and Ji Jie where the army is going. See if they can rush back to Chang and before tomorrow. If they can, we will definitely win the battle to defend the city tomorrow easily." Uncle Qin and Uncle Cheng. Hearing this, Li Zixuan's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "That's right. How could little nephew forget about this?" Uncle Qin and the rest led 10,000 elite light cavalry. After I left yesterday, they have already returned to the imperial court. They should not be far from Chang'an now, right? If they can arrive before tomorrow and set up an ambush in advance, we can attack from both inside and outside and defeat the Dragon Sect's army in one fell swoop. Li Jing smiled and said, "Exactly. If not for worrying about the Dragon Sect's people being alert, I would have advised His Majesty to send an army out of the city in advance to set up an ambush." Fortunately, Xu Bao and the rest still led 10,000 elites outside the city and can catch the Dragon Sect by surprise. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Good. I will send a telegram to Uncle Qin and the rest. Then I will go to the Right Guard's camp to mobilize the troops." Chapter 1596. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and came to the palace and borrowed the telegraph machine. In the afternoon, Zhao Song came to Ganlu Palace and bowed to Li Er. The telegraph machine was specially kept by Zhao Song in the palace. It was not used often and was placed in a small room in Taiji Palace. It was basically a telegraph machine used by the royal family and was usually not open to the public. However, Li Zixuan was an exception because he was the one who invented the telegraph machine. Therefore, When Zhao Song heard that Li Zixuan wanted to borrow the telegraph machine, he did not refuse after some consideration. Li Er frowned and asked, "Telegraph machine? Why does he want to borrow the telegraph machine? Who is he sending a telegram to?" Zhao Song replied, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and is sending a telegram to General Qin and General Cheng, asking where the army is now and if they can reach Chang and city before tomorrow." Li Er was also a veteran in battle. Hearing this, his eyes lit up and he could not help but say, "This kid wants to borrow Xu Bao's army to attack the dragon sect from both inside and outside tomorrow. Good. I did not misjudge him. This brat's talent in military formations was no less than his talent in engineering. He is a promising talent." His words revealed his undisguised admiration for Li Zixuan. Zhao Song could not help but secretly admire Li Zixuan's imperial favor. There was no one else like him. It is all thanks to your Majesty's discerning eyes. Otherwise, a young talent like the Marquis of Yong, it might be buried in the marketplace. Zhao Song clasped his hands together and smiled, giving him a flattering compliment. Li Er shook his head. After a moment of silence, he asked, "How did Xu Bao reply?" "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and said that General Qin and the rest have already marched to the same continent. If they march day and night, they will reach Chang and city at midnight tonight." Zhao Song did not know anything about telegraphy, so he could only repeat what Li Zixuan had said to Li Er. Li Er could not help but nod and say, "Good." Did Li Zixuan let Xu Bao and the others set up an ambush outside Chang and city, waiting for the dragon sect to attack Chang and city tomorrow with the help of the city's defenders? Zhao Song shook his head and said no. The Marquis of Yong, and left after asking about the location of the army. Li Er was stunned and then understood. He could not help but laugh and scolded. "Good. Now, you know how to follow the rules?" Li Er understood that Li Zixuan's actions were to avoid overstepping his authority and being suspected. Today, in order to investigate the Dragon Sect's conspiracy, he had indeed given Li Zixuan the authority to mobilize the army. However, that was only the army in Chang and city and did not include the army led by Qin Xiong that had just retreated from the front lines. If Li Zixuan had rashly ordered Qin Xiong's army to set up an ambush, even if Li Er did not punish Li Zixuan, he would still feel uncomfortable and estranged. Therefore, Li Zixuan only asked about the location of Qin Xiong's army and left. He believed that once Old Li knew of the situation, he would definitely send an order to Qin Xiong to set up an ambush outside Chang and city. There was no need for him to worry. This was where Li Zixuan was smart. He knew when to stop and when to retreat. After pausing for a moment, Li Er indeed opened his mouth and ordered. Zhao Song immediately passed down the order. "Have the Marquis of Yong and send a telegram to Xu Bao. Order the army to march day and night and set up camp 20 miles outside Chang and city. Be careful and hide. When you receive my order tomorrow, immediately send troops to eliminate the rebels outside Chang and city." With the combined efforts of all the teachers and students of Yanhuang College, the communication technology of the telegram was becoming more and more mature. The palace was indeed equipped with a telegram, but they lacked the professionals to use it. Li Er had specially selected a few clever and loyal eunuchs with clean backgrounds and sent them to Yanhuang College to learn how to use the telegram. However, those eunuchs had yet to return from their studies. Therefore, in order to know the news from Longmen Pass, he had specially summoned Li Tai back from Yanhuang College to help send the telegram and translate the messages. Now that Li Tai was taking his final exams at Yanhuang College, he would definitely not be able to pass. Therefore, Li Er had no choice but to assign the task to Li Zixuan again. "Yes, your Majesty." Zhao Song bowed and answered, then continued. "The Marquis of Yong, and should be at the right guard yamen now. Your Majesty, I will bring the telegram to him." "Wait." Li Er's expression changed. He stopped Zhao Song and asked, "You said that Li Zixuan is at the right guard yamen. What's he doing there?" Zhao Song replied carefully, Your Majesty, I heard the Marquis of Yong and say that he is going to the right guard yamen to mobilize troops to investigate the possible remnants of the dragon sect in Chang and city." the possible remnants of the dragon sect in Chang and City. When Lier heard this, he seemed to have understood something. His eyes flashed, and he said faintly, "Tell Li Zishuan to go ahead and investigate. No matter who is involved, deal with it strictly according to the law. Tell him not to have any fear, because I am his backer." His words were resolute and decisive, but one could also hear Lier's determination to cut off his wrist like a warrior. Zhao Song's heart skipped a beat. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, your Majesty." "Ha! Ringui, I haven't seen you for a few months and you've been promoted?" In the right guard yamen in the outer imperial city, Li Zishuan took out the imperial edict and Li Jing's order to mobilize troops. After he expressed his intention to mobilize troops, the general who had received him earlier immediately turned and left. Not long after, an old acquaintance walked in. It was Lu Rengui, who had made outstanding contributions in quelling the rebellion in Guan City and was later promoted to the right commander of the right guard by Lier. Thus, Li Zishuan stood up and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Lu Rengui quickly waved his hands and said, "Marquis, please don't make fun of me. Now that General Cheng is not in the capital, I'm only temporarily taking over the military affairs for General Cheng." The reason why Lu Rengui was able to enter the right guard was not only because of his contributions, but also because Cheng Yaojin had secretly added fuel to the fire. During the battle in Guan City, Cheng Yaojin had admired Lu Rengui's ability, so Old Cheng had asked Lier to transfer Lu Rengui under his command. Of course, Lu Rengui did not disappoint Old Cheng. After joining the right guards, Lu Rengui was not only extremely hardworking in training, but also very few people could compare to him in terms of military strategy and ability to get along with others. Gradually, Cheng Yaojin began to give Lu Rengui more tasks. "Ha! Rengui, you're too humble. I'm a little regretful now that I didn't personally go to the battlefield to quell the rebellion in Guan City. As a result, I didn't get to see the battle of wits and courage between Rengui and the Chui and Zheng families." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Marquis, you flatter me." Lu Rengui was a little embarrassed by Li Zishuan's praise, but when he thought of Li Zishuan's intention, he quickly said seriously, "I heard that Marquis came to the right guard to mobilize troops. May I ask how many troops Marquis wants to mobilize? Where will these troops be used?" It wasn't that he suspected Li Zishuan of any bad intentions, but since he was now helping Cheng Yaojin manage the affairs of the right guard, he still had to ask clearly about something as important as mobilizing troops. This Marquis plans to mobilize 5,000 elite troops from the right guard to investigate the remnants of the Heavenly Dragon sect in Chang and City. These people must train hard and be good at hiding. Li Zishuan replied indifferently. "Remnants of the Heavenly Dragon sect?" Lu Rengui frowned. Being in the army, he naturally didn't know that the mastermind behind the kidnapping of Li Chengqian and Chang'e was very likely related to the Heavenly Dragon sect. But although he didn't know, he didn't ask too much. Instead, he stood up and said, "Good. This general will go and organize a force of 5,000 elite soldiers, and then follow the Marquis of Yong, and to investigate the remnants of the Heavenly Dragon sect." Not long after, 5,000 soldiers dressed in ordinary clothes rushed out of the right guard camp. Li Zishuan had specifically requested for them to be dressed in ordinary clothes. Under Li Zishuan's arrangements, these 5,000 soldiers would disguise themselves as ordinary citizens and infiltrate the residences of certain officials. They would secretly inquire about the movements of these officials, and Li Zishuan would arrange for people to monitor certain officials based on their feedback. The 5,000 soldiers Lu Rengui had selected were mostly scouts. Some of them had even gone deep into the Turks and worked as spies on the steppe, so they were quite experienced in hiding. An invisible net began to slowly unfold in Chang and City. Those officials who couldn't bear the loneliness and came out to cause trouble would all become fish in the net. Venerable One, the patrols in Chang and City haven't relaxed at all. The city gates are still closed. It seems that the imperial court won't let this go easily. In Gi Lane, south of Chang and City, A thin man bowed and said in a house with two entrances. The person standing opposite him was Du Yi. At this time, Du Yi had already taken off his wide bamboo hat, revealing his bald but shiny forehead. Hearing this, he frowned and said coldly, "Humph! Li Shimin's son and daughter almost fell into our hands. Of course, he won't let this go. Wait patiently. When the Imperial Ancestral Temple is destroyed by thunder and fire tomorrow, this old monk will lead you out and call on all the citizens in Chang and city to resist the tyranny of Li Tang. At that time, the army led by Long Tu will be outside Chang and city. We will lead the citizens in the city and directly attack the city gates. With Long Tu's cooperation, Chang and city will definitely be broken by us." Ha ha! At the end, Du Yi couldn't help but laugh proudly because of his beautiful vision. The thin man standing beside him also said excitedly, "Venerable One is wise." It turns out that the Venerable One has already thought of a plan to cooperate with the outside. That's why you deliberately lost control when you kidnapped the Crown Prince. The Venerable One is farsighted. I admire you. Hearing this, Shijidu couldn't help blushing. He asked himself honestly, when he kidnapped Li Chengxian and Chang'e, he really didn't fail on purpose. He wanted to capture Li Er's children more than anyone else, but his strength didn't allow him to do so. In the face of Li Zishuan and Xian Qing's arrival, he had no chance of winning at all. He could only flee. He didn't expect his subordinate to be so smart. He even thought of the reason for his failure. It saved him the trouble of making up a reason. What's the movement of the Imperial Guards and the Supreme Court? In the face of his subordinate's praise, Du Yi remained calm and reserved. He glanced at the lean man indifferently and then asked, "Venerable One, the Imperial Guards and the officials of the Supreme Court are searching for our Dragon Sect's followers. Many of our followers have been captured to the Supreme Court. But don't worry, Venerable One. This place is very safe. Even if the Imperial Court's people dig 3 feet into the ground, they won't be able to find us. Moreover, the owner of this house has a very good relationship with the owner of Guiyi Lane. Even if they find this place, they won't be too serious." The thin man bowed slightly and cupped his fist. Dewey couldn't help but nod and said, "That's good. In addition, you inform the rest of the people in the sect to lie low. Don't make any trouble. When the limelight is over, we'll join in the righteous action." "Yes, Venerable One," the thin man responded and then pulled the rope beside him. Soon, someone above turned the wooden wheel on the well and pulled him up from the bottom of the well. It turned out that he was hiding under the dry well. No wonder the thin man said that this place was very safe and they weren't afraid of the Imperial Court's search. Chapter 1597. Yes, if I remember correctly, Boss Zhang is usually stingy. Did the sun rise from the west today? Otherwise, why would he let the servants buy so many chickens, ducks, and fish? Hiss, there's even a pot of immortal drunken wine here? In the south of Chang'an City, on the street of Guiyi Lane, Meng Yuliang looked in the direction of Mother Meng's finger and saw a plump man in luxurious clothes at the door of a house. He was directing 2 servants to carry chickens, ducks, fish, and even a pot of wine. The sign on the pot was Immortal Drunken Wine. Meng Yuliang couldn't help but be surprised. Boss Zhang's name was Zhang Dikang. His family opened a medium-sized grain store and was considered to have a small family fortune. However, he was stingy. Not only was he stingy to others, but he was also stingy to himself. Other than dressing decently, he was stingy in all other aspects, including food. Could it be that Boss Zhang has an important guest in his house? Mother Meng thought for a moment and then asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Meng Yuliang shook his head and said, That's impossible. Don't you know Boss Zhang's character? Even if an important guest came, he would not be willing to buy a pot of immortal drunken wine. In the end, Meng Yuliang seemed to think of something and added, Besides, the 4 city gates of Chang and city are closed today. How could there be a guest in Boss Zhang's house? Unless the guest came early in the morning. But why would someone visit relatives early in the morning? Also, did you hear that Boss Zhang spent a lot of money to join that Dragon God sect? He almost sold his grain store. I didn't expect him to be willing to buy so many things today Yes. Today's boss Zhang was too strange. Master, should we go over and ask? Mother Ming echoed and then asked tentatively. With Meng Yuliang's official position, his status in the family skyrocketed. Mother Meng would specifically ask Meng Yuliang about many things. Meng Yuliang heard this and said, "What's there to ask? These are other people's family matters. Let's not meddle in other people's business and go back quickly. Yaya is alone at home. Can you rest assured?" After saying that, Meng Yuliang turned and walked towards the alley on the left. Meng Yuliang's mother reacted and quickly followed. A stingy miser suddenly bought so much good wine and meat. Today, the city gate of Chang is closed, and fugitives are being caught everywhere in the city. This means that Mr. Zhang's house can't have a sudden guest, and he used to be a member of the dragon sect. Then he looks like I can make a small fortune again. Once Meng Yuliang and his wife left, a girl in shabby clothes appeared where they had been standing. If Li Zixuan were here, he would have definitely recognized her, because this was the girl who had given him Li Juanxian's secret letter. The young girl stood under the willow tree at the entrance of the alley, quietly waiting for the door of the house to return to normal. Then, she pretended to be an ordinary passerby and walked in that direction. Tell the kitchen to prepare all these ingredients tonight. In the Zhang mansion, Zhang Dikang's face was flushed as he ordered several servants in the courtyard. Looking at his expression, there wasn't any sorrow from losing money. Instead, it was as if he was about to experience something joyous. To the stingy Mr. Zhang in the eyes of outsiders, this was, yes, master. The servants hurriedly left to carry out the order. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Dikang rubbed his hands excitedly. He went out first and poked his head out. Seeing that there were no soldiers on the street, he personally closed the courtyard door. After doing all this, he walked towards the backyard with his hands behind his back with an indifferent expression. Venerable one, this disciple has prepared the best wine and food according to your request. In a little while, I will be able to hold a welcoming feast for Venerable one. Venerable one, please wait a moment with the emissaries of the sect. Zhang Dikang went to the dry well in the rear courtyard. It was already evening, and candles were already lit in the well. Zhang Dikang respectfully bowed to Du. No, you've done very well. Du Yi nodded. When this one returns to the sect tomorrow, I will promote you to an inner sect disciple. I will bestow upon you an inexhaustible supply of Jade Lake holy water, so that you will never be sick and will live forever. Many thanks, Venerable One. Many thanks, Venerable One. This subordinate will be loyal to the dragon sect. I will go through water and tread on fire for Venerable One. Hearing this, Zhang Dikang trembled with excitement. He knelt down directly and kowtowed to Du Yi. In order to become an inner sect disciple of the dragon sect, he did not hesitate to spend all his wealth, but Du Yi did not even look at him. Who would have thought that this morning luck would fall from the sky? Zhang Dikang finally saw the high and mighty Buddha in his heart, and the Buddha also wanted to stay in his house temporarily. Zhang Dikang was extremely excited. How could he not agree? However, Du Yi's request was very strange. He did not want to stay in the guest room prepared in the Zhang mansion. Instead, he wanted to stay under the dry well in the rear courtyard of the Zhang mansion, saying that it was convenient to study Buddhism. Zhang Dikang persuaded him many times, but it was useless. In the end, he could only give up. In addition, as a monk, Du Yi actually asked Zhang Dikang to prepare some good wine and meat. How could a monk drink wine and eat meat? After Zhang Dikang received this order, he secretly muttered in his heart. However, although there were many questions in his heart, Zhang Dikang fulfilled all of Du Yi's strange requests to the letter. He hoped to obtain Du Yi's favor and directly promote him to an inner court disciple. Now that his wish had come true, how could Zhang Dikang not be excited? Although Zhang Dikang has all four limbs, his body has always had some problems, kidney failure. So after hearing others say that the Yaoqi holy water can cure all diseases, Zhang Dikang went crazy. He wanted to use all means to join the dragon sect, get the Yaoqi holy water, and cure the unspeakable illness that has troubled him for a long time. Now that his dream finally came true, Zhang Dikang felt that all his efforts were worth it. And, in a while, send the wine and food to the bottom of the well. This venerable one will not go up. This venerable one will continue to study Buddhism at the bottom of this well tonight. Remember, don't tell anyone that this venerable one is here. Otherwise, everything that this venerable one gave you will be taken back with interest. Du held the Buddhist salute and told Zhang Dikang with a serious face. Disciple understands. Disciple understands. I will arrange it now. Zhang Dikang quickly nodded and bowed. And, are you wondering why you did not abstain from wine and meat as a monk? His eyes stared at Zhang Dikang, and he suddenly asked, No, no, no. Disciple does not dare. Venerable one must have his reasons for doing so. Disciple does not dare to ask more. Zhang Dikang quickly waved his hand. Although he did have this idea, he could not say it directly. You must know that wine and meat pass through the intestines, but Buddha's heart remains. Although this venerable one drinks wine and eats meat, I have never forgotten Buddha in my heart. This is not breaking the precepts. Do you understand? Du Yi's face darkened as he spoke in a serious tone. When Zhang Dikang heard this, he immediately prostrated himself in admiration and said, Venerable one's dharma is profound. Disciple admires. Disciple admires. Go quickly. And? This boss Zhang, it's not dark yet, and he closed the courtyard door. Obviously, he has a guilty conscience. No, I have to find a way to go in and take a look. But how do I get in? Yes. Got it. I will climb over the wall from the backyard. Outside the front door of the Zhang mansion, the girl muttered to herself for a while, and then walked quietly toward the back of the Zhang mansion. Fortunately, Chang and city was now under martial law. Most of the people had returned to their homes, and there were very few people wandering outside. Otherwise, her sneaky behavior might be discovered by passers-by on the road. She tiptoed to the wall of the backyard. The girl wanted to climb over the wall, but she couldn't do so no matter how many times she tried. This was because the wall of the Zhang family's residence was higher than the walls of other residences. After several attempts to no avail, the girl gave up the idea of climbing over the courtyard wall because she was also afraid that a passerby would suddenly appear on the street, or that her climbing over the courtyard wall would alarm the people inside. Panting as she leaned against the courtyard wall, the young girl pondered whether or not she should give up. If there were really people hiding in this residence, as she had speculated, then if she was discovered, she wouldn't be able to escape even if she wanted to. The only path left for her was death. It would be a lie if she said that she was not afraid, but the girl was not willing to leave just like that. She came to Chang'an City today to deliver a letter to Li Zixuan on behalf of Li Junxian, but she did not expect that after delivering the letter, the gates of Chang'an City would be closed, and she could not leave. Tonight, she could only stay in the inns of Chang'an City. What was worse was that she was not the only one forced to stay in the inns of Chang'an City tonight. She could even imagine the scene of the inns in the city being full. At this time, she would have to pay a higher price than usual to get a room. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. Speaking of which, she did not sell the lingji mushroom she picked in the morning for much money. Tonight, she would have to spend a large sum of money to stay in the inn. In this way, she would only earn a few hundred copper coins after painstakingly making this trip. It was a huge loss. If I can confirm that there is a venerable of the dragon sect in this house, and then tell this news to that young and handsome marquis, he will definitely be willing to reward me. Then I will be rich. After weighing the pros and cons in her mind, the girl decided to take the risk. But how do I see the situation inside the house? Faced with the predicament in front of her, the young girl was once again in a dilemma. Her gaze swept around the streets of the Zhang estate's backyard. Suddenly, the young girl's eyes lit up as she fixed her gaze on the two old ginkgo trees, one zhang away from the Zhang estate's back door. Hey, I've got it. The girl first looked around, and after confirming that there was no one around, she excitedly walked to the nearest ginkgo tree. She wanted to climb the tree, but this ginkgo tree was very old, and even two people would not be able to wrap their arms around it. It would be rather difficult for an ordinary person to climb it. Who would have thought that the girl would take off her shoes without saying a word, revealing her white underwear? Then, like a nimble little monkey, she climbed up the ginkgo tree in the blink of an eye. Judging from her skillful movements, it was obvious that this wasn't her first time climbing a tree. The girl adjusted her posture and sat down on a branch of the ginkgo tree, allowing her to see everything in the Zhang residence. Chapter 1598. Inside the dry well in the backyard of the Zhang family. Du, Yi, and the others were drinking big bowls of wine, eating big chunks of meat, and bragging loudly. In order to please Du, Yi, Zhang Dikang naturally did his best to cater to them. Therefore, this dilapidated dry well was as lively as a big restaurant. Du Yi came from the tantric sect of India, so it was impossible for him to not have any rules and regulations. However, ever since he came to the Tang Empire, he was immediately blinded by the colorful world of the Central Plains, especially after he accidentally tasted the immortal drunken wine of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. The rules and regulations that Du Yi had adhered to for decades instantly collapsed. Moreover, once the rules were broken, they could no longer be adhered to. Therefore, Du Yi had become a monk who drank and ate. Of course, he would not easily show this aspect of himself to the world. After all, he still had to maintain the image of an enlightened monk in front of the world. Who's outside? Du Yi and the others had just finished drinking when they heard someone shouting from above the dry well. Huh, not good. There are lackeys of the imperial court spying around the mansion. We can't let him leave alive. Du Yi was the first to react. He quickly put down his chopsticks, then got up and went to the direction of the well. He leaped into the air and directly rushed out of the dry well that was more than 5 feet deep. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the few core disciples of the dragon sect who followed Du Yi also relied on Qinggong to step on the wall of the well and rushed out of the well. Which direction? After Du Yi stood still on the ground, he looked at the manservant and asked in a deep voice. The manservant obviously did not expect that someone could directly fly out of the dry well that was more than 5 feet deep without the help of ropes and well wheels. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He quickly pointed to the northwest outside the back door and said, reporting to the Venerable One, just now I heard some movement outside the back door. Then I heard someone shouting, followed by a series of footsteps. I think that person ran from the northwest direction. Who? As soon as the manservant finished speaking, he found that Du Yi, who was originally standing in front of him, had disappeared without a trace. The other 4 Dragon Sect core disciples who had just come up from the well also hurriedly followed and flew out of the Zhang family backyard. What an unlucky year. Why am I so unlucky today? I've climbed so many trees in the mountains before and never fell. Why did something happen today? It's over. It's over. If the person hiding in the Zhang family catches him, he'll be finished. In the alleyway of Gue Lane, the young girl dragged her sprained left leg and ran with all her might while limping. As she ran, she muttered softly. At this moment, the girl really had the urge to cry. Don't chase after me. None of you can see me. The girl prayed silently in her heart. But many times, praying was praying, and the reality was always contrary to one's wishes. So it's a little girl? Just as the young girl ran out of the street where the Zhang mansion was located, she suddenly heard a whistling sound and a cold snort. With that said, a bald monk in a black robe stood in front of the young girl, completely blocking her path. Aren't you Venerable Du Yi of the Heavenly Dragon Sect? Why are you stopping me? Because Du Yi came out in a hurry this time, he didn't wear a wide bamboo hat on his head. After the young girl saw the big monk's true appearance, a trace of panic flashed through her eyes. Then, she pointed at Du and questioned him loudly, trying to put up a strong front. The reason why she shouted so loudly was that she wanted to attract the attention of the people nearby. In this way, she might have a chance to live today. Oh, you know me? Although Du Yi had seen through the young girl's thoughts, he did not expose her. A playful smile appeared on his face. After pausing for a moment, he took 2 steps forward and said with a serious face, "Little girl, how do you know this venerable one? Tell me, who sent you here?" Although there was no threat in his words, his tone was much stricter than before, and even had a trace of murderous intent. The young girl was very frightened, but she didn't show it on her face because of Du Yi's words. She forced herself to be calm and said, "What do you mean by who sent me here? I'm just passing by here. Why are you chasing me? Besides, 10 days ago, you were in Chang'an City showing your Buddha skills to the people. I was there at that time. Is it strange that I know you?" Hearing this, Du Yi's eyes flashed. He believed the second half of the young girl's words, but he didn't believe a single word of the first half of the sentence. "Oh, passing by? Just passing by?" Du Yi's aura changed and said coldly, "Heavenly Dragon Sect is now listed as a disobedient sect by the Imperial Court. Now that you know where I'm hiding, are you planning to report this information to the Imperial Court to receive a reward?" "Of course not. I don't know anyone from the Imperial Court. Even if I know you're hiding here, who can I report this information to?" Although the young girl wanted to say yes, but in order to survive, she could only desperately deny it. Du Yi snorted and sneered. "Humph. You think I'll believe your nonsense? If you know what's good for you, you'll come with me today. After the commotion dies down, I'll let you go." Hearing this, the young girl hurriedly took 2 steps back and said, "Why are you being so unreasonable? I said I'm just passing by. If you don't believe me, then forget it. But you're now a wanted criminal of the Imperial Court. If you dare to act rashly, I'll shout for help. If the patrolling Wu Ho hears the commotion, you won't be able to leave. Then why don't you try shouting? See if anyone will come to help you." Du Yi sneered, and then he disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he was in front of the young girl. It happened so fast that the young girl had no time to react. Du Yi's large hand grabbed the young girl's shoulder. The young girl finally couldn't hold back and screamed in horror. Then she desperately retreated backwards, wanting to avoid Du Yi's big hand. However, she didn't know any martial arts, so how could she escape from a grandmaster's full-strength grasp? Feeling that the hand was getting closer and closer to her shoulder, the young girl's heart was filled with despair and regret. She regretted that she was too greedy and had to get involved in this muddy water for the Imperial Court's reward. She also regretted that she wasn't careful when she went down the tree. Otherwise, she would have already left and passed the news to Xianxia. How do you know that no one will help her? At the critical moment when Du Yi's large hand was less than 2 inches away from the young girl's shoulder, another voice suddenly sounded from the street. This voice made Du Yi's expression change instantly, but the young girl's face was full of joy after surviving a disaster. Chapter 1599. "Mother, there seems to be a fight on the street. The Mao wants to take a look." "Sure. What are you looking at? Don't make a sound. Be careful. The bad guys might catch you and dig out your eyes." Then the Mao won't take a look." The battle between the grandmasters on the streets of Gue Yi Lane was extremely loud. Most of the commoners in the nearby residences had heard the commotion. However, almost all of them had gathered near the cracks of their doors or had put up ladders to stick their heads out of the courtyard walls to secretly watch the battle between Xianxia and Du Yi on the streets. Encountering such a huge battle, the people only dared to secretly watch, and no one dared to come out. Of course, there were also many people who recognized Xianxia and Du Yi. After all, these two were considered famous people in Chang'an City. Father, isn't that Marquis Yong and Venerable Du Yi from Dragon Sect? Why are they fighting? Who should we help? Nonsense. Of course we should help Marquis Yong. The Imperial Court has already announced that Dragon Sect is a disobedient sect, and the immortal techniques that Venerable Du Yi displayed earlier were all lies. Only someone like Marquis Yong would wholeheartedly think of the people. That's right. Then I'll go help Marquis Yong. Bastard, you stop right there. Just based on your skills, how can you be a match for Du Yi? If you go, you'll only cause trouble for Marquis. Father, then what do you think we should do? What else can we do? Quickly go out from the back door and find the patrolling Marquis outside to help. Yes. Father, you're still the smart one. Other than those who had been completely brainwashed by Dragon Sect, most of the people who recognized Li Zishuan and Du Yi were on Li Zishuan's side. They wanted to come out and help, but they were afraid of causing trouble for Li Zishuan. However, there were some people who were more active and had already quietly gone out from their houses to get help. At this moment, seeing that there were 4 more reinforcements in front of Du Yi, Li Zishuan's gaze turned cold and murderous. "Humph, you're courting death." The reason why Du Yi was able to escape safely from Xianxia's pursuit was because the Dragon Sect's disciples used their lives to cover for him and stall for time. In addition, Xianxia rarely left Mount Longhu and rarely killed people. He was not used to killing people in the beginning, so Du Yi was able to escape safely. This time, Li Zishuan finally found Du Yi. Therefore, he must capture Du Yi no matter what. As for the 4 people in front of him, he would not show any mercy. He must kill these 4 people in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, if Du Yi escaped this time, it would be very difficult to catch him in the future. Besides this, Du Yi was also the key to breaking the stalemate in Chang'an. As a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, Du Yi not only knew more than Li Junxian, he also had an incomparable reputation in the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Many people had joined the Heavenly Dragon Sect for the sake of Du Yi's reputation as the reincarnation of the Buddha. Therefore, Li Zishuan only needed to capture Du Yi and drag him out when the Heavenly Dragon Army besieged the city tomorrow. This would be a severe blow to the morale of the Heavenly Dragon Army. At that time, many people might realize their mistake and turn their backs on the Heavenly Dragon Sect. This way, many people would die in this war. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, Li Zishuan had to capture Du Yi today. No one could stop him. Pung, pung, pung. Just as Li Zishuan pointed his sword at the 4 core disciples in front of Du Yi, the sound of galloping horses came from the direction of Gi Square. Soon after, Lu Ringue rushed over with a group of soldiers. "Marquis, this general has come to help you. You only need to deal with Du East. Leave this place to us." Lu Ringue and his horse were as swift as the wind. He shouted at Li Zishuan while leaning on the horse's back. "Ha! Ringue, you came at the right time." Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He laughed and went around the 4 core disciples of the Heavenly Dragon Sect in front of him. He rushed directly towards Du Yi. The 4 people were unwilling to give up and wanted to chase after Li Zishuan. However, Lu Ringue had already arrived. "Hey, where are you going? Your opponent is me." Lu Ringue was on the horse. He waved the horsetail in his hand and directly hit the heads of the 4 Heavenly Dragon Sect disciples. On the other side, Li Zishuan was fighting with Du Yi again. He became fiercer and fiercer. 9 Taishian swords were thrown at Du Yi's face one after another. He did not even use the Taiji swordsmanship that he was very good at, because it was really unnecessary. Facing a small fry like Du Yi, who had just entered the Grandmaster realm, he did not need to defend at all. He just needed to attack with all his strength. Therefore, he did not use the Taiji swordsmanship that was slightly inclined towards defense. In fact, it was true. Facing Li Zishuan's continuous, storm-like attacks, Du Yi could not even parry. How could he think of a counterattack? At the same time, the remaining real qi in Du Yi's body was getting less and less.